Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
The 29th night of the lunar calendar. Guangzhou Tianhe Sports Center. The cheers of the fans rose one after another. And the red ocean stretched out and covered the sky and the earth. Even though New Year's Eve was just one day away, the stadium was still packed with enthusiastic fans. In 10 minutes, a friendly match between the Chinese national football team and championship team Ipswich will be held here. A friendly match like this shouldn't have many people paying attention. But at this moment, it is the most exciting moment for the Chinese football fans. Because this time, it is very likely to be the most promising year for the Chinese national football team. As we all know, since 2002, the Chinese team has missed the final stage of the World Cup Asian qualifiers for 3 consecutive times. 5 rounds of the top 12 matches have been played, and the Chinese national team has yet to win a single game. But the good news is that the Chinese national football team quickly changed its coach and invited champion coach Lippi. In the 5th round match against Qatar, although it was still a 0-0 draw, looking at the whole situation, the Chinese national football team completely suppressed the opponent, but just lacked some luck and hit the goal post 3 times. There are still 5 games left in the quarterfinals, and Lippi's appointment has once again given fans hope. Not only on the scene but also in the live broadcast room. The popularity is very high. Hello fans before the live broadcast. Thank you for waiting for the live broadcast to cheer for our national football team. I am the commentator Zhan Jun. As Zhan Jun's voice fell, another voice sounded. I am the commentator Fan Ji. The fans were instantly excited. Fuck, Zhan Jun is here. Isn't he a commentator for the Premier League? I guess there will be a championship team this time. Zhan Jun probably knows them better. Shouldn't it be shocking that Fan Ji actually came to commentate? Look. Fan Ji said that the Chinese national football team has lost all its face. But now that the Chinese national football team has hope, he is here to take advantage of the popularity right. If you are not my buddy, General Fan will also be blackened. If you are not my friend, Fan Ji also wants to brag. He played for Crystal Palace for 4 years and 111 games. But only scored 7 goals. What is there to brag about? Damn stupid. Is it possible that your brother Fan is a defender? In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun seemed to have anticipated the fans' discussion and explained with a smile. Today's game is at a special time. It can be said to be a New Year's Eve dinner for our fans. So Coach Fan and I also want to have fun with the fans. Coach Fan, what do you think will happen in today's game? Hearing Zhan Jun asking him, Fan Ji snorted and chuckled twice. I looked at the squad and saw that many of Ipswich's players were substitutes. I guess it will be 3-0 or 3-1. Fan Ji's words undoubtedly opened up the fans' conversation and they all started discussing. Rational discussion. What are the chances of the Chinese national football team winning today's friendly match? If not 100%, at least 80 or 90 points, football blind. You don't really think that the opponent is a championship team and is a weak team. Right. It's so funny. Do you really think Ipswich is a weak team? They were once the founding team of the Premier League. The above person is really football blind. You were probably not born when Ipswich was at its peak. How long has it been? The strength of the Chinese national football team is probably about the same as that of the mid-table teams in the English Championship. Now with Lippi, I think they can compete with the top 4 teams. It seems that Ipswich is about to be relegated to League One. After 17 rounds in the championship we have wins, draws and losses with points second to last, and are basically relegated. And didn't Coach Fan say that most of the players from Ipswich this time are substitutes? The Chinese national football team is still rich, and they can invite a team from England to boost the morale of the national football team. The fans were discussing intensely when a barrage of comments slowly floated by, attracting everyone's attention. Hey, who is this player? Are there any Asian players in Ipswich in the picture? The host is interviewing a young player wearing a blue jersey. Yellow skin, black hair, a typical Asian. Hello, fans. Before the game starts, we have invited Ipswich's young player Song Wen to be interviewed. Many fans may not know about our player Song Wen. He is a Chinese player newly introduced by Ipswich this year. He is only 17 years old and plays as a midfielder. The host's introduction instantly aroused heated discussion among fans. Fuck playing in the championship at the age of 17. That's pretty cool. To be honest, this guy is quite handsome, I just checked. I joined the team at the beginning of 16, my game record is 0. I have been watching the water dispenser for a year. The tractor boy has finally come to his senses and wants to expand into the Chinese market. Ipswich Town is about to be relegated. Why are they still willing to come here to play a friendly match? They must be eyeing the Chinese market. No way the national football team gave too much. It seems like this guy is a bit nervous, his eyes are blank. The fans are not very optimistic about this Chinese player. Although there are not many domestic players playing football abroad now, there are still some. The championship is not one of the top 5 leagues. Not to mention that they are substitutes in the championship. I guess he was released just to show his face this time. And when he returns, there will be no trace of him. In the live broadcast room, reporters on site have already begun interviewing Song Wen. Excuse me, Song Wen. Do you usually follow our national football team's games? The young man in the camera seemed a little dull and dazed. And nodded, so what do you think about today's game? After hearing the host's words, the confusion in the young man's eyes disappeared instantly. 07 haha, what do you want me to think? As the young man finished his words for a moment, not only the comments on the spot, but also the comments in the entire live broadcast room fell into a brief vacuum. The host was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, this 07 refers to the predicted score of this game. Song Wen glanced at the reporter beside him in surprise. What predictions do we need a prediction? Isn't it a foregone conclusion that the Chinese national football team will be defeated? Song Wen's voice lingered in the air above the Olympic Sports Center for a long time before fading away. After a brief silence, the stadium filled with tens of thousands of people erupted in deafening boos and curses. I'm so blessed, you little bastard. I'm tired of working like a model worker. Song Wen was slightly startled. Before he had time to think about whether these fans had gone crazy, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was not until the system's voice sounded that Song Wen realized that he had traveled through time. The previous second, he had just watched the Chinese national football team being beaten 0-7 by the Japanese, and was cursing at the reporters. The next second, he was still standing in front of the camera, but his identity had become a substitute player from the championship team Ipswich. The time travel was sudden and without any warning, which made Song Wen, who was unable to react for a moment, curse out what was in his heart. In fact, Song Wen was also a professional football player when he was young before he traveled through time. Although he had outstanding skills, his family's assets were not sufficient, and he was not lucky enough to enter the Zoll Club, which could spend 60 million to buy a place. Therefore, he had no way to enter the national team, and could not even play in the Chinese Super League. He could only waste his time in the A-League until his retirement. Even so, it did not consume his love for football. It was not until he saw the Chinese national football team getting worse and worse, and was scored 7 goals by the Japanese in one game, that Song Wen became completely disappointed with the national football team. He wished he could lift Taizi's legs off the sewing machine and move them back to the court, hoping that there might still be hope. But what he didn't expect was that he had traveled through time and space, and was now in the body of another Chinese youth with the same name and surname. This Chinese person's experience seemed to be even worse than that in his previous life. I immigrated to the UK with my parents when I was young. But before I could even see the Statue of Liberty, my parents died in an accident. The original incarnation also loves football very much, and he has worked his way up through youth training to become Ipswich's substitute midfielder. However, because he grew up in an orphanage, long-term malnutrition caused his physical fitness to be completely incomparable to other players. Although he has good footwork skills, he can only sit next to the water dispenser. Before Song Wen had the time to savor his new life, the boos from the fans at the scene became louder and louder, and even UFOs flew over from the stands from time to time. At the same time, the system prompt sound in my mind kept ringing. The anti-fan value Chinese national football team has reached 10. And you have gained the ability a small belly. Small belly for image considerations. You will get a hidden small belly to store fat. You can burn fat once in each game and get a small explosive breakthrough in various attributes in a short period of time. Your small belly will store new fat every day. Through continuous exercise, you can consume all the fat and gain ability points to upgrade your abilities. Song Wen subconsciously touched his belly. The six-pack abs gave him enough sense of security. And it turned out to be a hidden belly, however. The fans' enthusiasm obviously goes far beyond this. The anti-fan value Chinese national football team has reached 20. And the ability is obtained eye marking. Eye guard, your eyes become sharp and murderous. And your concentration is greatly improved. When you stare at the football also stares at you. Select a target. And that target will not be able to dodge you through single-player abilities in this game. Song Wen enjoyed watching the system prompts that kept popping up. Until the last one popped up. The black fan value Liya bar has reached 5. And the ability is obtained Emperor level 1. The great level 1, your ball protection is like Henry. And your ball protection ability is greatly improved. Song Wen opened his eyes wide in surprise. It's not because of the Emperor's ability, but because this matter is too bizarre. No, Liya bar really has real fans. Song Wen was still expressing his feelings for the fans in Liya bar. Little did he know that the outside world had already been completely turned upside down because of his remarks. In the live broadcast room because of Song Wen's blunt words, Zhan Jun and Fan Ji fell into awkward silence for a short time. In fact, Fan Ji felt secretly happy when he heard Song Wen's words. People outside are saying that this year is the most promising year for the Chinese national football team. But he knows very well that the reason why the Chinese national football team can enter the top 12 this time is not because the Chinese national football team has become stronger, but because of good luck. If we really talk about the technical level, the strength of the Chinese national football team has actually regressed a lot compared with previous years. But now he is sitting in the official commentary room. So some things are hard to say. The comments in the live broadcast room had already exploded. No, what is this hanging man talking about? Ha ha ha, good scoldings. The Chinese national football team deserves to be criticized. But who the hell are you? You don't really think that just because you're a substitute in the championship, you're qualified to call the shots, right? Damn, this guy is so arrogant. Did he not understand the situation? The Chinese national football team is full of main players today. You guys are a bunch of substitute tractor boys. You don't really think you can win, do you? The Chinese national football team won today. I will be a fan forever on the bench. Ipswich manager Mick McCarthy listened to the boos from the audience with a look of confusion on his face. He asked assistant coach Terry Connor what happened. Why are they all throwing water bottles? Don't they like Song Wen? You should know that Song Wen was specially arranged by their club to play in this friendly match. Whether it is a debut or an interview, the purpose is to rely on this player and try to help them open up the Chinese market. Ipswich has had a miserable time in recent years. When it wants results, it has debts, and when it wants debts, it has no results. This veteran team, which once won the English Top League Championship, is now about to be relegated to English League One this season. Hearing McCarthy's question, Connor shook his head and tried to explain, I'm not sure. Maybe this is some kind of cultural difference. McCarthy looked at Song Wen, who was slowly running back to the court to warm up. Just as he was about to call him over to ask what had happened, the referee of the game had already entered the field. The game between the two sides is about to begin. McCarthy gave up his original idea and said, "Forget it, I don't need to worry about these things, Connor. You should pay more attention to their performance on the field. Our club is under too much pressure to get points, and I can't let these young players play. This is a good opportunity, you know. The training ground and the actual game are two completely different concepts. Let's see if we can gain something real." Connor nodded and said, "Okay." The boss also asked me to pay more attention to Song Wen. If we can open up the Chinese market. Hearing Connor still talking about this, McCarthy interrupted with dissatisfaction, "Song Wen. Oh my God, do you still want to pay attention to him? You should know that his problem is not his performance or psychology. His physical condition is too poor. This is a problem that can be clearly seen in the training ground. On the court, players from both teams have already formed their formations. Ipswich chose a 442 formation today, which is a configuration of 4 defenders, 4 midfielders and 2 forwards. The characteristic of the 442 formation is the balance between offense and defense, from the personnel arrangement to the division of responsibilities. Each line and position can complement each other and provide protection. When attacking, they can support and cooperate with each other. The 442 formation is the most common formation in modern football matches, especially when the strength of the two teams is close. As for the distribution of midfield positions, head coach McCarthy did not choose to have the 4 midfielders arrange in a straight line, but chose a diamond position, a defensive midfielder, a left midfielder and a right midfielder. Song Wen was at the front of the midfield, responsible for the attacking midfielder position. Although the team's performance is not ideal now, it can be seen that head coach McCarthy is still relatively responsible in his duties. Even though today's game is a friendly match with a strong commercial nature, McCarthy did not take it lightly in the deployment of troops. Most of the players that Ipswich traveled with this time are substitutes and rotation players. There are only 2 real starters, namely the team's defender and captain Luke Chambers, and David McGoldrick on the forward lines. As for the other team members, even Song Wen could hardly remember the names of them. On the other hand, the Chinese national football team directly adopted a 433 formation that focuses on attacking. Lippy's appointment will undoubtedly bring about a big change to the national football team. Judging from the lineup alone, if it is Coach Gao, then there is a high probability that he will come up with a 5-defender formation. In this friendly match, Lippy's attitude was obviously very serious, and he fielded almost all the main players, after all. Although the Chinese national football team has entered the top 0 and played the first game against Qatar a month ago with a very high ball possession rate to achieve a 0 draw, there is still not much time left for the national football team. On the front line, the 3 forwards of the Chinese national team also shined. They are Gao Linsman and Gao Feiji, who have exceptionally developed brain muscles but often suffer from leg muscle cramps. Zhang Yuning, the king of sea cucumbers, has an outstanding overseas study experience. But even when he is abroad, he never forgets his roots and still insists on eating sea cucumbers every day. And there is Wu Lei, the Asian football king, who is extremely outstanding in one-on-one ability. These 3 people standing in the forward position, each with their own characteristics and abilities, are like a sharp blade, seemingly able to tear open the opponent's defense at any time. They are undoubtedly a huge threat to Ipswich's defense. At this moment on the bench, a man was shouting excitedly on the sidelines, "Come on. Don't be affected. Just play your own game well and ignore some people's grandstanding performances." As the man finished speaking, Song Wen felt that the murderous intent from the opposing national team players seemed to be even stronger. His interview just now was broadcast live, and the entire audience in the stadium heard what he said, including the national team players who were still warming up. The game hasn't even started yet, but the score is 0-7. This is undoubtedly extremely insulting. You should know that in football matches, more than 4 goals are considered a big goal. and these 4 goals are usually scored by both sides, 0-7. If you are not a football blind, you can't even tell this score, therefore. Song Wen's words seemed full of insult and provocation. He didn't even consider the other party as a human being. Feeling several fierce gazes on him, Song Wen looked at the man who was still running on the sidelines. Although it was winter, there wasn't much air movement in the stadium tubes. But the man was running so fast that his long hair seemed to be dancing in the wind, which was particularly eye-catching. Noticing Song Wen's gazed man stoppage raised his hand, used 2 fingers to smooth his fallen bangs, and put them back on his forehead, then smiled coldly. My friend is still a little green at this time. Song Wen sighed. Li Ti at that time was not a tailor, but Lippy's assistant coach. He was passionate and unrestrained on the court, as if he wanted to burn himself and dedicate everything to football. The referee had already tossed a coin in the middle of the field, and the serve eventually went to Ipswich. The players from both teams have already taken their positions. As the whistle sounded, McGoldrick, who kicked the ball, lightly kicked the ball to the feet of Song Wen, who was waiting in front. Dear audience friends, with the referee's whistle, the game between the two sides officially began. In the first half, the Chinese national football team attacked from the right side of the screen to the left side, while Ipswich attacked from left to right. As Ipswich kicked off, the ball came to the feet of midfielder Song Wen. We can see that our national football team was very motivated today. Gao Lin chose to rush up and press high at the first opportunity. However, Song Wen did not seem to want to pass the ball out at the first opportunity, but continued to carry the ball forward. We know that the English Football League is famous for its fast pace and high-intensity physical contact. Gao Lin's physical fitness is also very outstanding among forwards. It can be seen that Gao Lin must have been a little angry about Song Wen's pre-match interview. He rushed very fast, holding his breath. The two sides seemed to be going to have a confrontation. But no, Song Wen chose to pass the ball at the last moment. Looking at Gao Lin, who was coming at him aggressively, Song Wen did not choose to confront him head-on, after all. His original physical fitness had always been a weak link. But even though the ball was no longer under his feet, Gao Lin did not seem to have any intention of stopping his charge. He just slightly adjusted his direction, bumped into Song Wen's shoulder, and continued running forward. Song Wen staggered after being knocked by Gao Lin, and a sarcastic voice came to his ears. No wonder you can only be a substitute. Even the Chinese Football Association Super League doesn't want you with such a weak body. Song Wen turned around and saw Gao Lin running away like the wind. It is not uncommon to talk trash in someone's ear on a football field. Gao Lin's level of ridicule was already considered very civilized and polite. So Song Wen just smiled and didn't care, however. In the live broadcast room, the scene of Song Wen staggering after being casually bumped by Gao Lin was accurately broadcast live. In addition, Zhan Jun had just said that the players in the English League pay great attention to physical confrontation, which instantly made the fans excited. Is this the physical fitness of championship players? Gao Feiji had to slow down a bit, or else he would have to send this guy flying right. Don't be so harsh. Can this guy represent the level of the English Championship? To be honest, the physical confrontation in the Premier League is indeed strong. But it is a bit funny to say that a substitute from a bottom-ranked team in the Championship has strong physical fitness. Why does this guy look so soft when he kicks the ball? You thought he was a turtle, but he was actually a sea cucumber. Is this a retired basketball player so far in the game? We can see that our team has been playing very actively, basically staying in Ipswich's half. It feels like we are just one step away from the crucial finishing touch. In the live broadcast room after hearing Zhan Jun's words, Fan Ji glanced at the time in the upper right corner. The game has reached 30 minutes and the score between the two sides is still 0-0. During these 30 minutes, the Chinese national football team almost surrounded Ipswich's penalty area and attacked. They looked very morale-filled, but in Fan Ji's opinion, it felt like thunder without rain after Lippi took office. The Chinese national football team's playing style has undergone tremendous changes, with more emphasis on ground passing and control. As for Ipswich, since most of the players on the field were substitutes, they naturally lacked a lot of tacit cooperation, and their playing style was more of high and open balls. In the real-time ball possession rate displayed, the Chinese national football team's ball possession rate reached an astonishing 70%. That is to say, in these 30 minutes, the Chinese national team had the ball in their hands for more than 20 minutes. In other statistics, Ipswich had only one shot, which went wide, while the Chinese national team had 4 shots, one of which was on target, although that shot on target was almost non-threatening. From any perspective, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before the Chinese national team scored a goal. As the Chinese national team's advantage became apparent, the fans, in addition to being excited, became more and more passionate in their abuse of an Ipswich midfielder. During these 30 minutes, Song Wen could be said to be completely invisible and had no sense of existence at all. The ball reached his feet and was passed almost immediately. Whether attacking or defending, it always feels like a leisurely walk. In the few times when he had the ball with his back to the basket and faced physical confrontation, he seemed weak and looked like he would be pushed down and lose the ball in the next second. Watching Song Wen's performance, the comments in the live broadcast room were filled with cheers for the Chinese national football team and countless ridicules. When you see this kid playing football, those who know him might think he is playing a game, but those who don't would think he is an old man taking a walk in the park. The clowns are coming to the circus, haha. What did you say before the game, 0-7? We in football also have our own big talkers, don't tell me. Don't tell me. The way he walks on the court reminds me of a world-famous soccer player. Some of the Mule fans are really stupid. They even bring up Messi when watching a friendly match. Ah, did I mention you? Princess Sissy is here to make trouble again. How can Luo Jingjing have the nerve to speak up? It was clearly an attack on Song Wen at the beginning. But as the comments went on, the direction of the comments became strange. Some old fans are no longer surprised by this, you know. The army of Barrage is often composed of 2 groups of people. One is the fans of these 2 teams and the other is gamblers. The gamblers are not pure. So the world football is supported by Messi and Ronaldo. Without Messi and Ronaldo, the football world will be ruined sooner or later. Not to mention the spectators outside the stadium. Even Ipswich head coach McCarthy couldn't help but shouting on the sidelines. The old man was already quite old, and after just a few shouts, his vocal cords fell on the court. After howling a few times at the top of his lungs, he got so angry that he kept complaining to the assistant coach Connor beside him. Look. This is Song Wen, the one you need to pay more attention to. What is he doing? His shadow can't be seen on the offensive line, and even the forwards are running ahead of him when he is returning to defense. This is a football field, not a park. Seeing McCarthy's red face and thick neck, Connor scratched his head in embarrassment and dared not say a word. Although he didn't know much about Song Wen, he remembered that this kid was quite active in training in the past. Why did he behave like this today, you know? Although this game is a friendly match, it can be regarded as Song Wen's first appearance in a game that has attracted public attention. What's more, this is a game in China. There is no reason for this kid to be so bad. Return to defense, return to defense. McCarthy's excited shouts rang out again. The Chinese national team launched another attack, but Song Wen was far behind. McCarthy was so anxious that he danced on the sidelines, as if he would finish warming up and be ready to go on the court in the next second. The Chinese national team made several consecutive passes and sent the ball to the front of Ipswich's penalty area again. Gao Lin saw that the view ahead was wide, and he shot with the outside of his foot without any hesitation. McCarthy's throat seemed to be strangled and he stopped breathing. The ball flew with great force towards the top of Ipswich's goal and flew into the audience seats like an anti-aircraft gun. Though, the cheers of the audience had just started when they were silenced by the anti-aircraft gun. McCarthy breathed a sigh of relief, then looked a little confused. Is this a retired basketball player? Oops, Gao Lin's shot was a little off target. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Jun's sigh came to an end. And the Ipswich goalkeeper on the other side had already kicked the ball. The ball drew an arc in the air and flew towards the midfield. Song Wen looked up at the ball flying towards him. And out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure quickly approaching him from behind. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity, trying to withstand the impending pressure from behind. The 36-year-old Zheng Zhai took over the captain's armband again after Lippi took office. This highly controversial player, as the second Asian footballer of the year in the country, is deeply favored by Lippi, although he is no longer young and full of vigor. Zheng Zhai immediately communicated with his teammates after hearing Song Wen's speech. In this game, he will be the one to defend against this rude boy. At this point in the game, Zheng Zhai's defense is undoubtedly successful. During these 30 minutes, Song Wen didn't even dribble a few times. When he saw Zheng Zhai pressing forward, he would just pass the ball away, as if he was afraid just by seeing Zheng Zhai. This also made Zheng Zhai feel more contempt for Song Wen, thinking that he was just a clown who was trying to attract attention. The experienced Zheng Zhai had already determined the landing point before the ball reached its highest point. And what surprised him a little was that Song Wen, who had been walking on the courts, had already taken position early. The goalkeeper will naturally not kick the ball randomly. He will definitely kick it according to the position of his players. However, a powerful kick like this cannot be very accurate, and the players still need to find the position themselves. Zheng Zhai didn't think much about it, just thinking that the Ipswich goalkeeper's serve was too accurate, and ran towards Song Wen's position immediately. At this point in the game, he could also see that this young man who played in the championship was unexpectedly weak in physical confrontation. Although I have reached the twilight of my career, and my body is naturally not as good as it was in my peak period, what I lack more is endurance rather than explosive power. When he was about to approach Song Wen, Zheng Zhai keenly noticed that the other party's body leaned back slightly, and it was obvious that he had noticed him and adjusted his center of gravity. Zheng Zhai's rich experience gave him another boost of energy, and he rushed forward like a truck since Lippi took office. He has begun to boldly use more young players. But under this purpose, Zheng Zhi, who is already 36 years old, has become Lippi's most unwavering choice. Zheng Zhai is indeed good in terms of technology, but Lippi values his rich experience more. At the moment of jumping for a header, if there is an obvious collision or pushing action with the hands from behind, it is easy to be penalized for a foul. However, if Song Wenxian cannot create space, Zheng Zhai will have no way to compete for the header. So when Zheng Zhai saw Song Wen's body leaning back slightly, he chose to use his greatest force to push Song Wen away while both sides were still on the ground. In this situation, even if there were some small movements with his hands, it would be difficult for the referee to notice. However, just as the two bodies were about to touch, Zheng Zhai keenly noticed that the opponent's left foot was slightly lifted up. Just this small action made Zheng Zhai's eyelids twitch instantly. When you are stationary and know that you are about to face an impact, your first reaction must be to nail your feet firmly to the ground to increase friction. Song Wen leaned back slightly, obviously because he saw himself coming. But he chose to move at this time. I was tricked by this kid. This thought flashed through Zheng Zhai's mind. But he could no longer stop his steps. The distance between the two sides at this time was almost touching. Zheng Zhai could even clearly see the smile on the other person's mouth while moving. The ball has started to fall, and it is now at a height that can be reached over the head if one stops and jumps with all one's strength. But Zheng Zhai's body has lost balance. Oh, this ball. Zheng Zhai was actually fooled by the opponent. A very clever turn, along with Zhang Jun's exclamation. In the live broadcast, Song Wen's left shoulder sank, and then he turned sideways, allowing Zheng Zhai to rush over, almost brushing the corner of his clothes. Seeing that the ball was about to fall, Zheng Zhai had to forcibly release the force to stabilize his body. and then jumped suddenly. The ball almost brushed past Zheng Zhai's hair. Zheng Zhai's rich experience made him have almost no hesitation. While he was still in the air, his hand had already reached back to grab. The ball cannot be allowed to pass the opponent. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. He made the first judgment and decided to commit a tactical foul. Zheng Zhai grabbed Song Wen's clothes in midair and pulled them hard, realizing the imbalance in his body's center of gravity. Song Wen couldn't help but frown. The innate conditions of this body are indeed too poor. But soon, he found that even though his body was pulled backward by Zheng Zhai, his balance did not seem to be disturbed too much. This may be due to the flexibility of the sea cucumber player's abilities, or it may be due to the protection of the emperor. No matter what the reason was, looking at the ball about to fall in front of him, Song Wen was very sure that he could pass the ball and send it to where he wanted it to go. The ball in the air had not even landed on the ground. But Song Wen, who was leaning back, had already raised his foot and passed the ball without stopping. The ball flew high up, and Jan Jun said in the live broadcast room, Zheng Zhai is still very experienced. This really requires a tactical foul, however. Until he finished speaking, the referee's whistle still did not sound, in fact. The moment Song Wen kicked the ball, the referee's whistle was already at his lips. But just as he was about to blow the whistle, he discovered that the quality of this kick seemed to be exceptionally high. The ball did not fly straight into the sky as expected, but instead flew in a graceful arc, rapidly towards the right rear of the Chinese national team's defense line. Obviously, Song Wen's pass did not seem to be affected by his body imbalance. And this is a long pass with extremely high danger. Once Ipswich striker McGoldrick on the left gets the ball, it will directly lead to a one-on-one opportunity. In line with the principle of offensive advantage, the referee did not choose to blow the whistle to stop the game after a slight hesitation. This beautiful arc ball directly made the hearts of the fans at the scene flutter. McGoldrick looked at the ball flying in the air and was stunned for a moment. Then he took a step forward and rushed forward. Song Wen's pass not only almost fooled the referee, but also fooled his own forward. But the good news is that the Chinese national team defender Feng Xiaoding, who was marking him, was also deceived. This instantly created a half-body distance between McGoldrick and Feng Xiaoding. Seeing that the front was about to reach the restricted area, Feng Xiaoding knew that he had no way to catch up with the opponent, so he could only choose to reach out and pull. But McGoldrick was obviously not affected at all. He just swung his arm and directly waved Feng Xiaoding's hand away. The 30-year-old McGoldrick has been in the championship for countless years. With the improvement of players' training and medical levels, 30 is actually the golden age for players. With abundant physical fitness, rich experience and solid skills, not only that, McGoldrick also possesses the most precious bloodline in the world, black bloodline. This kind of precious bloodline is the god in politics in an ugly country and the god on the football field in Europe. Feng Xiaoding. He tried to reach out to stop McGoldrick, but failed. This ball is very dangerous. Zhan Jun's heart rose to his throat, but he soon breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. A mistake in stopping the ball. The ball was sent directly into Yan Junling's hands. No threat. Song Wen's pass seemed to be given a little too early, making McGoldrick's stop of the ball very reluctant, almost stretching out his entire foot. Hearing Zhan Jun's words, Fan Ji shook his head and said uncertainly, I think that the striker was a little slow in running for this ball. However, no one in the live broadcast room cared about what Fan Ji was saying. After the thrilling moment, the fans started celebrating. Damn, I almost got beaten by that guy. Is it a hit? Didn't you just say that this pass was beautiful? It's definitely going to be a blast. You let this guy pass the ball while standing still. If he can pass a ball like this, I'll just eat it. Those who say it's not a slap shot probably only saw football fields on TV. Right, that kid almost fell to the ground. How could he kick a pass like that? Go kick the ball yourself and you'll know. Song Wen didn't know that his exquisite pass turned out to be a blast. At this moment, He was helplessly looking at McGoldrick, who was walking towards him with his hands spread out. What a pity Song it was just a little short. Feeling Song Wen's gaze, McGoldrick explained indifferently, "You shouldn't be unable to catch the ball." Song Wen thought for a moment and added, "Even if you started a little slowly with your speed, the ball should have landed right at your feet." McGoldrick was a little embarrassed by Song Wen's blunt words, but he was too embarrassed to admit that he didn't take this game seriously and didn't do much warm-up before the game. He could only smile and say, "Oh, come on, Song. It's just a friendly match. Do you want me to fight with all my strengths?" Looking at the other party's indifferent attitude, Song Wen smiled. Sometimes noble blood comes at the cost of inferior brains. After starting a few games at the beginning of this season, McGoldrick failed to score and has been sitting next to the water dispenser for a while. Although this is a friendly match, everyone understands that the so-called commercial nature is something the big boss considers. Now that the team's record is not good, this game will still serve as a reference for the coaching staff who are seeking change to consider the players. Seeing that the other party was curling his thick lips to express his helplessness, Song Wen directly said, "It seems like there's a reason why you went from starting to being a substitute for 5 consecutive games. And now you can only play in friendly matches." Hearing Song Wen's words, McGoldrick's dark skin flushed. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Song Wen. "Go to the left wings, and I'll teach you how to play as a striker." Chapter 6 Red Card. The most stable episode of the Chinese national football team. Song Wen's words made McGoldrick freeze in place. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the young man suddenly shouting at him, "Why are you still standing there? Go back to defense." The Chinese national football team goalkeeper Yan Junling had already quickly sent the ball out. McGoldrick subconsciously took a step and ran back. He didn't react until he ran more than 10 meters. Is this defense what he should do as a forward? He couldn't help but turn his head to look, as a midfielder. Song Wen was still strolling behind himself. "Fuck you." Big Black couldn't help but swear. But since he had already started running, he could only continue running towards his own half. Yan Junling did not choose to make a long pass, but instead threw the ball directly. The ball quickly came to Zhang Zhai's feet after several passes from the national team players. And then he made a straight pass to Zhang Yuning, who had already started accelerating. Zhang Yuning. He successfully withstood the Ipswich defense and is dribbling the ball quickly. We know that Zhang Yuning is still playing in the Eredivisie in Europe. We can see that his style of play is still very tough, even when facing the interception of Ipswich's tall defenders. He is not at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. Wu Lei on the other side has quickly made his move. Another through ball. Hey Wu Lei in the live broadcast. Wu Lei passed the defender who was marking him. The ball was not far in front of him, and suddenly a figure rushed out from the right side. Drip drip as the referee's shrill whistle sounded. Wu Lei fell to the ground and rolled over holding his ankle. The young player who tackled Wu Lei turned pale and looked in the direction of the referee immediately. He knew that his action just now was very dangerous. And before that, he had already received a yellow card. What greeted him was the second yellow card held high by the referee. And then the bright red card, 2 yellow cards, red card. The Ipswich defender's kick was a bit too harsh. The question now is Wu Lei seems to be in pain. Can he continue the game? The young player who was shown a red card wanted to step forward to argue. But the referee responded with a gesture that did not allow for argument. He sighed and could only walk to the sidelines helplessly. After rolling on the ground for a while, Wu Lei rubbed his calves and stood up again. Oh. There was a deafening cheer in the football stadium. Wu Lei doesn't seem to be in any serious condition. In that case, Ipswich now has 1 player sent off with a red card. This is very good news for us during this period of time. The live broadcast even compared the data of the 2 teams. The Chinese national team had a possession rate of 75%, while Ipswich had only 25%. In the player activity charts, the red color representing the Chinese national football team occupies a full 2/3. It is worth mentioning that the official live broadcast released Song Wen's activity trajectory map, and it showed that Song Wen's off-ball running distance was only less than 2 kilometers. The game was almost 40 minutes in, and it was unbelievable that a midfielder hadn't even run 2,000 meters on the field. For a moment, netizens were flooded with ridicule. 2 kilometers. My grandfather can walk 5 kilometers in the park in 40 minutes. Big brother, you are a little too much. Is your grandfather wearing Iron Man's prosthetic limbs? Fact check, FIFA data shows that the average running distance of professional football players in a game is close to 10,000 meters, with the minimum being around 6,000 meters. The players who run the most can run more than 12,000 meters. This kid has long legs and a big mouth. They have been suppressed all the time, and now they are one man short. I really don't know how the tractor boy will win. Does this kid think that the current Chinese national football team is the same as before? The Chinese national team, which had the advantage in numbers, soon launched another continuous attack on Ipswich's goal. Outside the venue, an online carnival targeting Song Wen also began. Before Ipswich was sent off with a red card, Song Wen's remarks had already caused an uproar on the internet. But those fierce words were mostly spoken by fans and netizens. The truly smart self-media and big Vs are actually still waiting and watching. There is no way. The Chinese national football team is really untrustworthy. What if we fight too early and the Chinese national football team, which has never disappointed its fans, really loses the game? Wouldn't that be a laughing stock? But after Ipswich was short of one player, the outcome of the game was obviously very clear. Even if the Chinese national football team is so bad, when the opponent is one man down even if they don't score, they can't possibly lose the ball right as a result. Various news releases were flying all over the internet, and it even became a hot topic, attracting the attention of many ordinary netizens who did not pay attention to football. Chinese funny. In the Chinese national football friendly match, overseas Chinese players made irresponsible remarks and caused controversy. 0-7, I think it's 7-0. How should the high-profile ridicule of the Chinese national football team end before the game? When keyboard warriors begin to invade football. No breakthroughs in 40 minutes too. 0 meters of running without the ball. Is this true ability or just a show of force? These media outlets frantically edited the manuscripts and published them immediately without even having time to correct typos. Wang Yao is a freelance writer for an online media company. After staring at the background data for a while, a satisfied smile appeared on his chubby face, and his glasses on the bridge of his nose were squeezed up and down. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to his friend. "Old Tangs, what are you doing? The manuscript is not finished yet. It's been 5 minutes since I sent out the 3 manuscripts. 800,000 reads in 5 minutes, hahaha. Stop yelling, there was a sudden power outage at home. I'm afraid we won't be able to enjoy this wave of heat. It's okay, it's okay. When I become the editor-in-chief, I'll treat you to a meal. Hahaha, I saw it, you cursed really harshly. You cursed every one of his ancestors, of course, old Tang. As a journalist, your sense of smell is still not sharp enough. You always wait until something happens before writing an article. But how can you be in times? What is the most important thing for a journalist? Foresight, to be honest. I wrote these 3 articles when the game started. I originally wanted to publish them after the game, but I didn't expect Ipswich to be so powerful. My article was the first one published on the entire network. Wang Yao was chatting happily with his friends and didn't even look at the computer screen, because he was reluctant to buy a membership. He watched the live broadcast of the animation, which was really boring. Just when he was about to give some pointers to his old friend, a slightly harsh beeping sound suddenly came from the computer speakers. Then came computer-generated cheers. Without even looking, Wang Yao knew it was a goal. Haha, did old Tang see that? This is the most stable episode of the Chinese national football team. After he sent the message, he looked at the computer. He stretched his neck forward and narrowed his eyes. He felt that the computer screen seemed a little blurry. Why do I feel like this 0 and 1 are reversed? Wang Yao stared at the computer screen intently and felt his heart begin to beat wildly. He almost had a cerebral thrombosis. He let out a long sigh and mentally told himself to calm down. This kind of software often reports wrong scores. Just wait a while, however, until the live animation showed that the Chinese national football team kicked off again. The final score remained unchanged. In an instant, Wang Yao's face turned pale, He wrote a lot of things that were wrong in the article he just wrote. The key point is not to scold Song Wen harshly, after all. Even if the Chinese national football team loses, Song Wen will still be scolded to death by the fans. The key point is that he also praised the Chinese national football team a lot. He also made a prediction about the final score and wrote with absolute certainty that the Chinese national football team would win a big victory. The cell phone rang. Looking at the word editor-in-chief displayed on the screen, Wang Yao answered the call in a daze. Because of Wang Yao's article, their self-media company's account received thousands of reports and complaints in just 2 minutes, causing the account to be temporarily locked and turned into a blocked state. You should know that this national football match has become a very popular topic. As a self-media company whose main service content is football information, the loss will be huge if the account is blocked at this time. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yao stared at the computer screen for a while, feeling a surge of inexplicable anger, CNM. 11 people are still able to lose the ball when fighting against 10 people. Are they kicking you? He quickly opened the live broadcast page, and without thinking, scanned the code to activate his membership. No matter what, he wanted to die with a clear mind. At this time, the first half of the game between the two sides was over, and the score was Ipswich 1-0 China. Wang Yao dragged the progress bar and dragged the game back to 45 minutes. Regular time has ended and the two sides are still tied at 0-0. The time in the upper right corner shows that there are only 2 minutes of injury time. The Chinese national team also launched fierce attacks around Ipswich's penalty area. The game passed by minute. When the time came to 46 minutes and 30 seconds, the Chinese national team took a corner kick. Wang Yao looked at the time again. He couldn't understand how the Chinese national team lost the ball with less than 30 seconds left. The ball flew in the air past Gao Linsman's head and landed on Wu Lei's head, Wu Lei header. This header was too straight. The goalkeeper punched it right away, along with the sound of drums coming from the live radio. Zhan Jun's voice also sounded a little impatient. The ball flew in the air and before it hit the ground, there was a chaotic scramble for it among the crowd. McGoldrick, who had retreated to the penalty area to defend, relied on his tall and strong physique to force Wu Zai away and kick the ball out with his big foot. This move was originally just an attempt to clear the ball. The match time was about to end, and as long as the ball was kicked out, the Chinese national team would not have time to launch a second attack. However, as luck would have it, the ball flew towards Song Wen, who was on the periphery. At this time, behind Song Wen, there were only 2 defenders of the Chinese national team, Feng Xiaoding and Jiang Zhaipeng. Jiang Zhaipeng rushed over immediately, trying to compete with Song Wen for a header, while Feng Xiaoding, who was equally experienced, had already started to retreat in order to block Song Wen's route in advance after he got the ball. Song Wen knew that there was not much time left in the game, and this might be the best chance in the first half. After walking for 45 minutes, the head coach McCarthy's dissatisfied shouts would occasionally jump into Song Wen's ears. If he continued to stroll, he might not even have a chance to play in the second half. Just as the ball was about to fall, Jiang Zhaipeng had already held Song Wen's body tightly. Naturally, he had been paying attention to this arrogant boy. He knew that his physical fitness was not very good, but his footwork and flexibility seemed to be very good. He had actually seen Zheng Zhai almost get knocked down. At this time, the first half of the game was almost over, and in Jiang Zhaipeng's plan, It was not impossible for him to break the rules when necessary. As soon as he touched Song Wen's body, Jiang Zhaipeng felt like he had hit a ball of cotton. If we use something he is more familiar with as an analogy, sea cucumbers seemed to be more appropriate. It was soft and sticky, giving him a feeling of being unable to exert any strength. He originally wanted to push the other person away with his body. But Song Wen was like an old man practicing Tai Chi in the park. His body swayed, but he did not lose his balance at all. Seeing that he couldn't hold his position anymore and Song Wen in front of him had already jumped up, Jiang Zhaipeng had no choice but to stretch out his hands. With both feet off the ground, a slight push can make the person flip over. Song Wen's body did indeed pounce forward, directly deviating from the ball's trajectory, but soon there was a burst of incredible exclamations from the whole audience. Because Song Wen made way, the ball hit Jiang Zhaipeng in the chest. The referee took a deep breath and was about to call a foul when a foot suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Zhaipeng like a ghost. It was as if Song Wen had eyes behind him. He lightly kicked the ball with his heel, and it flew directly over Jiang Zhaipeng's head. Song Wen, who seemed to have lost his balance, turned around and rushed behind Jiang Zhaipeng at the first moment. At this moment, the sea cucumber's energy that had been accumulated for 45 minutes completely exploded. Jiang Zhaipeng had just turned around when he felt a gust of wind blowing past him. He didn't even have time to react and grab the other person's arm to interfere. "Hey, this ball is amazing," Fan Ji, who had been silent, said in the live broadcast. "This guy's body balance ability is a bit terrifying." And this speed, Jiang Zhaipeng was left behind. And now there is only Feng Xiaoding in front of him. After Song Wen activated the full speed of the sea cucumber mode, he directly shocked Feng Xiaoding, who was still returning to defense. He originally wanted to intercept the opponent's advance route directly, but now he found that if he did not squeeze to the right side earlier, he would most likely be overtaken by the opponent. Seeing Feng Xiaoding running towards him, Song Wen directly chose to take the ball to the bottom line. This gives the opponent the illusion that he is waiting for his teammates to pass the ball. After running wildly, Feng Xiaoding landed breathlessly, staring at the ball at Song Wen's feet. On the other hand, Song Wen, after a long run, seemed as if nothing had happened. Without blushing or beating his heart, he began to slow down the pace, taking small steps forward with the ball on the edge of the penalty area, forcing Feng Xiaoding to follow him to the baseline. But suddenly he made a sideways move in the opposite direction to create space. Jiang Zhaipeng finally rushed to the position, and Song Wen raised his right foot slightly, giving Feng Xiaoding and Jiang Zhaipeng the illusion that he was going to pass the ball. After raising his foot 3 times in a row, Song Wen suddenly pulled the ball back with his left foot, inducing Feng Xiaoding to steal the ball, and suddenly moved the outside of his foot forward. And the ball went directly under Feng Xiaoding's crotch. Feng Xiaoding subconsciously wanted to close his legs, but it was too late. Looking at Song Wen passing by him, he subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab him. But then he remembered that this was in the restricted area. With his confused thoughts, Feng Xiaoding's steps also became disordered. He tripped and fell to the ground on the other side. Jiang Zhaipeng stretched out his foot but failed to touch the ball. In order to prevent a foul in the penalty area, he had to retract his foot. Song Wen went straight through the gap between the two people. Yan Junling had no choice but to take the initiative at this time. The moment he saw Song Wen's right foot turn inside out, he tried his best to open his arms and slide down to prevent the opponent from passing the ball through the small door under his crotch. However, Song Wen changed his steps again. From the inner instep to the toes, just a light lift. The football drew a beautiful parabola and flew over Yan Junling's head. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, it rolled lightly into the goals. For a moment, the entire Olympic Sports Center was silent. "The ball goes in," Shan Jun's incredible voice rang out, followed by a long silence. And then Fan Ji's sigh rang out. "This kid is full of fake moves, so deceptive. Did he come to England from northern Myanmar?" In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments instantly exploded at this moment. End of this chapter. No one would have thought that the Chinese national football team, which had always had the advantage in the situation, would not only fail to score a goal when facing an opponent with one less player, but would even lose a goal in the last 30 seconds of the game. The football field was completely silent. Not to mention the fans. Even the 11 players of the Chinese national team on the field did not expect it. Yan Junling looked back at the ball still spinning in the goal, his face full of confusion in the live broadcast room. All kinds of curses were frantically filling the screen at this moment. RNM national football team returned the money. Kick your horse, fuck, I bought 0-10-23. But I didn't expect to lose the ball. SB Chinese national football team. They really don't care about their shame. I have to say, this kid's goal is really something. How disgusting, how can he pretend to be like this? I really didn't expect Feng Xiaoting to be knocked down directly. He is already a veteran. As the discussion in the live broadcast room continued, the Chinese national football team kicked off again in the midfield. As soon as the ball started to move, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half 1-0. The first half is over. Song Wen wiped the non-existent sweat from his face, walked off the field and waved to the fans in the audience with a smile on his face. It was not until this moment that the fans finally reacted. Damn it, why is this kid so pretentious? Why are you pretending it's just a lucky ball? I'm so blessed. It seemed that the fans were not satisfied with just cursing, and several mineral water bottles were thrown from the stands. Song Wen shook his head helplessly. These fans are hopeless. If you like the Chinese national football team, is that a sign of self-abuse? In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun hesitated for a moment and said, "It's really a pity. I didn't expect that after attacking for 45 minutes. The Chinese national team relaxed a little in the final injury time, which led to the opponent scoring a goal, after all." Zhan Jun is a mature commentator, so he seems much more tactful when speaking. However, Fan Jie, who has always been outspoken, obviously did not understand Zhan Jun's desire to comfort the sad fans. To be honest, this guy is really good at this ball. If you replace me, I may not be able to defend him. Why do I feel like this guy is playing the pig to eat the tiger? At this moment, the live broadcast was replaying Song Wen's goal, which made Fan Jie unable to help but analyze it again. Honestly, I really don't believe you when you say this kid has never played a formal game before. Look at how he got away from the opponents. And with such speed, he directly blew up Jiang Zhaipeng. Most importantly, look at his fake move. It's no wonder that Feng Xiaoting was knocked off his feet by him. This kid has speed techniqued a very high football IQ, which is the most important thing. Although his physical confrontation ability is indeed a bit lacking, I think he should have no problem playing in the English Championship. I really don't understand. Listening to Fan Jie's frank remarks, Zhan Jun could only respond awkwardly. If it were normal for such sharp comments to be made, there wouldn't be much of a problem, after all. Fans have been scolding the Chinese national football team for a long time. But the timing and nature of today's game are really awkward. It is the 29th day of the lunar year, which is New Year's Eve the next year. When many media outlets were promoting this game, they directly wrote such incredible headlines as "The Chinese national football team, Happy New Year to you." As a result, the Chinese national football team played like this. It would be fine if they could make a comeback in the end. But if they really lost, what would be the difference between this and happily walking into a cinema and ending up watching a movie about a car accident and death during the New Year's Day? It was just after 6 o'clock in the evening, and they said they would provide the fans with a New Year's Eve dinner in advance. But when the plates were brought over, the lid was lifted. Yo-ho, a piece of shit. Seeing that Fan Jie was going to continue bragging, Zhan Jun could only change the subject. But the most important thing for the Chinese national team now is to adjust their mentality. After failing to score in the first half, they may have been a little anxious. I think in the second half, as long as the Chinese national team follows their own rhythm and plays steadily, With one less player on the other side, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As the Chinese national football team lost a goal in the first half of the game, discussions from the outside world became heated again, and it once again became a hot topic. Not only in the outside world, but also in the players' resting room. A violent storm was brewing. The atmosphere seemed to be frozen. With the assistance of an interpreter, Lippi was adjusting the tactics for the second half. But it was clear that the Chinese national team players seemed a little distracted. Losing a goal when the opponent was one man down was obviously a huge blow to morale. What's more, the goal was scored by the young guy who made such a big statement before the game. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face of these national team players. Feng Xiaoding was daydreaming at the moment, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Feng Xiaoding is also a veteran before Lippi took office. He was the captain of the Chinese national football team. However, when facing a young player today, he was knocked down in the penalty area. This was obviously a very embarrassing thing for Feng Xiaoding. At this moment, Feng Xiaoding was not only thinking about how to keep a close eye on the opponent in the second half, but he had also begun to conceive a 1,000-word essay. Zheng Zhai saw that his teammates were not in a good mood. So he clapped his hands while Lippi was speaking to attract everyone's attention and said, "Brothers, it's just a goal we lost. We just lacked some luck in the first half. We will definitely be able to make it back in the second half." On the other side in the Ipswich Players' Lounge, although they were leading by 1 goal, the atmosphere was not very good. The players were naturally impressed by Song Wen's final performance. At first they were smiling and congratulating Song Wen. But as head coach McCarthy walked into the locker room with a frown, the atmosphere instantly became cold. They are just a group of substitute players, not those superstars worth tens of millions. So they naturally have to maintain absolute respect for the coach. As soon as McCarthy walked into the lounge, his eyes turned to Song Wen in the crowd. He coughed and asked, "Song, what did you do? Why do Longguo fans hate you so much?" The first half of the game had just ended, and McCarthy had just picked up his mobile phone when he received a call from the big boss. From the big boss's angry questioning, he learned how big a mess Song Wen had caused for their team. Hearing McCarthy's question, Song Wen spread his hands and responded indifferently. "I didn't say anything, I just said we would beat them 7-0. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an exaggerated booing in the lounge. "Oh, Song, you are so bold, haha, you're a hero, 7-0. If you said 2-0, I would have wanted to fight a little harder." This is too scary. McCarthy was somewhat helpless, in fact. He had been patient with Song Wen for a full 45 minutes and had originally planned to make a substitution after the first half. But he did not expect that the opponent would change his mind in just 30 seconds. Laymen watched the excitement while insiders watched the door. The solid skills that Song Wen displayed in the last 30 seconds made him look at him with new eyes. So even though the big boss got angry, he still decided to find Song Wen in person to figure out the situation. The big boss doesn't care about winning or losing this friendly match. Of course he doesn't have to care, but he has to care about whether he can find a player for the team who can improve the current situation. Obviously, judging from the situation in the first half, Song Wen seemed to be his top choice. It's not that McCarthy is willing to offend the boss for such a young player who has just emerged, but because it is closely related to his own interests. If you offend the Dragon Country fans, you will lose the big boss's money. But if the team really gets relegated from the championship to League One, he will be the one who loses his job. Seeing Song Wen's nonchalant look, McCarthy couldn't help but ask, "Why do you say such things? You should understand what you stand for." Hearing McCarthy's words, Song Wen put away the playful expression on his face, stood up seriously, looked directly into the old man's eyes, and responded word by word, quote, "I don't think there's anything wrong with what I said. If the game is not about winning, if the purpose of playing football is not to put more balls into the opponent's goal, then why are we standing here?" The young man wearing the No. 11 jersey had a serious expression and spoke in a loud and clear voice. McCarthy's pupils trembled slightly, obviously shocked by Song Wen's extremely high-sounding words. The entire lounge fell into silence, even McGoldrick, who was extremely hostile towards Song Wen, was looking at the young man in surprise. Seeing that everyone present was fooled by him, Song Wen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he doesn't like the Chinese national football team, it has to be said that he was able to resolve crises time and time again. And the Chinese national football team played an indispensable role behind the scenes. Just like this very pretentious sentence. He might not have been able to say it in the past, but not long after he knocked Feng Xiaoding down on the court, he gained a new abilities. The anti-fan value Feng Xiaoding has reached 50,000, and the ability has been obtained Football Literary Star. What? Football Literary Star, you become more eloquent and eloquent. When you edit short essays on social media, your debate thinking, sensational ability and online strength will be greatly improved. When Song Wen first acquired this ability, he was a little confused. He really couldn't understand how a player could be related to writing essays. The most important thing is that this ability has nothing to do with playing football, as if it is just a useless ability. But looking at McCarthy's expression now, it seems to be quite useful. Seeing that the situation was somewhat stalemate, assistant coach Connor on the side quickly spoke up. Song is right, we have to try our best to win every game. This is our duty and obligation as players, of course, Song. Don't think that Coach McCarthy is blaming you. He is just worried about you after seeing you being attacked by so many fans. Hearing Connor's words, Song Wen looked at the relatively young assistant coach in surprise. I didn't expect that foreigners also have their own Wenquixing. Connor's clearance was undoubtedly very timely. McCarthy nodded and said, "You are all my children. And I don't want to see any of my children get hurt." The players were all moved. But Song Wen noticed that the old man's face was flushed. White people's skin has a huge flaw once it gets red and warm. It can easily damage other people's retinas. "Thank you, coach." Song Wen expressed his gratitude politely at the moment. It seemed that there should be no problem for him to play in the second half. McCarthy thought for a moment and continued, "Song, I think with your playing style, maybe the striker position would be more suitable for you." In McCarthy's view, Song Wen is excellent in terms of dribbling speed, footwork and shooting ability. This is a very important ability for a striker, especially a winger. But if we judge Song Wen's performance in the first half by the standards of a midfielder, Song Wen is undoubtedly not qualified. Now the team's main strikers are not in good shape, and this is when they need a striker. He saw the potential in Song Wen. However, Song Wen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Coach, I still like playing in midfield." Why? Because the strikers only need to score goals. But we in the midfield have a lot to consider. Seeing Song Wen's insistence, McCarthy said nothing more. Song Wen walked aside and took out his cell phone from the closet. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. If Wenquixing's ability is only used to resolve conflicts within the team, it seems to be a waste of talent. The system that I obtained seems to be able to gain power by constantly attracting negative comments from other people's fans. If this is the case, then today the football world's Wenquixing will not only come down to earth, but will also go online. According to the memory of my predecessor, although he has always been abroad, he seems to have a strong sense of identity with Longuo and has his own account on Weibo. Song Wen decided to fire his first shot against anti-fans on Weibo. He skillfully opened Weibo and clicked on his own homepage. Before posting the first Weibo he took over, Song Wen subconsciously flipped through the content previously posted by the original owner. As a result, the color on the screen made Song Wen blush. The halftime break was about to end, but the arguments outside the stadium were already intensifying. On Weibo, 3 camps have been formed and are fighting fiercely. One side is the neutral party that will appear in any event. They are not content to just sit there and watch the show, and always leave a comment below the comments, "I don't know the truth, so I won't comment." They act like wise men. And then someone will reply, "You didn't make a comment. You just barked." One side is the fans of the Chinese national football team. They believed that the main reason why the Chinese national football team lost the game was that they were disturbed by Song Wen's language before the game. They extended cordial greetings to Song Wen's ancestors and believed that the other party was despicable, vulgar and shameless, as we all know. The Chinese national football team also has a lot of black fans because of its excellent performance. The two sides immediately started to confront each other on Weibo. I can only say that Song Wen saved the Chinese national football team. In the future, the Chinese national football team will no longer have to blame the grass or the weather when they lose a game. They can just blame Song Wen. It's all Song Zema's fault. To be honest, Song Wen is indeed a good player. I don't know why Chinese football fans should criticize him. That's right. And the Chinese national football team played like this. Shouldn't they be criticized? No matter how badly the Chinese national football team plays, they are still our children. The family members can scold them as much as they want. But why should he? I think so too. No matter how much we fans curse him, we just hate him for not fighting. He is being sarcastic and has ulterior motives. Banana people are like this. Compared with the Chinese national football team, I hate banana people more. As soon as the banana man theory came out, the debate between the two sides instantly became one-sided. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, hash once again became a hot topic. Just as Song Wen was about to become the target of everyone's criticism, a hot news search once again attracted everyone's attention. Ipswich young player speaks out on Weibo, hash the fans, who had nowhere to vent their angers, rushed over without thinking when they saw that the other party actually had an account on domestic social media. Brothers, let's start the Banana Man team. These people seem to have found Song Wen's fatal weakness. As long as I'm holding the Banana Man, no matter how good you are at playing football, you have to kneel down to me. The first topic is the portal to Song Wen's Weibo. The Weibo name is the same as Song Wen, simple and clear. When you click on Weibo, the first post is a selfie of Song Wen in the player lounge, wearing the No 11 team jersey, with the caption in the first half of the match against the Chinese national football team. I scored my first goal in an official match in my life. Thank you for your support. This understated remark undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Some people clicked directly on the comments and started typing, while others started scrolling down to see if Song Wen had posted anything else. However, these people just flipped through 2 pages and were dumbfounded. There aren't many posts on Song Wen's Weibo, but every one of these few posts is dyed bright red. The first post on Weibo was on the first day of October 5 years ago. Below the copywriting of wishing our motherland prosperity is a bright red flag. And every year since then, it has never stopped. Looking through Song Wen's Weibo, there is not even any content about daily life. Only homesickness that is so strong that it is about to overflow the screen. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, I want to go home. The moon in China is definitely rounder than the moon abroad. Dragon Boat Festival, I want to eat zongzi. It's Chinese New Year. I haven't seen fireworks for a long time. When can I go home? I saw the news about the typhoon in the coastal areas and donated 50 €0 which is all my savings. I must work harder to train and play football so that I can help more people. The time span of these Weibo posts is as long as 5 years. In other words, there is no possibility of any conspiracy theory at all. Netizens looked at each other in bewilderment across the internet. How can this be called a banana man? Isn't this definitely Red Boy? At this moment they realized a problem. On the other hand, those netizens who started criticizing without doing any background checks are now in trouble. The outraged netizens were typing away at full speed. And Wang Ye, a media person, also joined the online army attacking Song Wen. He began to edit a short essay of thousands of words, listing Song Wen's 7 sins, and vowed to nail him to the pillar of shame and avenge his previous humiliation. However, when he finished editing and clicked send, He was surprised to find that the other party only allows fans to comment. Wang Yao was stunned for a moment, and a huge feeling of humiliation rushed into his cerebellum. If you want to criticize Song Wen, you must first become a fan of Song Wen. Wang Yao took a deep breath, opened Baidu and searched for fans. Fans English, fans is an internet term, a foreign word, commonly known as star chasers in China, referring to people who are obsessed with and worship a celebrity, fanatical fans of something, and a group of people who worship a star artist or thing. He moved the mouse and clicked expand 4 entries with the same name. Vermicelli is one of the common foods in Longguo. It is a filamentous food made from mung bean, sweet potato starch, hence the name vermicelli. After completing his own payue, he clicked the follow button without hesitation. Who says haters are not fans? After officially becoming a fan of Song Wen, Wang Yao skillfully copied and pasted the message and pressed send again. It was detected that there were illegal words in your comment. Please modify it and try again. Wang Yao was slightly startled and quickly began to check the content of his essay. As a self-media worker, he was very familiar with the blocked words on these platforms and could only blame himself for being overwhelmed by anger. Soon Wang Yao finished revising his essay again. Looking at his brilliantly written essay, the heart-wrenching greetings in every word, and the fact that his nationality was highlighted in capital letters, Wang Yao showed a smile of victory. As long as he brings up nationality, he is invincible. Next, he would hire some internet trolls at his own expense to push this short essay to the top of the hot comments. In this way, he will become famous in one battle. Then direct the traffic to your own Weibo homepage and Earth public account. That shit company is not worth mentioning from today on. He will become a patriotic football critic famous for his sharp insights in the football world and set up his own independent studio. From today on, the football world will have its own Ding Taisheng. With great expectations in mind, Wang Yao pressed the send button again. Sorry, the other party has closed the comment function. Wang Yao's eyes widened, bang, bang, bang. The table was smashed with a loud bang, and keycaps flew everywhere in the dim room. You are talented but unlucky. You are talented but unlucky. What he didn't know was that when he read the rest of Song Wen's Weibo posts 5 minutes later, he would be filled with gratitude to Song Wen. Song Wen did underestimate the enthusiasm of his fans. He didn't expect that once his Weibo post was exposed, his number of fans increased from 1 to more than in just 5 minutes. And under the Weibo post he just published, the number of comments is almost equal to the number of fans. After Aleph, you are not really anxious to scold him. Who would be willing to humiliate yourself by clicking the follow button? When you open the comment section, it is almost entirely filled with banana people. It's enough for us to scold the Chinese national football team ourselves. And the fake foreigners should just go eat your fries and burgers. He scored a lucky goal, but he still showed off on Weibo. He is too petty. Young people should be more cautious. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. Go back to your England, however. The comments of these banana people were basically deleted by the other party himself very quickly. Probably because they saw the positive energy on his Weibo. With less than 3 minutes left before the start of the second half, Song Wen posted another Weibo. Dear fans, I am surprised by your enthusiasm. I believe many fans are very curious about me and have left a lot of questions. Next, I will temporarily close the comment area and have friendly exchanges with friends who have left messages. Fans who did not leave messages in time should not worry. I will reopen the comment function after the game starts. As soon as the Weibo post was published, the number of fans, which had begun to decline, began to slowly rise again. Song Wen opened the comment section and started replying. User 212,139, Banana Man, get out of Dragon Country. Song Wen, I am your father. Pink Wave, playing football is like strolling around the streets. I rely on my teammates to support me. I just ate a piece of cake. I don't know what I should be proud of. Song Wen, what right do you have to call the Chinese national football team a grandma who can't even defend against street urchins. User 92389, a clown who is trying to attract attention. Trying to deceive fans. I will unfollow you after I finish commenting. Song Wen, baby. You curse like you are acting like a spoiled child. Scorpio Orange Cat, there is still half of the game to go. If you stick your tail up so early, you might hurt your back. Don't worry, brothers. We still have the advantage in numbers. We will slap him in the face after the game is over. Song Wen 80 vs 60, the advantage is mine. Beaker Girl, after reading your other Weibo posts, I wonder if you have a mental breakdown. You say you are patriotic, but you criticize the Chinese national football team at the same time. How disgusting. Song Wen, do you have to love the country's football team? If the Chinese national football team was patriotic, would it play like this? I hate your moral kidnapping. If you love kidnapping so much, why don't you play with letters? Nguyen, why are you cursing? You even curse at a girl. Song Wen, I just cursed, so what? Is the Beaker Girl also a girl? It's a cup. User 32044, not buddies. You call this friendly interaction? Song Wen, the final right of interpretation belongs to me. The song, it's time to enter. Assistant Coach Connor's voice came. Song Wen nodded and put the phone back into the closet. In 3 Minutesh finished replying to 180 comments. An average of 60 comments per minute. Or 1 comment per second. Song Wen, who successfully entered the realm of Key Immortal, felt even more admiration for Feng Xiaoding. You really can't blame the other party for not being good at playing football. Writing a short essay on the internet is indeed more fun than playing football. Song Wen's full firepower directly stunned many netizens. After living for so many years and watching football for so many years, when have they ever seen anyone dare to scold fans like this on social media? Although they are just haters. Does that mean haters are not fans? Don't anti-fans have any dignity? A group of people started clamoring to file a complaint. But then they thought, where can they report? In fact, Song Wen had considered carefully before daring to frantically attract traffic from black fans online. They don't play football in your country, and they don't rely on your domestic fans for their livelihood. Coupled with his red Weibo, you can't even accuse him of hurting people's feelings. If the top clubs in the 5 major leagues, in order to cooperate with domestic interests, might put some pressure on you and even pretend to give you a response, and then impose a mild punishment, some will simply ignore it. Think about what punishment a certain Gunners midfielder received. As for his own club Ipswich, I'm sorry. I ruined the business cooperation a long time ago. When the 2 teams returned to the court, the atmosphere was obviously more tense than in the first half. In the audience, fans beat drums and cheered wildly, cheering for the national football team while giving warm greetings to Song Wen. The Chinese national football team players looked at Song Wen with increasingly ferocious eyes. No one expected that the guy on the opposite side would have the leisure to confront netizens on social media during the 15-minute halftime break. He also cursed the Chinese national football team several times. This is intolerable. There is no need for Lippy to continue feeding them chicken soup. The Chinese national football team players are already full of confidence and are determined to win today's game. In the second half of the game, the 2 sides changed sides. After the Chinese national team kicked off, they continued to use ground penetration and ball control to slowly advance. Song Wen, who is highly valued by the national football team players, did not seem to be excited by the goal in the first half. He was still strolling like an old man, but unlike Song Wen, other Ipswich players seemed full of energy compared to their performance in the first half. These players are the team's substitutes, and many of them are young and full of vigor. Song Wen's words, "Why play football if you don't want to win?" obviously aroused everyone's enthusiasm, facing the Ipswich players who began to press high. The Chinese national team seemed a little flustered compared to the calmness in the first half. In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun looked at the actions of the Ipswich players and said in confusion, "Coach McCarthy is very interesting. We saw that with one man less. He chose a formation change that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. And on the back lines, we can see that there are only 3 people left. This is a change from the initial 442 to a 343 formation. Of course, now with one man less, it should be 333. This is really hard to understand, because we know that the 343 formation itself is actually not very common. And it is also a top-heavy attacking formation. If you use such a formation with fewer people, you are really giving the Chinese national team a chance. Hearing Zhan Jun's words, Fan Ji nodded and analyzed. This is indeed quite strange, logically speaking. You are leading in the first half and you are outnumbered. So you should shrink your formation and play a defensive counterattack. But he not only adjusted to a formation with a weaker defense, but also changed his tactics, choosing to have his players press high up the pitch. In fact, this was not McCarthy's idea, but Song Wen's idea. Song Wen knows these national football players too well. If we really shrink the defense line and allow the Chinese national team to pass the ball back and forth, maybe they will actually pass the ball into the goal. But once you press high up the pitch, the Chinese national team players, who have rough footwork skills, will inevitably make mistakes. And the facts were just as Song Wen expected. The Chinese national team failed to pass the ball more than 4 times at the beginning of the game and made mistakes under the high-pressure defense. Faced with 2 people blocking him, the player on the left chose to make a long pass to transfer the ball to the right. There is nothing wrong with his idea, after all. With Ipswich one man down, choosing high-pressure pressing would inevitably lead to defensive gaps on the other side. But the problem was that, perhaps because the grass was too slippery or the wind in the stadium was too strong, Wu Zi, who was on the right side, did not stop the ball well. The ball landed at Wu Zi's feet, bounced lightly, and rolled 10 meters away to the feet of Ipswich defender Chambers. This stop of the ball not only stunned the fans, but even Chambers, who got the ball, was stunned. It even made Fan Ji in the live broadcast room stop laughing. Ouch, Wu Zi stopped the ball. Oh, this really can't be blamed on Wu Zi. He actually wanted to pass the ball to himself 3 minutes later. But he didn't expect the opposing defender to be so good at calculating and predicting it. There's really nothing we can do about it. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw this outrageous scene, they couldn't hold it in anymore. No, Wu Zi, do you have springs on your feet? 66,666. Anyone who has played football knows that it is difficult to stop the ball when no one is pressing. Don't blame the players. Blame the ball for being too round or the grass for being too slippery. The previous analysis is very accurate, but it is a little bit missing. We should also blame Song Zema. What Song Zema? It's Song Zi. Isn't it Song Niu Tumor Horse? Isn't it Song Niu Liuma? What? Song Wen doesn't know yet that he has been given countless nicknames by great netizens. Chambers made a long pass and sent the ball over. As the team's main defender and captain, Chambers' pass was just right. So Song Wen didn't even need to jump to compete for the header. But at the same time, Zheng Zhai also rushed over as soon as possible. The ball fell from a high altitude. Song Wen judged the landing point and took position. He opened his handsling on Zheng Zhai with his body, then lightly touched the ball with his toes, and then immediately released the force downwards. The ball stopped in front of Song Wen without moving. The 10-meter stop of the Chinese national football team in the previous moment is still vivid in our minds. And the next moment, Song Wen's unloading of the ball was a direct teaching move. Even the audience, who had clear positions, couldn't help but subconsciously let out an incredible exclamation. Damn, this ball is stopped. Is this a lesson for the Chinese national football team? Chinese national football team, impossible. Absolutely impossible, although Song Wen got the ball. As the primary target of the Chinese national team, another midfielder and Feng Xiaoding on the back line rushed up at the first time and formed a 3-man blockade against Song Wen. Song Wen used his left foot to shake off Zheng Zhai's pull, and then faced with Feng Xiaoding, who was kicking the ball. He pulled the ball and turned 180 degrees. Before 4 opponent players surrounded him, He passed the ball again. McGoldrick on the other side had already started to accelerate in advance, used his body to force Zhang Linpeng away, and quickly rushed to the right side of the penalty area. Then a low pass across the ground. The camera moved at high speed as the players ran, and everyone stared nervously at Ipswich's striker on the other side of the middle. Only Feng Xiaoding was about to bite his teeth off at this time. The kid next to me started running quickly after passing the ball. In just a short while, I was almost left behind by him. In desperation, could only use his hands to pull it out. But the other person's body was as slippery as a loach, and he couldn't hold it at all. After seeing the cross from McGoldrick, Ipswich's substitute striker subconsciously adjusted his running frequency and body shape to shoot. But soon he realized that the ball was not passed to him. He wasn't very far away from McGoldrick. But the speed of this ball is really too fast. And from the angle point of view, it will also make him play very awkwardly. This substitute striker doesn't have eyes on the back of his head. But he knows that when a teammate's pass makes you feel extremely uncomfortable, then the ball is most likely not passed to you. He didn't think much about it and continued to rush forward quickly. The moment the ball flew over, he let the ball pass between his legs. The Chinese national team defender Mei Fang, who was following closely behind him, also ran in front of the ball and was powerless to do anything. The ball rolled from the right to the left. A figure suddenly rushed out from the camera, Song Wen. He suddenly rushed over and shot the ball. Wow. The ball goes in. Less than 3 minutes into the second half, the score was changed to 2-0. No one expected that the score would be changed again just 3 minutes into the second half. What is even more unexpected is that the goal was not scored by the Chinese national team, which had one more player, but by Ipswich, which had one less player. Starting from the moment Song Wen attracted 3 defenders to get rid of the quick transfer and launch a fast break. Ipswich's offense was extremely smooth, especially the cooperation of the 3 forwards of Ipswich in the penalty area, which was even more pleasing to the eye. The restless drumbeats in the stadium stopped. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of insults rang out. Song Wen looked at the flying mineral water bottles and the booze and smiled. He did not choose to celebrate after scoring both goals, just to protect the feelings of these poor fans. But now it seems that he was a little too kind. McGoldrick came over from the side to him. Although the boy in front of him was a little too arrogant, he had to admit that he did have something. There are quite a lot of things McGoldrick, who had lost the trust of the head coach, decided to take the initiative to make peace with Song Wen. Song, I didn't expect you to be so popular in Dragon Country. Song Wen turned his head and silently glanced at the big black guy beside him. From the other party's sincere expression, it was difficult for him to tell whether the other party was really an ass or just being sarcastic. He made a very arrogant gesture to silence the audience in the stands, then raised his hand-pinched 3 fingers and made the number 7 boom. This extremely arrogant behavior caused the entire stadium to explode instantly. This scene was captured by the camera and broadcast live in its entirety. For a moment, the entire Longguo football world was shaken. It is not uncommon for the Chinese national football team to lose over the years. Even many fans have accepted this point. And when they meet a strong team, they go to watch the game with the mentality of losing less and winning less. The Chinese national football team did not disappoint the fans and has been making steady progress every year at an unwavering pace. For the Chinese national football team and its fans, losing has become commonplace. But losing the game and losing face, and being blatantly mocked by the opponent on the court, can be said to have never happened before. For a moment, the fans were furious. Some fans even jumped down from the stands and rushed into the stadium to fight with Master Song Wen. However, because their belly was too big and they ran too slowly, they were stopped by a bald security guard who was also in his early 40s. In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun's tone was no longer as calm as it was at the beginning. No one expected that just as the second half of the game started, Ipswich took advantage of the time when the players were not fully in the game and scored another goal, changing the score to 2-0. This is indeed a big blow to the morale of the Chinese national football team. After hearing Zhang Jun's words, Fan Ji, who has always been ruthless in criticizing the national football team, said, "You can't say you were careless about this ball. You know, it's just that their skills are not as good as others. Seriously, look at the state of these players of the national football team. I know that they are 120% motivated now, but their skills are not as good as others. There is nothing you can do about it, I'm telling you. This kid is really good at playing football. Even with 3 of you surrounding him, he was able to pass the ball easily. And this kid is not only good at footwork. You may not have noticed that this kid runs really fast. Feng Xiaoting's legs were broken when he ran after him. And he couldn't be stopped. What can you do? You can't do anything." Fan Ji thought about it and said with some regret, "The only pity is that since this is a friendly match, there is no special speed measuring equipment. I really want to know how fast this guy runs. In fact, although Song Wen is fast, he is not among the best in the entire football circle. The ability of the sea cucumber player allows Song Wen to reach the maximum speed in a short period of time. But this maximum speed is based on Song Wen's own physical fitness. In other words, if Song Wen smokes drinks and does sex every day, his body functions will decline. So even if he uses this ability, it won't get much faster. But if his physical fitness can continue to improve, he will only fly lower in the future. The reason why Fan Ji and the fans feel that he is very fast is that both speed and beauty are determined by comparison." Seeing that Fan Ji started to criticize Song Wen again, Zhang Jun felt helpless. This old guy is too outspoken. If you talk like this, who will mend the broken hearts of hundreds of millions of fans? We still have to rely on Zhang Jun to make up for it. Indeed, the player wearing the No. 11 jersey has outstanding personal abilities. But I think we still have certain advantages at the moment. Now the Chinese national football team must not be timid just because they are behind in the score. They must rush out to play. Our forward line is also very strong. Whether it is the experienced Gao Lin or our top domestic striker Wu Lei, including Zhang Yuning, who is studying abroad in the Eredivisie, any one of them has enough ability to score goals. Zhang Jun's words did not improve the wailing of the barrage, even though the Chinese national team turned the game around in the end. It was still really embarrassing to concede 2 goals in a row with one more player. And on the court, the game has continued at this time. The mentality of the national football players has become polarized. Feng Xiaoting, who was on the defensive line, wiped the sweat from his face helplessly, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He had indeed tried his best, but he really could not catch up with the man who was as fast as the wind. The 3 forwards Gao Lin, Wu Lei and Zhang Yuning are becoming more and more motivated. The Chinese national team kicked off and still did not change the short pass tactics. But after a few kicks, they were intercepted by Ipswich again. The defender kicked the ball forward with a big kick. The force of this pass was obviously quite strong. Song Wen looked at where the ball would land and started to run towards it at an accelerated speed. He walked for nearly 45 minutes in the first half, which was enough to provide him with 45 seconds of extreme speed. In order to score a goal, the sprint time required is often less than 10 seconds. So now he rushed forward without any hesitation. But as soon as Song Wen rushed forward, the Chinese national team's defense line was instantly in a panic. We must not let him pass. This was the first thought that came to Jiang Zhaipeng's mind. Once he let Song Wen pass, he knew that he would never be able to catch up with this man. With this in mind, Jiang Zhaipeng kicked the ball as it flew towards him. Drip, drip, the referee's whistle sounded sharply. Song Wen lay on the ground with his head covered. Jiang Zhaipeng's flying kick missed the ball, but hit Song Wen's head directly. Oh, Jiang Zhaipeng. That kick was a bit too much, it went right to the head. Seeing Jiang Zhaipeng's actions, Fan Ji couldn't help but curse. Is he crazy? How can you play football like this? You will definitely get a red card for this kind of action. Song Wen was lying on the ground, covering his face with his hands, looking extremely painful. He looked through his fingers at the referee who was approaching, and found that the other party had only shown a yellow card. Damn it, you don't even care about your face anymore. Song Wen cursed inwardly. He was not pretending to be injured here. Jiang Zhaipeng's spiked shoes actually kicked him on the head. If it weren't for the protective ability of the sea cucumber player, his head would have been cracked open by this kick. This is an undisputed red card move, however. Even when his teammates stepped forward to argue, the referee had no intention of changing the decision. For the first time, a surge of anger rose in Song Wen's heart. We saw the medical staff check Song Wen's wound, and it seemed that there was nothing serious. He returned to the court again, as Zhan Jun was explaining. Song Wen was already standing in front of the ball. Jiang Zhaipeng's flying kick happened not far from the front of the penalty area. Song Wen also got a chance for a free kick from this position. There is actually a certain chance to shoot directly. The Chinese national football team players have formed a human wall in the penalty area. Jiang Zhaipeng stood in the crowd, for some reason. He felt a chill all over his body and subconsciously met Song Wen's gaze. Because the distance was too far, Jiang Zhaipeng couldn't see clearly, but for some reason, he always felt that the opponent's eyes did not seem to be on the goal, but on himself as the referee blew the whistle. Song Wen took a few steps back, then tensed his thigh muscles suddenly. The acceleration of the sea cucumber player instantly broke out at this moment, with the inertia of instantly increasing to the maximum speed. Song Wen stepped a shallow pit in the grass with his left heel, and then raised his right foot high, boom. There was a dull sound when the outside of the foot touched the football. The ball seemed to be carrying a tremendous force as it flew straight towards the goal. The players who formed the human wall jumped up at the first moment. But after seeing the ball coming at them with such terrifying force, they all turned their backs at the first moment. Jiang Zhaipeng also clearly saw the ball getting bigger and bigger in his pupils, and he quickly retracted his head. He even turned sideways. Call out, he felt a gust of wind blowing past him. Immediately afterwards, he saw a high-speed spinning ball flying straight towards the goal in front of him from his side. Because Jiang Zhaipeng had blocked Yan Junling's vision before, when Yan Junling saw the ball suddenly popping out from Jiang Zhaipeng's side, it was too late for him to get up and save the ball. The ball hit the dead center. The huge force made the ball spin on the net for a long time before it fell to the ground, as if dust had settled. The football field once again fell into deathly silence. Song Wen, who scored a goal again, did not restrain himself like he did the previous 2 times. He opened his arms to celebrate, and even performed an incredibly smooth kneeling slide for the audience. Since you don't even want the face you're given, then just break up the ball goes in. In the 58th minute, Song Wen scored again. Zhan Jun swallowed his saliva, thinking that the development of this game was too confusing. He continued in a tone that he was not quite sure about. In the 58th minute, Song Wen completed a hat trick at this moment. The screen in the live broadcast room is full of question marks. After more than 10 seconds of screen swiping, the barrage suddenly split. Some people were still cursing at Song Wen, while some fans were already impressed by his outstanding performance. But the layman watches the excitement, while the expert sees the details. In the live broadcast room, Fan Zhi's entire face had turned dark. He saw it clearly. If Jiang Zhaipeng had not turned sideways out of fear, the ball would never have been scored. The live broadcast was replaying Song Wen's free kick goal. Although this shot was powerful and fast, it did not have too fast a rotation or too large an arc. Jiang Zhaipeng's sideways movement was completely recorded by the live camera. This action made Fan Zhi so angry that he couldn't help but start cursing. Jiang Zhaipeng, what on earth is this guy doing? To be honest, the quality of this shot is not very high at all. If you tell Jiang Zhaipeng to get out of the way and let Yan Junling guard the goal alone, he can still save the ball. What is your purpose of standing there? Are you blocking the goalkeeper's view? Fan Zhi kept reminding himself that this was a live broadcast. So he swallowed the words parents that were about to come out of his mouth. Hey, I really don't understand. I can accept that you shrink back when the ball is heading towards your head. But you were holding your back, what are you afraid of? Song Wen dared to hit your feet with his head. And you don't dare to block the ball with your back. What are you kicking? You really should stop kicking football. Listening to Fan Ji's merciless rebuke, the barrage of comments began to appear. If I were Yan Junling, I would kick Jiang Zhaipeng right now. I am RNM for the national football team. Pay compensation, why is this guy so fierce? Although he was still taking a walk in the second half. Why does it feel like this brother has evolved? Did Song Zi finally get wise after being kicked by Jiang Zhaipeng? Isn't this a foul? It seems like he was taking revenge maliciously. Kicking Jiang Zhaipeng. My brother Jiang dodged it with his body skills. Why are you still talking about a foul? Should he be given an attempted strong kick? On the Hupu platform, due to the extremely high popularity of this game, Hupu directly started real-time scoring. When netizens discovered this, they immediately rushed to the Hupu platform and left their insights in Song Wen's comment section. Song Wen 5.5 points. Song Zi horse. His horse is temporarily retained due to his outstanding performance. In the 16 friendly match between Ipswich and the Chinese national football team, he ignored the danger and directly hit Jiang Zhaipeng's foot with his head. From then on, Hai's brain was opened up, and he quickly scored a wonderful free kick, completing a hat trick in his personal career. With Song Wen's performance, it is impossible for him to only get a score of 5.5 points. But since scoring is done by humans, it is naturally impossible to achieve true fairness and justice. Under the brainwashing marketing of self-media, Song Wen is still an arrogant banana man in the eyes of people who don't pay much attention to football matches. Even if you haven't watched the game at all and don't know much about this player, I'll give you a 0 anyway. Despite the impact of a large number of 0 points, Song Wen's score was still able to reach 5 points, which is very commendable. At the competition site, Yan Junling was still complaining to Jiang Zhaipeng in dissatisfaction. Faced with Yan Junling's accusations, Jiang Zhaipeng had nothing to say after celebrating. Song Wen slowly ran towards Jiang Zhaipeng. He looked at Jiang Zhaipeng with a smile and said, I knew you would hide. These light words made Jiang Zhaipeng blush instantly, and he rushed forward to collide with Song Wen with his nana. Song Wen raised his hands and backed away repeatedly with a playful smile on his face, which made Jiang Zhaipeng even more angry and embarrassed. The referee rushed over and pulled the two apart immediately. Jiang Zhaipeng was like a wronged child, shouting at the referee cursed. The referee looked at Song Wen and asked, What did you scold him for? Song Wen looked aggrieved. I didn't curse anyone. Jiang Zhaipeng was about to speak when Song Wen suddenly pointed his finger at him, pouted his lips, and imitated Jiang Zhaipeng's previous behavior, saying to the referee aggrievedly, I'm reporting him for maliciously dribbling the ball and hitting someone. This double entendre finally made Jiang Zhaipeng react. It turned out that he had just been called a non-human by this kid in front of the referee. Not sure if it was because of the intense exercise or because he was angry and embarrassed. But Jiang Zhaipeng felt like his head was a boiling kettle that was about to whine. The referee looked at Jiang Zhaipeng, whose face was red and hot and remained silent. Jiang Zhaipeng bumped into Song Wen just now, and even made some small movements with his hands. But he saw it all, this action can be big or small. But the problem is that if Jiang Zhaipeng insisted that Song Wen had just scolded him, then his behavior of bumping into the other party was obviously deliberate revenge. According to the rules, both sides will be given 50 strokes of the cane, and each player will receive a yellow card. But the problem is that when Song Wen used his head to hit Jiang Zhaipeng's foot, he had already given Jiang Zhaipeng a yellow card. If Jiang Zhaipeng receives another yellow card, he will be sent off with 2 yellow cards and a red card. It can be seen from Jiang Zhaipeng's kick that the referee's decision was obviously biased. So the silence at this moment was already a reminder to Jiang Zhaipeng. In the referee's opinion, the Chinese national team could be beaten 3-0 with only 10 players. If Jiang Zhaipeng was sent off Aginlit alone a comeback, the number on the scoreboard would probably go up to double digits. Jiang Zhaipeng was no longer a young and naive player. When he felt the referee's meaningful gaze, he reacted immediately, "It's okay." He didn't scold me and I didn't bump into him. I was just a little tired and didn't stand steadily. So I leaned on brother Song Wen. Looking at the referee's awkward smile, Song Wen laughed and patted the other's shoulder. "Brother, it seems that you don't eat enough sea cucumbers. Your body is not in good condition." Jiang Zhaipeng's face turned from red to purple, but he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. The referee shook his head and signaled that the game should continue. At the same time, to Song Wen's surprise, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. The black fan value Jiang Zhaipeng has reached 5. And the ability is obtained, Ultimate Daipeng. The Great Peng, when the Great Peng rises with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles, transform into the Great Peng. And your jumping ability will be improved. And you can absorb the power of Zhaipeng's flying kick once in each game to break through the height limit. The abilities of the Supreme Daipeng are quite practical. What surprised Song Wen was that he never expected that Jiang Zhaipeng alone would provide him with 50,000 black fans. This made him feel sorry for the fans of the Chinese national football team. There really weren't many people left to support. As the score reached 3-0, the mentality of the Chinese national football team was obviously affected in a way that cannot be ignored. Lippy, who was on the sidelines, finally couldn't hold back anymore, and the fourth referee raised the display board. Less than 60 minutes into the game, the Chinese national team made a substitution, replacing defender Jiang Zhaipeng. Fan Ji on the side muttered, "Oh, hurry up and replace him. If you don't, he'll get a red card." It's the first time I've seen someone kick someone in the head and then ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Fan Ji was getting more and more angry, Zhan Jun quickly took over the conversation and said, "I feel that substitutions are one thing, and Lippy should also make some tactical adjustments. We saw that after the substitutes came on the court. They were very active in communicating with the players on the field. Lippy really can't wait any longer." He never thought that the Chinese national football team could play like this in 60 minutes with one more player. Although he had said in front of the media before that he believed that everyone in the Chinese national football team was excellent and that they just needed to be more confident that they were no worse than anyone else. He admitted that there was some lying involved. But he didn't expect that this lie would cause him such great harm. Assistant coach Li Tai was so anxious that he didn't even have the time to fix his bangs that were blown away by the wind. He just kept shouting, "Go ahead, we still have a chance. Don't just think about defense, we must score a goal." Hearing Li Tai's call, Zhang Yuning wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked towards the Ipswich goal with his eyes full of desire. As a player studying abroad in the Eredivisie, Zhang Yuning is feeling a lot of pressure now. Although the Eredivisie is not one of the top 5 leagues, it is definitely stronger than the championship team, which is also a bottom-ranked team. Zhang Yuning's situation in the Dutch Eredivisie team Vitus is obviously much better than Song Wen's. Although he basically sat on the bench last season, he still appeared as a starter quite a few times in the 16-17 season. In other words, no matter from which aspect, Zhang Yuning is stronger than Song Wen. But at this point in the game, the opponent performed a hat trick directly at his home court, while Zhang Yuning, who was also highly expected by the fans, failed to score. This made Zhang Yuning feel tremendous pressure. Lippy asked the players who had just come on the field to bring new tactical arrangements. He understood that in the face of high-pressure defense, it would be unlikely for the national team players to continue to control the ball and penetrate. So after Zhang Yuning kicked off, the Chinese national team began to move the ball backwards in the backcourt in order to stretch Ipswich's defense. Look for opportunities to use long passes to launch quick attacks based on the problem of Ipswich's small number of players. After passing the ball back and forth in the backcourt for 3 or 4 minutes, the Chinese national team finally found an opportunity. Wu Lei, who was on the wings, received a long pass from Feng Xiaoding. Although his stop was a little flawed, he still relied on his speed to catch up with the ball 3 seconds later. At the same time, Gao Lin and Zhang Yuning on the front line also started to sprint. Ipswich had only 3 members on the back line, and the defensive strength seemed a little stretched for a while. Wu Lei made a diagonal pass. The ball passed Gao Lin in the middle and came to Zhang Yuning's feet. At this time, Zhang Yuning had already shaken off the defensive player behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums are beating and the crowds are cheering. In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun was very excited. Zhang Yuning got the balls. There are no defenders around him. He wants to fight the goalkeeper 1v1. The goalkeeper chose to take the initiative. Beautiful Zhang Yuning, he passed the goalkeeper. And there was only an empty goal in front of him. Shoot. Facing the empty goal, Zhang Yuning gently pushed it. The ball rolled horizontally along the goal line in a graceful arc from in front of the goal. What? Zhan Jun widened his eyes, obviously unable to believe what he saw. The cheers and drumbeats of the fans at the scene suddenly disappeared at this moment. And there was complete silence. In a sense, Zhang Yuning and Song Wen did the same thing. Silence the scene. Fan Ji laughed out loud, which was rare. No one knew if he laughed because he was angry. Zhang Yuning's shot was great, but it didn't go into the empty net. The key is that the ball didn't go out of the line. After seeing Zhang Yuning's shot, Song Wen suddenly thought of a Uruguayan player. In his previous life, Zhang Yuning had also kicked this kind of incredible shot. But at that time, a Uruguayan player named Darwin Núñez often kicked this kind of long-angle shot. Therefore, this shot is also called a corner shot. But according to the time calculation, Darwin Núñez has probably not yet completed his professional career debut. It is estimated that in the future, it will not be Zhang Yuning who benefits from Darwin Núñez, but Darwin Núñez who benefits from Zhang Yuning. A new term will emerge: jade foot push shot. Zhang Yuning's corner shot turned the entire football field into a library. After seeing Zhang Yuning dribbling past the goalkeeper, the fans in the audience were ready to cheer. But a mouthful of phlegm got stuck in their throats, and several fans almost suffocated to death on the spot. In this extremely quiet environment, a laugh seemed particularly eye-catching. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yuning was feeling embarrassed at first, but when he heard the undisguised laughter, he turned his head subconsciously. An Ipswich player wearing the No. 11 jersey was laughing so hard outside the penalty area that he couldn't straighten his back. This blatant ridicule made Zhang Yuning's old face turn red instantly. He opened his mouth and was about to curse. But suddenly he saw the other party suddenly run away. Zhang Yuning was slightly stunned. Then he remembered that the ball he had just shot from the corner had not gone out of bounds. Chambers got the ball and kicked it out with a long pass, finding McGoldrick, who was already in form. Big Black had a thick beard on his chin, which was now soaked with sweat and tangled together in a sticky way. But this did not affect his current state. On the contrary, he has never felt as full of fighting spirit as he does now in this season. McGoldrick dribbled the ball all the way and subconsciously turned his head to look for Song Wen, who was always able to provide support from the side. But this time Ho did not see the wind-like figure. Song Wen has once again entered the state of walking and accumulating energy. The Chinese national football team has changed its tactics, and Zhang Yuning's one-on-one shot just now also gave Song Wen a warning. With the team leading 3-0, it was clear that he no longer needed to play the role of a striker. So he moved his position slightly and became a midfielder again. When McGoldrick saw Song Wen's position lagging behind, he instantly understood his intention. At this time, 4 Chinese national team players had already returned to defense, so it was obviously impossible to launch a quick counterattack. However, if we try to organize the attack too forcefully, it will give the Chinese national team new opportunities. McGoldrick slowed down and passed the ball back to Song Wen's feet, while waiting for his teammates to follow up. After getting the ball, Song Wen was not in a hurry, but started to pass the ball with his teammates. With a 3-0 lead, It is the Chinese national football team that should be anxious. But the Chinese national team players didn't know whether it was because they had lost all morale or were physically exhausted. When they were clearly behind, they did not choose to press high up the field. They just let Ipswich penetrate and advance, and soon reached the front of the Chinese national team's penalty area. Song Wen received a pass from his teammate at the corner of the penalty area, and fullback Mei Fang slowly followed. Fan Ji, who was watching this scene in the live broadcast room, shook his head repeatedly. Hey, this guy, are you going to rush him? Why are you standing so far away? As soon as Fan Ji finished speaking, Song Wen had already raised his foot and passed the ball to the middle. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the penalty area, and McGoldrick in the penalty area had already rushed up and jumped high. The ball grew bigger in McGoldrick's pupils. He could swear that he had never received such a comfortable pass. It seemed like he was not the one looking for the ball, but the ball was looking for his head. Boom. The bald head of Big Black had a close and intimate contact with the ball, until he collided with the balls. McGoldrick felt more and more the exquisiteness of this pass. This time he didn't even need to exert any strength. He just relied on the counterattack force to go straight to the blind spot of the goal. Yan Junling leaped up and dived with almost all his strength. Beep, 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 the whistle blew. The score changed again, the ball goes in. 4-0, the game is in the 65th minute. With an assist from Song Wen, McGoldrick once again breaks through the Chinese national team's goal with a header. Zhang Jun tried his best to control his emotions, because his emotions at the moment were too complicated. He had never seen a game so bizarre before, so he was naturally very excited. But he was also worried about hurting the fans' feelings and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. So he spoke in a rhythmic way, sometimes excited and sometimes regretful. But Coach Fan obviously didn't think so much. Look at this. What is he kicking? Look at Song Wen. After he received the ball, stopped, looked, and then passed the ball. Look at Mei Fang, who was defending him. He looked, and then stretched his foot. Where did he stretch his foot? He stretched his foot 3 meters away. Do your feet have 3 meters? If you give him such a big passing space. I can also pass the ball in, he sighed. I'm serious. You're all scolding Song Wen. I think you really should thank him. Fortunately, this is a friendly match. If this was a formal match, I can't even imagine how you would have played like this against a Korean or a Japanese. After hearing Fan Ji's words, Zhang Jun also nodded and said, this player played really well today. He has scored 3 goals and 1 assist so far. We must find a way to target him and not let him continue like this. Although Zhang Jun also felt embarrassed for the Chinese national football team, he couldn't empathize with them after all at this time. The mentality of the Chinese national football players has completely changed as the score was rewritten again. From the indignation at the beginning, to the fury after losing 1 goal, to the humiliation after losing 2 goals, to the dejection after losing 3 goals, and now to the numbness of 4-0. The development of the game obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. The faces of the 11 Chinese national team players on the field were all red and swollen without exception. Yan Junling took the ball out of the goal slightly numbly and looked up at the time. 65 minutes, not counting injury time. He still had to endure 25 minutes of torture. Since the start of the second half, Ipswich has scored 3 goals in just 20 minutes. If we calculate like this, we might really be beaten 7-0 today. Thinking of this, Yan Junling became a little anxious. As the goalkeeper, I will definitely be the first one to be scolded for conceding so many goals. This also made him the only one in the entire team who still had the energy to shout, come on, come on. No one responded to Yan Junling's encouragement. The game continued, and Zhang Yuning stood on the midfield line for the 4th time in the second half. During this period, both Ipswich and the Chinese national team made a substitution to adjust the player's physical strength. The player who just came on for the Chinese national team is midfielder Sun Qi. He plays more as an attacking midfielder, and it is obvious that Lippy is ready to give it a try. Sun Ki had just come on the court, and he felt the pressure was already overwhelming. To be honest, if possible, he would rather sit on the sidelines until the end of the 90 minutes. If he is asked to take the field in this situation, he will have to take the blame if he fails to get things done. Sun Ki. Zheng Zhai's shout pulled Sun Ki back from his thoughts. As soon as he came to his senses, he saw Zheng Zhai standing on the sidelines throwing the ball towards him. Sun Kyuho hadn't reacted yet. Subconsciously caught it with his dominant right foot and turned around gracefully. This scene made Song Wen, who was following behind Sun Ki. Stunned for a moment, good boy. Are you going to attack me from behind? Chapter 16. Hey buddy. Sun Ki took the ball with his back to the basket and looked at the green grass before he remembered that this was not a basketball court. Song Wen was stunned for a moment. Tears welling up in his eyes. Is that you, Lauda? Feeling Song Wen's affectionate gaze, Sun Ki got goosebumps all over his body. He felt inexplicably creepy and subconsciously expressed his feelings. You are not sick, are you? Song Wen raised his hand. The referee, he attacked me personally. The referee, who had already blew the whistle and walked over, was somewhat helpless. In fact, his refereeing of this game was very biased. I swear to God, he really confiscated the rice. It's really just out of conscience and pity for the Chinese national football team. The referee reached into his pocket and pulled out a yellow card, signaling that Ipswich would be awarded a free kick. Seeing Sun Ki holding a football, Zhan Jun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Ouch. Sun Ki, who just came on the court, didn't seem to be in the game yet and made a huge super low-level mistake. The comments in the live broadcast room were also stunned by this bold move. What does it mean? Sun Ki, the amphibious football and basketball star. I was really afraid that he would turn around and shoot a jump shot in the next second. The referee actually misjudged this ball. If you look closely, there was no traveling foul. Otherwise, it could have been a one-on-one slam dunk. Yan Junling, who was in front of the goals, looked at Song Wen standing at the kickoff point. He felt his mouth dry and quickly walked to drink water. Fortunately, the position of this free kick is still some distance away from the penalty area. Otherwise, Yan Junling didn't know whether he would have to fish the ball into the net again. Song Wen did not choose to make a direct long pass, but instead started to pass the ball back to his own backcourt. The game had been going on for more than 70 minutes, and the physical strength of both sides had declined to a certain extent. If we continue to press forward and attack when we are one man down, it is easy to get hurt and give the Chinese national team a chance to counterattack. Lippy also continued to make substitutions, using Dabao to replace Gao Lin, who had never made any achievements on the center line. McCarthy made a substitution in the midfield. At this point in the game, everyone knew that the score of 4-0 was unlikely to be reversed. It is obviously time for the Chinese national football team to start thinking about losing less and winning more. In the live broadcast room, seeing that Ipswich always had the ball at their feet, Zhan Jun said anxiously, the Chinese national football team players need to charge now. The game has reached the 4th minute and the score is 0. To be honest with this time and score, there is really not much time left for the Chinese national football team. Hearing Zhan Jun unconsciously mention this famous saying, Fan Ji laughed and said, in the current situation, for the Chinese national football team, not losing any more balls is a success, and scoring a goal is a blessing. Look at how they are playing. They are surrounding your penalty area and attacking fiercely. If you don't know, you would think we are one man short. It is not known whether he heard Fan Ji's accusation, or because he had just made a huge super low-level mistake, but Sun Ki, who had just come on the field, relied on more physical strength to head the ball out in the penalty area. After getting the balls, Zheng Zhai took a look at the position of his teammates on the field and made a long pass, directly finding Wu Lei, who had already started. Zheng Zhai has a great vision. Wu Lei has already started. There is a hole in Ipswich's defense. Wu Lei. This is a chance for the Chinese national team to counterattack. After Wu Lei got the balls, he started running towards the Ipswich goal. He had already gotten rid of the Ipswich defender's defense in the first place. And Wu Lei, who had a certain confidence in his speed, now only needed to rush forward. He saw from the corner of his eye that the Ipswich defender had been left behind by him. A one-on-one opportunity, Wu Lei felt his heart pounding. The muscles under his feet tensed, and the only thing in his eyes was the Ipswich goal. Although Wu Lei is always criticized for not being able to score when he has a chance, it has even become a label attached to him. But it also demonstrates his excellent positioning and decent speed. This goal must be scored, Wu Lei secretly became angry. This game was too humiliating. Although it seems unlikely to reverse the game, if they lose so ugly, it is hard to imagine what kind of greetings they will face from the fans next. At least if I score a goal, the treatment might be slightly better. The sound of the wind was blowing in his ears at this moment. The noise in the stadium seemed to be gradually leaving him, and only the sound of the wind of freedom remained. And a smiling male voice, "Hey man." The sudden male voice startled Wu Lei. He turned his head subconsciously and saw a mad dog rushing towards him from behind. The player No. 11 named Song Wen has now caught up to within half a meter behind him. Just a quick glance was enough to make Wu Lei's heart so excited that even the frequency of his running became a little disordered. How did he catch up? This was the first thought that came to Wu Lei's mind. You have to know that the opponent is an attacking midfielder. When he started just now, he was on the Ipswich defense line. He didn't even see the other person in his field of vision at that time. Why does he call me buddy? Do I know him well? This is the second question that arises in Wu Lei's mind. Then the third question followed. How did this person manage to smile and greet me loudly while running at such a high speed? Thoughts came to Wu Lei's mind one after another. His mind was confused, my steps became disordered. In just a short while, Song Wen had caught up with him. Wu Lei subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to stop him, but Song Wen like a lotus to overtake from the inside, then squeezed in front of Wu Lei and intercepted the ball. Zhan Jun in the live broadcast room was stunned by this scene. Song Wen, his speed is just too fast. He is just using his speed to take advantage of me. Wu Lei was obviously a little anxious as Song Wen beat him at his most proud speed. He looked at the figure in front of him and reached out to grab him. But Song Wen seemed to have a head grown on the back of his head. He suddenly jumped over the ball, then swung his right leg back and kicked the ball with his heel. When the ball slipped out from under Song Wen's feet, it was too late for Wu Lei to react while he was running. He could only watch the ball pass from under his crotch. Chambers, who was following behind the two, was stunned for a moment when he saw the ball suddenly appearing inexplicably. It looked like the two people had lost sight of the ball while chasing each other. And then they quickly adjusted a long pass. In an instant, offense and defense changed hands. McGoldrick. This long pass was very accurate and went straight to McGoldrick's feet. Now it's McGoldrick's chance to score. Yan Junling chose to take the initiative, but McGoldrick chose to pass the ball in front of Davis, who was responding from the side. There was only an empty goal, end of this chapter. When the score on the scoreboard was changed to 5-0 again, people finally realized that the New Year's Eve dinner prepared for the fans seemed to be the last meal before execution. That night, the best-selling item was not fireworks, but the quick-acting heart pills in the pharmacy. In the stadium, the insults against the national football team were endless, and many fans could not bear to watch it anymore and chose to leave early. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has completely exploded at this moment. RNM national football team refund 5-0. I can do it too. No, we won't really be beaten 7-0, right? It doesn't matter, it's just a friendly match. The Chinese national football team didn't try hard at all. What is this kick, Song Zi Sima? It would be better not to play this friendly match. It has directly destroyed the confidence of the Chinese national football team. How can they play the next games? Lippy has already sat on the chair, obviously giving up. Zhan Jun was silent for a moment, then said, "Ah, in that case, The game has reached the 5th minute and the score is 0. Then in a sense this game really doesn't have much suspense. Fan Ji was still immersed in Song Wen's charming heel pass. Marveling at it, oh, this kid is incredible. I tell you, this kid will be really incredible in the future. He is too versatile. With this speed, he can beat Wu Lei head-on. You can find such a person in the Chinese Super League. But you can't find him here. The key is that he has a high football IQ. This heel pass is like he has eyes on his back. He has the speed and the pass. Such a person has not been able to play in Ipswich for a year. I think this coach is not very smart, McCarthy, who was criticized by Fan Ji, was grinning from ear to ear on the sidelines. Although this trip to China seemed to have offended many people, he seemed to have seen a superstar who was about to rise. The only thing that puzzled McCarthy was that he had paid attention to this kid before because of his delicate footwork. But at that time, McCarthy's evaluation of Song Wen was that he was good for nothing except passing the ball. Not fast and not in good physical condition. This is tantamount to a death sentence in the English Football League. You know, English football is famous for its fast pace and physical confrontation. But today, Song Wen's performance was like a different person. You need speed, you need technique. You need the body to have speed and technique. McCarthy could see that Song Wen was still lacking in physical confrontation. And this kid's kicking style was a bit soft, however. This kind of softness can prevent the opposing players from taking any advantage, and they can always protect the ball under their feet. This kind of soft, hard style of play was obviously beyond McCarthy's understanding. But no matter what, McCarthy can be sure that through this friendly match, he has really discovered a treasure. This is great news for both Ipswich, which is about to be relegate Dan McCarthy, who is about to be sacked. Connor, you are right. Song is indeed a person worthy of attention and training. Assistant coach Connor smiled awkwardly and said, "The boss seemed to have called just now. He was furious and asked you why you let Song Wen play in the second half." Hearing Connor's words, the old man waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry about it. He must be in a meeting or on his way to a meeting. He must not have watched the second half of the game. Otherwise, he would definitely thank me." On the other side of the Chinese national team's bench, Li Tai saw that Lippy had stopped talking and could only helplessly lift his messy bangs. He knew that today's game might have had too much of an impact on the champion coach. Obviously, this game could add a strong touch to Lippy's coaching career. Lippy came to China full of confidence, but he did not expect that he would be taught a severe lesson by the Chinese national football team not long after taking over as head coach. When Wu Lei stood on the midfield line to watch the ball again, he found that his calves were twitching uncontrollably. The long-distance run just now undoubtedly put a great burden on the body. After passing the ball to the midfield, Wu Lei subconsciously glanced in the direction of Song Wen. The other party was walking slowly, and judging from his weak steps, it seemed that his physical strength had reached its limit. Recalling how Song Wen greeted him easily while running, Wu Lei suddenly had a feeling of unreality. How come you are so full of life one second and tired as a dog the next? Song Wen's physical strength has indeed reached its limit. The physical fitness of this body was not very good to begin with. After 80 minutes of high-intensity competition, he clearly felt that his steps were becoming a bit slow. In fact, before chasing Wu Lei, Song Wen's physical strength had almost reached its limit. But this is where the terrifying ability of the sea cucumber players lies. When you use your ability, it can ignore your current physical condition and allow you to reach the most perfect state instantly. Wu Lei's speed is actually not slow. But after playing for so long, his physical fitness has naturally declined a lot, and he did not reach his peak speed when sprinting. But Song Wen can reach his maximum speed. This is the most abnormal aspect of the sea cucumber player's ability. But at the same time, after using the ability, the damage caused to the body is also extremely great. Now Song Wen was just walking on the court, and he was almost trying his best. Looking at Song Wen, who was so tired, Wu Lei, who had just suffered a huge blow, suddenly felt a sense of hope in his heart. I can win. I can be faster than him with this idea in mind. Wu Lei began to run actively and waved frequently to signal his teammates to pass the ball to him. Song Wen watched Wu Lei's actions and silently stepped back a little. He is more like a free man. From the attacking midfielder at the beginning to the forward. And then from the forward to the attacking midfielder. And now he has directly retreated to the position of defensive midfielder. After several passes, the Chinese national team finally found an opportunity and sent the ball to Wu Lei again. Wu Lei used his feet to directly activate Wu Lei's speed. Wu Lei, he didn't give up even at this point in the game. He is still charging forward with all his might. The sound of the wind whistled past Wu Lei's ears. Brought the man's voice, "Hey man." Looking at Song Wen, who suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost again. The relaxed expression on his face scared Wu Lei so much that he completely lost control of his lower body. Wu Lei, who was about to reach the end line, felt his knees go weak and he fell directly to the ground. This situation actually frightened Song Wen. He quickly raised his hands and hid far away, fearing that the other party would rely on him. Wu Lei got up from the ground, looked at Song Wen, then looked at the referee, spread his hands innocently, as if to say, "Isn't this blow?" Looking at Wu Lei with his hands spread out with an innocent look on his face. The referee felt helpless after all. Although Song Wen caught up with Wu Lei just now, there was no physical contact between the two sides. Song Wen just blocked Wu Lei's route to cut inside. The two of them didn't even touch each other's clothes. With so many people watching, it would be too blatant if I called a foul. Seeing that the referee did not make any comment, Wu Lei sighed helplessly. The ball rolled out of the baseline. Wu Lei stood up and found Song Wen beside him, gasping for breath with his hands on his knees, his face turning pale. Although he had some reservations about what the boy said before, seeing his expression, Wu Lei couldn't help but ask, "A friendly match, is it necessary?" Hearing Wu Lei's question, Song Wen raised his head and said with a smile, "Excuse me, but the strong are meant to humiliate the weak severely." Wu Lei was slightly stunned, feeling angry and annoyed. And the admiration he had just felt for Song Wensheng disappeared in an instant. "Don't be angry, Asia's no one brother, son." Song Wen left after leaving a few words behind. The Ipswich goalkeeper had kicked the ball out. There was not much time left in the game, and Ipswich began to gradually tighten their formation, as if they wanted to protect the fruits of victory. After a long pass error, the ball returned to the Chinese national team. At this time, Wu Lei and Zhang Yuning were almost gritting their teeth as they moved. The humiliation this game brought to the two forwards was too great. Wu Lei, who is known for his speed, was overtaken by Song Wen twice on the curve. Zhang Yuning, who also studied abroad, only contributed one beautiful arc shot to the bottom line in the whole game. In the 87th minute, the Chinese national football team finally found an opportunity in the penalty area. Yu Dabao jumped high and headed the ball, but the pass was a bit soft and he lacked power. The ball was directly hit away by the Ipswich goalkeeper. Then the ball flew out of the baseline in the chaos. The referee gave the Chinese national team a corner kick. In the live broadcast room, compared to the initial liveness, the popularity has dropped a lot at this time. Although the live broadcast is paid, the audience who paid high prices for the tickets have already left. In comparison, there is no need for them to spend money to feed themselves shit. At this time, the barrage of comments no longer had the heated discussions at the beginning, and most of them were insults against the Chinese national football team and Song Wen. Zhan Jun's tone no longer had the passion he had at the beginning, and he began to explain. In the 87th minute, the Chinese national team got a corner kick. We can see that both teams are almost at their limit. I saw Song Wen resting his hands on his knees several times. Yu Dabao is full of energy on the Chinese national team's front line. His header just now was just a little bit of luck away from scoring. The Chinese national team doesn't have much time left, so they must seize this corner kick opportunity. Hearing Zhan Jun's words, Fan Ji nodded. You have to score at least one goal, right? It's really hard to explain why you didn't score any. Just pass the ball into the penalty area and you'll have a chance. At this time on the court, Sun Ki stood next to the ball and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had the same idea, and he lobbed the ball directly into the penalty area to look for an opportunity. Sun Ki slowly took 2 steps back, looking far and deep in the direction of the penalty area. Then he took a run up and raised his left foot, snapped. Sun Ki's leg hit the corner flagpole directly. The ball rolled forward slightly, and the scene was very awkward for a moment. Chambers rushed over immediately, blocked Wu Lei's position behind him, and then passed the ball. Zhan Jun in the live broadcast room was a little embarrassed. For a moment, he couldn't find any excuse to make up for it. He subconsciously sighed, this is a tactical corner kick. Fan Ji almost laughed out loud when he heard this, and echoed in a sarcastic tone, it's really rare to use such a tactic. I've never seen this tactic before. It's a direct kick to send the ball to the opponent. I think this tactic is the first of its kind in our national football team. The national football players are really smart. Zhan Jun was somewhat embarrassed by Fan Ji's sarcastic agreement. But the situation had taken a turn for the worse in the live broadcast. So he quickly started to explain. Ipswich made several quick passes. They are about to counterattack. The Chinese national team must return to defense quickly now. The ball is at Song Wen's feet, he should have run a little. As Zhan Jun was talking, his eyes suddenly widened. He runs as fast as the wind. The moment Song Wen got the ball, his listless figure instantly became energetic. The Sea Cucumber players' energy reserves have not been used up yet. You have to know that in a 90-minute game, he almost walked around for more than 60 minutes. And these more than 60 minutes are enough for him to get nearly 1 minute of maximum speed time. The moment Chambers picked out the ball, Song Wen had already started running slowly. When the ball came to his feet, Song Wen's position had changed from a defensive midfielder to a forward. At this time, in front of Song Wen were 3 players from the Chinese national football team defending him. Feng Xiaoding, Mei Fang and Zheng Zhai. Feng Xiaoding and Mei Fang were already returning to defense quickly, while Zheng Zhai was rushing over from the side of Song Wen. Seeing Zheng Zhai pressing in, Song Wen did not choose to give in this time. Seeing that Song Wen did not choose to use his best speed and skills to dodge him, Zheng Zhai just thought that the opponent was physically exhausted and could not continue to make unnecessary movements. He knew that the opponent's physical confrontation ability was not strong, so he chose to crash into him directly, however this time. Zheng Zhai only felt as if he had hit a wall. Small belly for image considerations. You will get a hidden small belly to store fat. You can burn fat once in each game, and get a small explosive breakthrough in various attributes in a short period of time. Your small belly will store new fat every day. Through continuous exercise, you can consume all the fat and gain ability points to upgrade your abilities. The moment Zheng Zhai got close to him, Song Wen chose to burn his own calories. The burning of his little belly caused his body functions to instantly reach their limit in a short period of time. Zheng Zhai pushed forward from the side, but was instantly pushed back by Song Wen's body, and staggered. How can it be? Zheng Zhai had no time to be surprised. He could only reach out and grab the corner of Song Wen's clothes before he lost his balance, intending to commit a tactical foul, but at this moment, Song Wen was like a supercar that had already started and could not be moved at all. In the live broadcast room, the screen was filled with question marks. Zhan Jun and Fan Jiahu were the commentators. Had their eyes widened at this moment, staring at the live broadcast in disbelief. Zheng Zhai tried to force his position, but Song Wen pushed him away with his body. When Zhan Jun said this, he himself felt a little unbelievable. After all, he and Fan Ji had discussed a lot about Song Wen, the focus player of this game, and believed that he was a player who relied on speed and technology. In comparison, their physical confrontation ability is even weaker than that of ordinary players. But now, Song Wen has obviously brought new surprises to the two commentators. You should know that although Zhang Zhai is a veteran, his playing style is very tough, and he rarely suffers losses in physical confrontations even when facing foreign players. But now Song Wen directly knocked it away from the picture. Zhang Zhai's body tilted, and it looked like he was about to be hit and flew away. Not a buddies, do you have a backup plans? Fuck, this brother is not a human being, right? Your mother was almost blown away by Zhang Zhai. Is this the tractor boy? Zhang Zhai is really old, and his lower body is not stable anymore. Indeed, with the young Zhang Zhai on the bench, Song Zi has now flown outside the sideline. The comments were still expressing emotion, but the situation on the court was changing rapidly. Song Wen, he's still charging. Zhang Zhai can't even stop him from behind. He's just like a bull, and his speed, it's even faster, my god. It's hard to believe that this is the speed a player can run at after playing almost the entire game. Fan Ji also said incredulously, wow. This guy, why does he feel like a mad bull? He can't be stopped. It's been almost 90 minutes and he can still run like this. It's really outrageous. He was out of breath just now and looked like he was about to collapse. What is he doing? Is he acting? You can act while playing football. Then the national football team's loss is not unfair. Not only does he play better than you, he also knows Sun Tzu's art of war. No matter how you play, you can't beat him. After Song Wen successfully got rid of Zhang Zhai's pull, Mei Fang, who was originally going to return to defense quickly, had to slow down and make up for the defense. The calories burned in less than 3 seconds. So it was clear that this time I couldn't rely on rushing to break through the opponent's defense. But Song Wen has never been good at simple physical confrontation. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed, and Song Wen slowed down slightly. Mei Fang's eyes were fixed on Song Wen's feet. Without blinking while moving, Song Wen suddenly lowered his shoulders and took a step forward. And Mei Fang, who was in a state of high tension, subconsciously shifted his center of gravity to his left. Song Wen immediately dribbled the ball in the opposite direction and accelerated instantly. Mei Fang subconsciously stretched out his right foot to block it. But Song Wen's kick directly passed the ball to himself 3 seconds later. And then the speed suddenly reached the limit. Feng Xiaoding saw the ball rolling over. But based on the distance between the two sides and his own speed, he knew that it would be unlikely for him to clear the ball before Song Wen arrived. A rash attack might lead to loopholes in his defense, so he could only wait in front of the penalty area line. Song Wen reached the front of the penalty area in an instant. Facing Feng Xiaoding's defense, he noticed that the defensive players behind him could hardly catch up. So Song Wen slowed down and advanced in small steps. Feng Xiaoding took his steps and stared closely at Song Wen's movements. The tremendous pressure made him sweat profusely. Song Wen's body suddenly leaned to the left. His right foot pushed off the ground. His left foot pushed the ball to the left-hand side. His arm raised, and at the same time his left foot was raised high again, as if he was going to shoot directly. Feng Xiaoding subconsciously kicked out to intercept. But Song Wen immediately pressed the cancel button, turned his left foot, and accelerated to cut in from the side of Feng Xiaoding. Feng Xiaoding turned around and chased, trying to block Song Wen's shooting route. But Song Wen suddenly paused, then raised his arms high. Feng Xiaoding stretched out his foot to block again. Another fake move, Song Wen directly pulled away. This kick, it's a real shot, accompanied by Zhan Jun's surprised shout. The ball passed Feng Xiaoding and headed straight for his own goal under the opponent's gaze. Yan Junling exerted force with his legs and jumped high. With this leap, he almost used up all his strength. But the ball still flew past his fingertips, ball goal. With Zhan Jun's shout, the ball went straight into the dead corner and the score was rewritten again. 6-0 in the 6th minute of the game. Song Wen scored another goal, changing the score to 0. This is his 4th goal in this game. This is really crazy. With Song Wen's goal against his time, the entire live broadcast room finally exploded. Still going in. No, we won't really be beaten 7-0, right, to be honest. Getting high scores is easy, but controlling scores is scary. Chinese national football team played a fixed match. IMRs and Ms. If it was really 7-0, I can only say it was percent match fixing. CNM during the Chinese New Year. You cheated the fans out of their money by playing a match-fixing game. The dealer laughed so hard that he was numb. When the score reached 6-0, the focus of netizens' discussion changed again. The popularity of the live broadcast room actually rose again. This is partly because the game is almost over, so I came back to check the final score. Another part is that after learning that the Chinese national team had conceded another goal, people wanted to see if the score could really be 7-0. It is conceivable that once 7-0 really happens, the match-fixing theory will become a foregone conclusion among the fans' criticisms. At this moment, some people who like to wear suits received the news and felt sweaty. I swear to God, there is really no benefit involved in this friendly match. But just because it didn't happen in this game doesn't mean it won't happen in other games. Once it causes a massive stir among fans and is truly investigated, it will be an unexpected disaster for them. In Hupu's real-time rating forums, Song Wen's rating is constantly changing. Song Wen 0 points, Song Z deprived of his horse. Are you going to destroy Chinese football? 10 points. The savior of Chinese football fans. Some fans finally know what they are fans of. 10 points if you are 7-0 you will faint. Not only Song Wen's, but also the comment sections of some national football players have become a place for netizens to vent their anger. Jiang Zhaipeng Chu tilde I'm flying tilde. Feng Zai Oding 0 points. 1 stretch, 2 stretches, 3 falls. Sun Qi 0 points, the king of post-up singles in football. The corner flagpole destroyer. And the founder of smart tactical corner kicks. Wu Lei 0 points. The one-on-one king didn't even have a chance to score. And couldn't outrun the tractor, Zhang Yuning 0 points. The feet were greased with lubricant. And the arc ball was extremely smooth. Song Wen scored again, and once again chose to celebrate with the most arrogant sliding on his knees to meet the boos from the audience. In the 11th minute, Ipswich scored again. This was an attack initiated by No. Player Song Wen from the midfield. He broke through the defense of 3 people and sent the ball into the goal of the national football team. It is hard to imagine that when the game is about to end, we can still see this kind of one-stop long-distance attack goal on the field. It is really very exciting, even Zhan Jun, who has always stood on the side of the national football team, couldn't help but sigh after seeing the goal scored by Song Wen. The scene of a man alone overcoming many obstacles is extremely spectacular in itself. Not to mention that it happens at a time when all the players are almost exhausted. Shocked Song Wen brought only shock to Zhan Jun. Even Fan Ji shook his head in disbelief. As a former professional athlete, Fan Ji once contributed to the famous scene of running thousands of miles to the goal line to save the ball. He is very aware that such high-intensity sprinting on the court is very physically demanding. And he also understands that at this point in time, it is difficult for any player to be able to rush forward. Looking at Song Wen's sprint just now, he didn't know if it was because the national football players couldn't keep up with their physical strength and ran slower. But he always felt that Song Wen ran faster than before at that moment. This is really incredible. He now finally understood why Song Wen was walking most of the time during the entire game. Because such sudden acceleration and sprinting was really very exhausting. But can you ask others to rush forward by just taking a walk like him? Fan Ji also felt that it was difficult to do. I really don't understand this kid. Fan Ji stroked the stubble on his chin. His Shanghai accent became heavier because he was fully immersed in the game. Hey, this kid doesn't seem like a human anymore, seriously. If you let me play like this when I was young, you'd kill me. I wouldn't be able to stop him if you tried. Does he have a motor installed in his body? The kind that burns diesel. It doesn't start normally, but once it starts, it explodes. Hey, watching this ball is really killing me. Zhan Jun sighed. No one expected that a friendly match that was thought to be a training match for the national football team and even a morale boost would end up like this. How can this be called military training? This is sending the new recruits directly to the guillotine. The game time has reached 90 minutes. We can see that there is not much injury time. Only 3 minutes facing such a score. You can imagine how the players feel at this moment. But no matter what, the game is not over yet. I hope the players of the national football team can hold on until the last minute. Zhang Jun obviously knew what kind of spiritual baptism the Chinese national football players were facing at this time. But obviously, the national football players cannot hear Zhang Jun's concern at this moment. When Zhang Yuning stood on the center line again, his eyes had already become empty, confused. Endless confusion. This game can be said to be the worst game he has encountered in his career. It was supposed to be a friendly match. How come it turned out like this? 6-0. How many times can a football player encounter 6-0 in his entire career? For Zhang Yuning, this game was undoubtedly a valuable experience. But now this young striker studying abroad seems unable to accept this blow. Zhang Yuning kicked off the game. Zheng Zhai received the ball, mustered up his strength, and directed his teammates who had lost all their fighting spirit to run forward. As the captain of the Chinese national football team, Zheng Zhai has begun to do two things at once. While directing his teammates, he had already drafted an apology for the post-match media interview in his mind. After a few meaningless passes, the Chinese national football team finally began to slowly advance towards Ipswich. Looking at the Chinese national football players who looked like old men, Song Wen glanced at the time in the system. The sea cucumber player only has 5 seconds left to store energy. When Song Wen saw McGoldrick returning to defense and passing by him, he spoke directly. "Hey, don't back off, get ready. I'm going to give you another goals." Hearing Song Wen's words, McGoldrick was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, "Do you still want to go in?" Even as an opponent, McGoldrick felt that the score of 6-0 was bad enough for the Chinese national team. He didn't expect that this guy was not going to let the Chinese national team go. No wonder there were boos everywhere in the stadium. This kid is really inhuman. But McGoldrick naturally would not give up the chance to score. After being fed by Song Wen twice, he was obviously full of desire to score. Seeing McGoldrick turn around and run for Song Wen began to move slowly. Yu Dabao looked at Song Wen, who was leaning towards him like an old man, with disgust in his eyes. This guy was gasping for breath as he walked. His face was pale, as if he had tuberculosis and was about to die. As a substitute player in this game, Yu Dabao still has relatively sufficient physical strength. The most important thing is that he did not suffer the humiliation from Song Wen like his teammates. Looking at Song Wen, who was leaning on him in the penalty area, Yu Dabao stretched out his hand and pushed him, and he felt the other person's body shaking. It is obvious that the opponent has been physically overdrawn to a certain extent. At this moment, Zheng Zhai made a high-quality cross, and the ball flew towards Yu Dabao's position. Yu Dabao's eyes lit up. Yu Dabao is called a lucky player by fans because he has scored goals several times as a substitute in key games. Feeling the powerlessness of Song Wen and watching Zheng Zhai's perfect cross that he almost risked his life to make, Yu Dabao seemed to have seen hope of scoring a goal. Thinking of this, Yu Dabao lowered his center of gravity, tensed his muscles suddenly, and then jumped up with force. His eyes were fixed on the ball in the air. But suddenly a dark shadow blocked his sight. "I'm tired of horses." Yu Dabao widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The huge number 11 almost occupied his entire field of vision. At the same time, incredible exclamations rang out throughout the stadium. Zhang Jun opened his mouth in surprise and shouted, "Oh my God, he's flying in the picture." Song Wen jumped high, but Yu Dabao, who also jumped, only jumped to the height of Song Wen's chest. Just from the naked eye, the vertical jump height is close to 1 meteorite. And the time he stayed in the air heading the ball. Song Wen directly solved the crisis in front of the goal and headed the ball to his teammates' feet. Fan Ji couldn't help but sigh. This is really like a rock spreading its wings. Some rocks practice clawing skills, and some practice heading skills. Those who practice clawing skills are afraid of getting a red card and have already sat on the bench to rest, while those who practice heading skills have already started flying at low altitude again. Song Wen's leap caused the entire live broadcast room to go crazy. The screen was filled with question marks, leaving no room for error. Song Wen, who is 1.81 meters tall, is almost the same height as Yu Dabo, and is even 1 centimeter shorter than Yu Dabao's official height. But when the two of them jumped at the same time, Yu Dabao's head could only reach Song Wen's chest. The impact of this picture is so strong. What is the devil jumping man? Is it Dabao who jumped too low? Or Song Zefe who jumped too low? It took more than 90 minutes and he could still jump so high. Is this true? Every time I feel like this guy is going to die of exhaustion. But every time he can flee, it's really scary. No, buddy, did you get excited before going on stage? I feel like there is definitely something wrong with this hangman. He must have his blood tested after the game, indeed. It is impossible for a normal person to maintain such a good condition. You're really playing football with your life, right? However, the shock Song Wen brought to everyone was obviously more than that. After passing the ball, Song Wen landed and rushed out of the penalty area chambers. Who got the ball originally wanted to control the ball and delay the game until the end. After seeing Song Wen rushing away from him, he could only pass the ball. It was not until this moment that the fans who had been sighing just now finally realized that things seemed to be starting to go wrong. The Chinese national football players who were still in a daze finally reacted at this moment. This kid still wants to score a goal. The Chinese national football team, which had already lost all fighting spirit, became completely furious at this moment. Song Wen's words 7-0 before the game are still fresh in our minds. And now, the opponent seems to really want to shit on their heads in this way. At this moment, all 11 players of the Chinese national football team chose to return to defense. And even the 3 forwards gritted their teeth and ran frantically towards their own goal. We must not let him score again. The Chinese national football players have never been so united as they are at this moment. The fans watching the game were so nervous that they almost stopped breathing at this moment. Song Wen, he's running with the ball. But the Chinese national team players are chasing him with all their might. There are less than 10 seconds left in injury time. This will be the last chance to attack. We must defend the goal. Amid Zhan Jun's nervous commentary, curses were heard one after another in the live broadcast room. I'm so lucky it's already 6-0, why do you want to charge? Song Zema is so unethical. Song Gu is really uncultured, normally in this situation. He should just get the ball and wait for the referee to blow the whistle. This is really disgusting. I bought 6-0, don't go in. Come ins. I just want to see the gambler die a miserable death. Song Wen's high-speed sprint attracted most of the Chinese national team's defensive attention. He counted silently in his mind and after counting to 4. He looked up and found McGoldrick's position, then kicked a long pass the next second. Song Wen felt his body go limp, and his feet seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and he couldn't move. Zheng Zhe, who was chasing him wildly, didn't expect Song Wen to slow down suddenly. He bumped into him with a bang and knocked Song Wen to the ground. At this time, McGoldrick had already received the pass from Song Wen. In front of him, only defender Feng Xiaoding and goalkeeper Yan Junling were left. Looking at McGoldrick running towards him, Yan Junling gritted his teeth, clapped his hands, took quick steps and prepared himself for battle. His vision had never been so focused as it was at this moment. McGoldrick used a fake move to dodge Feng Xiaoding, who was expertly dodged by fake moves, and then kicked the ball. Yan Junling's eyes flashed like lightning, and he immediately flew to the right. Perhaps because he had played the entire game, McGoldrick's physical strength was not very sufficient. This shot was not only very straight, but also lacked some strength and speed. This not only allowed Yan Junling to rush in the right direction, but also gave him enough time to fully stretch his arms and legs. Shoot Yan Junling, wow, a wonderful save. Yan Junling's fingertips touched the ball. Changing its path, the ball hit the post and bounced out. Yan Junling, he saved the goal. Oh. Following Yan Junling's wonderful save, shouts of relief were heard in the stadium. Song Wen, lying on the ground, never took his eyes off the goal. After seeing the ball bounce off the post, he sighed helplessly. I'm so sorry that I couldn't satisfy the national football team. Zheng Zhai on the side looked at Song Wen as if he had seen a ghost. But the Chinese national football team has this ability to keep the fans feeling at ease for a moment, before the fans in the live broadcast room could even express their admiration for this save. The situation suddenly changed again. The ball bounced off the post and landed at the feet of Sun Qi, who had rushed over. Sun Qi didn't even think about it and kicked the ball back to the midfield. According to his estimation, there should be less than a few seconds left in injury time, so he didn't dare to kick the ball out of bounds directly. This timing is very delicate. Whether or not to give Ipswich a corner kick opportunity depends entirely on the referee's intention. But if the ball is kicked back to midfield, the remaining few seconds are not enough for either side to launch another attack, and the game will end immediately. Sun Qi's idea is not wrong, but what he didn't expect was that he would kick the ball away again, when everyone saw that the ball did not fly far as expected, but instead flew up in the air not too far away. The atmosphere on the field froze again. Ouch, Sun Qi. That kick missed the target. The ball is still in the penalty area, accompanied by Zhan Jun's anxious shouts. The Chinese national football team's penalty area was now in complete chaos. The Ipswich players and the national team players who reacted quickly huddled together, pushing each other and waiting for the ball to fall. Zheng Zhi had no time to return to defense, even subconsciously glanced at Song Wen, who was still lying on the ground. He was really afraid that this kid would suddenly disappear from under his nose and appear in the restricted area. Obviously, Song Wen has left an indelible psychological shadow on Zheng Zhi, accompanied by exclamations in the stadium. The ball fell high. Amid the pushing and shoving, no one got the first spot. The ball continued to fall and landed on Mei Fang's chest. It turned and flew towards Sun Qi's feet. At this moment, Sun Qi was completely panicked. Looking at the flying ball, Sun Qi kicked it again, this time. He did not choose to turn around and kick towards the midfield, but wanted to kick the ball directly out of the baseline. Oh, the audience was shocked. In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun's eyes widened. Sun Qi, he kicked again. In the final stage of injury time, Sun Qi kicked the ball into his own goal, 7-0. The Chinese national football team scored an own goal in the chaos. There are many ways for the Chinese national football team to lose the game, but he chose the most humiliating method. The score of 7-0 was enough to humiliate the Chinese national football team. But the final goal that achieved the crucial score actually came from an own goal by the Chinese national football team themselves. It's like someone starts saying to you, "I'm going to shit on your head." The process was that this person defecated a large amount. The end result is that you put the shit on your own head. It's very humorous and makes people laugh. In the live broadcast room, Fan Zhi gave a concise and clear summary of the game. After a brief silence brought about by disbelief, the fans had already vented their emotions throughout the game, and this own goal brought the emotion to a new height. RNM Chinese national football team, still saying it's not a match fixing. If the opponent can't score, we not just score it yourself. It's all Lippy's fault. Why play 433? Can the Chinese national football team attack? He is not worthy of you, don't you know? It's better to let Gao Hongbo come. Do you miss Coach Gao now? Coach Gao waved his hand and held out 4 fingers, allowing you to score at most 3 goals. Isn't it 3 fingers? Leave some room for own goals first. The arc of Sun Qi's shot was so strange that Yan Junling didn't even have time to react. With this skill, he can only kick the ball towards his own goal. Right. It would be hilarious if the Football Association didn't conduct a strict investigation. Cha Gu Ba. The Football Association and the Chinese national football team are birds of a feather. I guess some people are counting money now. Match fixing or match fixing. Fans on the internet started to post comments about fixed matches in the live broadcast room. Not only them, but the fans at the scene also finally couldn't stand it anymore and started cursing loudly. Sun Ki I Roman 20 UXXX Lippy is fired, match fixing. The inside story amid the indignant shouts of the fans. Zhang Yuning once again stood on the midfield line. He kicked the ball lightly, and the referee's whistle sounded beep beep beep. The sound of the whistle seemed to strike at the heart of every national football player. The torture was finally over, as the referee blew the whistle for the end of the game. The final score was Ipswich 7-0 China. The defeat in this friendly match was obviously very heavy for the Chinese national team. But fortunately, this happened to be a friendly match. I hope that the Chinese national team can see their shortcomings through today's game. If they can make adjustments, it will be a good thing for the future qualifiers. Hearing Zhan Jun's slightly official words of comfort, Fan Ji just smiled and said nothing. He knows the nature of the Chinese national football team very well. Forget about finding mistakes. When the Chinese national football team loses a formal match in the future, the excuses will already be thought of. Due to Song Wen's improper remarks and radical playing style, the Chinese national football team players suffered emotional setbacks, performed poorly and missed the World Cup finals again. The Chinese national football players came to the sidelines dejectedly and apologized to the fans. The score of 0-7 is indeed too shameful. But as the fans' insults continued, anger surged in the hearts of the national football players. I've already apologized so humbly, what else do you want? A bunch of keyboard warriors if you have the guts. Why don't you come up and kick them yourself? What does my losing have to do with you idiots? Zheng Zhai even raised his head and glared at the fans in the stands with a fierce look. This scene was captured directly by the camera. Oh, the captain is angry. Haha, this look seems to eat up the fans. No, what is he angry about? Is he still feeling wronged after being kicked like this? Reading comprehension, what feelings does Zheng Zhai's affectionate gaze express towards his fans? What? Compared to the solemn atmosphere on the Chinese national team's side, the atmosphere among the Ipswich players on the other side was obviously much more lively. Foreigners can't understand the abuse from Chinese fans. Song Wen, who understood the insults, looked very much enjoying it. You have to know that the more fiercely the fans curse him, the more black fans he will have and the more black fans he has, the more powerful he will become for this reason. He waved his hands at the fans in an extremely arrogant manner and even took the lead in applauding, which made Fan Ji in the live broadcast room sigh again and again. This kid will become a great man in the future. His skin is thicker than that of the Chinese national football team. On the sidelines of the stadium, news media have already prepared their cameras, ready to compete for first-hand news. This disastrous defeat of the Chinese national football team has undoubtedly become the biggest news before the end of 16. There are more than 10 hot searches on Weibo alone. But at this moment, these media can only hide behind because they have to give way to the official media. As the favorite of the official media's football column, Tianxia Football naturally has priority in interviews in such formal occasions. Ma Fanchu looked at the national football players who were approaching first and nervously clenched the microphone in his hand. This beautiful host who is talked about by fans did not sit in the studio this time, but became an outsourced reporter, in fact. It was Ma Fanchu who took the initiative to propose this. After all, the hype before the game of the Chinese national football team will accompany you to celebrate the new year was so strong that the game attracted a lot of attention and tickets were hard to come by. Ma Fanchu, who has hosted the program for nearly 2 years, also very much hopes to celebrate the new year with the fans. Unexpectedly, he witnessed a tragic accident scene with his own eyes. Seeing the Chinese national football team walking towards him, Ma Fanchu remembered his mission as a reporter. He quickly stepped forward to find Zheng Zhai, the captain of the national football team. and handed him the microphone. Captain Zheng Zhai, do you have anything to say to the fans about today's game? Zheng Zhai was feeling angry because of the scolding from the fans at the scene. When he heard Ma Fanchu mention the fans again, he didn't say a word, but just stared at the other party with an affectionate death stare. In the live broadcast room, feeling Zheng Zhai's gaze, the barrage of comments became boiling again. What do you mean you can't beat the foreigners? So you're going to beat the audience, as we all know. The Chinese national football team is the best in the world only in terms of temper. Why did the fans smash the water bottles? Because there were no bricks at hand. They have no skills but a bad temper. They don't feel ashamed when they lose, but feel hurt when they are scolded. This is the Chinese national football team. The only most threatening attack of the national football team in the whole game came from Zheng Zhai's death stare. Zheng Zhai's gaze was so lethal that it stunned Ma Fanchu. By the time we reacted, the Chinese national football team had already left, and the Ipswich players were passing by him. Ma Fanchu hesitated for a moment and decided not to interview Ipswich players anymore. After all, there was a press conference after the game. But just as she was about to ask the cameraman to leave with her, a figure suddenly came over. Song Wen stood beside Ma Fanchu like a well-behaved and honest student, as if waiting for the teacher to ask questions. Ma Fanchu was slightly startled, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But the other party was already standing in front of the camera ready for the interview. So he could only ask symbolically, "Hello, Song Wen. Do you have anything to say to the fans about today's game?" In response to Ma Fanchu's question, Song Wen laughed, and the first sentence he said surprised everyone. "I hope that fans will not attack our national football team." Ma Fanchu was already prepared for Song Wenyu to shock people to death. After all, this kid arrogantly reported a score of 7-0 before the game even started. If he had said something like this before the game in Brazil, he would probably have been shot in the knee. Moreover, this kid celebrates every time he scores a goal in someone else's home stadium in a particularly ostentatious and unscrupulous manner. It directly aggravates the contradiction, but now, this insulting score really allowed the opponent to kick out. Judging from the stereotypes that fans have formed about Song Wen during these 90 minutes, this kid will definitely mock and stomp the Chinese national football team in front of the camera. However, no one expected that he would pretend to be a good guy and start to persuade the fans of the national football team. The Song Wen in front of the camera formed a sharp contrast with the Song Wen on the court just now. He had a gentle and humble smile on his face, and even bent down slightly to accommodate Ma Fanchu's height so that the other party would not need to hold the microphone too high. He spoke in a gentle and humble tone, giving people the feeling that this guy looked easy to bully. However, just this one sentence made the fans inside and outside the stadium feel physically uncomfortable. Pretending to be your mother, how hypocritical. If you want to ridicule, just ridicule. Why are you pretending to be a nice guy? I originally thought that the Chinese national football team deserved to be criticized for being bad. But now this guy is also disgusting. A hypocrite is more disgusting than a real villain. Song Wen seemed unaware that his friendly remarks would cause such an excited reaction from the fans, and he continued to defend the Chinese national football team. Although football looks simple, it is actually not difficult. The Chinese football players are working very hard. I hope everyone will stop criticizing them. Song Wen paused for a moment, and Ma Fanchu felt that there was something wrong with what he said. Then he continued with a smile. If you were allowed to do it, you might be able to do it. After he finished speaking, he waved gently at the camera with an elegant and easygoing smile. When I went to the clothes, I learned the name and the name. It was not until Song Wen's figure disappeared from the camera that everyone reacted. Fuck, this guy's swearing is really dirty. I knew he couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Don't tell me even if I'm on 7-0, I may not be able to do it. I apologize for doubting Song Zi's stereotype. Song Wenqiang propped himself up and followed the team into the locker room at the end. After the door of the locker room was closed, blocking out the reporters outside who were following him. He could no longer hold on and slid down limply, leaning against the door as the team captain. Chambers had already noticed that Song Wen was exhausted and immediately helped him up. Old Rai Godrix, who was successfully converted by Song Wen today, also rushed over, and the two of them helped Song Wen to his seat to rest. "Hey Song, you've been working too hard today. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Seeing that the old captain cared about him, Song Wen smiled and said, "Yeah, I know. Pay attention next time." After hearing Song Wen's answer, Chambers thought about it and finally couldn't help asking the question in his mind. "Actually, there is one thing that I find strange. After all, they are also, why are you so ruthless?" Chambers could never understand this question. In his opinion, Song Wen's skin and hair are always the same as those of the national football players. If it were me with such a big lead, even if I didn't let the team win, I shouldn't have sprinted to score a goal in injury time. Why does it feel like he has some deep hatred with the other side? Noticing Chambers' doubts, Song Wen sighed and his mind started working rapidly. He knew that how he answered this time was actually quite important. No matter how the outside world talks about him, or even speaks ill of him, Song Wen will not be affected in any way, in fact. Because of the existence of the system, he even wishes he had as many black fans as possible. But he still needs to maintain good relationships within the team. After all, football is a team sport. It is unlikely to win the game by relying on one person's personal ability. Unless you encounter garbage like the Chinese national football team. No matter how strong your personal abilities are, you can't steal the ball from your teammates if they don't pass it to you. Right. Song Wen pondered for a moment, then sighed deeply and said, "You may not know this, but I'm also a fan of the Chinese football team." Hearing Song Wen's words, Chambers widened his eyes in surprise and asked in an exaggerated tone, "Rui class?" Song Wen nodded, his tone heavy. "In China, there is an old saying, the deeper the love, the more severe the blame. This means that the more you love someone, the more you blame him when he makes a mistake. It is usually used to describe the love that parents have for their children. I have this kind of feeling towards Chinese football. Their football is so bad that they can't even participate in the World Cup in Asia. The reason why I'm trying so hard to score goals is not just to win, nor is it simply to make the coaches notice my ability. More importantly, I want to wake them up. You know, all the fans in the stadium were cursing at me. They hated me so much that they seemed to want to peel off my skin and flesh to vent their hatred. But I don't care about that. If Chinese football can make it to the World Cup one day, I am willing to bear all the curses." Song Wen's expression was sincere and serious, which moved Chambers. "Oh my God, Song. You are such a great player." The big old Rai Godric standing by was so moved that he started sobbing. "I didn't expect your ambitions to be so great. I really feel guilty for missing the ball. Song, I admire your vision." Even head coach McCarthy came over, patted Song Wen's shoulder heavily and comforted him. "Song, I believe that one day, you will see China's football team enter the World Cup finals." Song Wen was originally immersed in the performance, but when he heard McCarthy's words, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Turned around and covered his face and laughed. This was simply the funniest joke he had ever heard since he traveled through time. Seeing Song Wen's shoulders twitching, several people looked at each other. The good old man Chambers comforted. "Don't be sad, Song. As a man, be strong," McCarthy said. "You should have a good rest. I see that you are very tired. Let us handle the press conference later." Hearing McCarthy's words, Song Wen immediately stood up. Full of energy. What a joke. The press conference is the real opportunity to make a big splash. I can't miss it. Today he will crawl to the microphone even if he has to. No. I must go to the press conference. The national football players are already sitting in the interview booth. Faced with the crackling and flashing lights, even the veteran Zhang Zhai felt a little uncomfortable. After calming down in the locker rooms, Zhang Zhai no longer had the anger he had at the beginning. After all, think about it, a 7-0 victory is really too ugly. If we continue to act stubbornly and put on airs at the press conference at this time, the situation may very likely escalate into an unmanageable situation. So he decided to find a reason and apologize sincerely. Although I know this will not have any effect on those angry fans, at least I can report to my leader. This defeat angered not only the fans. According to normal procedures, reporters would usually ask questions to the head coach first. But because Zhang Zhai's death stare after the game caused an uproar, this time the media directed their criticism at Zhang Zhai from the beginning. The first reporter who stood up to ask a question directly directed the question to Zhang Zhai. Hello, I would like to ask Zhang Zhai, what do you think about the score of today's game? Zhang Zhai obviously didn't expect the reporter to attack him directly and was stunned for a moment. But fortunately, as a mature national football player, he has written this apology draft countless times. So he has some confidence in it. I am guilty. The loud voice echoed throughout the interview room, causing all the reporters present to be slightly stunned. Then they immediately started whispering. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked. Fuck, why are you yelling so loudly? Are you trying to scare someone to death? My goodness. This apology is louder than the goal celebration. Why does it feel like something is not right? What a rubbish live broadcast. Why is the audio and video out of sync? Netizens hadn't reacted yet, but the reporters sitting in the front row had already reacted immediately. They were quite close and could clearly see that Zhang Zhai hadn't even opened his mouth yet. So who was the one who apologized just now? Reporters began to look back, trying to find out who was causing trouble in the crowd. Even Zhang Zhai was stunned for a moment, because he really didn't say a word. I'm sorry to let you see that the Chinese national football team lost again. To be honest, I'm still a little ashamed sitting here in front of you all. I have an unshakable responsibility for the score of 7-0. I hope you understand that 7-0 is not the limit of our national football team at all. It's just that there is not enough time. As the sound rang out again, this time people finally found the direction of the sound and looked towards the door on the right. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be a press conference going on in the next room for Ipswich. The reporters looked at each other and then reacted immediately. Who else besides Song Wen can speak Chinese so fluently? This kid seemed to be afraid that the soundproofing of the room was too good, and he was almost shouting at the top of his lungs. Is this a direct apology on behalf of the Chinese national football team? In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments also reacted one after another, and were completely stunned. What do you mean? Chinese national football team captain Song Wen. You know what? This apology is much more sincere. Song Wen, the Chinese national football team, helped me score a goal. So I apologized on behalf of the national football team. This guy is really a bad boy. Zhang Zhai's face turned black. What? Song Zema is really worried about the Chinese national football team. Zhang Zhai, no buddy, what did you say, Zhang Zhai? Whose lines were snatched away by Song Wen. Blushed and sat in his seat, stammering and unable to speak for a while on the other side. In the Ipswich interview room, the players were staring at the excited Song Wen in amazement. McCarthy even planned to ask the team doctor to check whether Song Wen had any intermittent nervous excitement after returning to the team. How come he looked so sick one second and so radiant the next? In fact, not coming to the interview room in a wheelchair was Song Wen's last act of stubbornness. His energy at the moment had indeed been drained. But the thought of being able to scold the Chinese national football team instantly perked up his spirits. Song Wen's words seemed to be an apology, but in fact they were full of sarcasm, which instantly made some reporters present feel unhappy. And the questions they asked began to become more and more aggressive. I would like to ask Song Wen, your performance today was indeed very impressive. But as far as I know, you have not had the opportunity to play in the championship this year. In comparison, Zhang Yuning and others in the national football team have all started overseas. What do you think is the reason that you have no chance to play despite having good skills? Hearing the reporter's question, Song Wen looked at the other person deeply. I have to say this question is very hurtful. You have good skills but you just can't play. Which means there must be problems in other aspects of you. What he was secretly saying was that Song Wen had a bad character. The reporters who were originally discussing the matter also stopped, as if they were all waiting to see a joke, after all. In the eyes of these reporters, Song Wen is just a 17-year-old boy. They are all veterans who have worked in the journalism industry for many years. When it comes to the art of language, it is completely easy for them to set a trap for the other party. The reporters thought Song Wen would be speechless after hearing this question. But he immediately said, "You shouldn't ask me this question. Since you also admit my ability, don't you think about it? I can only play as a substitute. While those national football players who are not as capable as me, how can they play in the European League? Why don't you ask the Football Association and those clubs?" Boom! Song Wen's words instantly caused an uproar. The reporters' eyes widened. And at this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. This kid is so bold to say that, is he trying to kill himself? It's fine to mock the players. But now they are directly attacking the club and the Football Association. But on second thought, he is not living in your country. So there is really no need to keep you in suspense. As an old reporter of football media, Ling Feng was briefly shocked and shook his head helplessly after hearing Song Wen's answer. He felt that Song Wen was too young and energetic, you know. In 12, the Brazilian football team beat the Chinese national team 8-0 in a friendly match. And Neymar even had to apologize to the fans on Weibo. You are too cocky, kid. But Ling Feng really admired Song Wen's abilities and decided to help this young man. He raised his hand and stood up to ask, "Hello Song Wen, I do see a desire for victory in you. I saw that even at the last moment, when you were exhausted and leading by a large margin, you still did not give up the idea of attacking. What supports your desire for victory?" You asked a good question. Song Wen gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, and then asked an irrelevant question in return. Have you ever played League of Legends? Song Wen suddenly mentioned an online game, which stunned everyone present. I'm talking to you about football. What game are you talking about? Esports is also a sport, right? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment and replied, Of course I know. League of Legends is probably the most popular game right now. Song Wen laughed and said, to be honest, I have some talent in games. I am currently a master in the European server. This nonsensical answer made everyone look at each other in confusion, not knowing what Song Wen was talking about. The young player raised an eyebrow. In a bronze game, who cares about winning or losing? The main thing is to get kills. After Song Wen finished speaking, the interview room was briefly silent for 2 seconds. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded. Okay, this is a mockery, right? Not really surprising, it fits my stereotype of Song Zi. I think Song Zi is still conservative. Can the Chinese national football team be compared to bronze? It's just a level 10 trumpet, Roman 20 UXX dog XX. Ling Feng just felt overwhelmed. He really didn't expect that he wanted to change the subject. But this guy could find a roundabout way to scold the Chinese national football team again. Can't help even if the golden immortal came today. He couldn't save this kid's mouth. Ling Feng shook his head and slowly sat down. Soon another reporter stood up to ask questions. Hello. Song Wen, may I ask what do you think is the main reason for the score in today's game? There are actually many reasons. Song Wen stretched out his hand and started counting on his fingers. The grass was too soft in the first half. Too hard in the second half, the weather was too cold. The lights were too bright, the extra time was too short. Someone threw a grenade into the field. Those 6 factors are the reason for conceding 6 goals. The reporter was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, then there is another ball. There was another ball because I spoke so harshly. Song Wen's humor once again successfully amused the reporters at the scene. At this time, Some reporters who love the Chinese national football team finally couldn't help but start questioning. There are many controversial questions about you on the internet. Can you answer them directly? Although the Chinese national football team does not play well, it is still our national football team. Netizens think that as a British Chinese, you have no position or qualifications to ridicule and criticize them. What do you think about this? Hearing this aggressive question, Song Wen was not at all flustered but replied with a smile. I won and they lost. Shouldn't the strong humiliate the weak? But netizens think that this is a manifestation of your unpatriotism. Do you have any other purpose in wanting to score so much? Seeing that the other party was exaggerating, Song Wen directly responded, if you don't love the national football team, you don't love your country. Then when the national football team won 7-0, weren't they insulting the country and bringing shame to the country? The plaque that Chen Zhen broke was carried back home by these 11 people. There were sounds of people sucking in their breath in the interview room. This kid is really crazy. Although not a single dirty word came out of his mouth, the destructive power of his insults was even more terrifying than nuclear weapons. The reporter who asked the question frowned and changed the subject. But it is undeniable that your nationality is a problem. Seeing that the other party was still insisting on his nationality, Song Wen sneered and said sarcastically, I guess you didn't learn history very well. You may not know that during the special period, the overseas Chinese donated more than 4 billion yuan. The remittances from overseas Chinese reached more than 95 billion yuan. He simply stood up and said righteously, I grew up in England and I can speak English. But my eyes are narrow, me hair is black, me skin is yellow. And I have never stopped practicing my mother tongue for a moment without anyone to communicate with. I will not allow and will never forget my blood. I am Chinese. Song Wen's passionate speech moved all the reporters present. Ling Feng couldn't help but applaud him. But after being moved, he became deeply worried about Song Wen's career. After all, he still has to play football in the UK. Judging from the ability Song Wen showed today, he is only 17 years old. If he can maintain this state or go one step further, it may not be impossible for him to step into the final circle that every professional player wants to enter. But the prerequisite is that he must play for English football. Once Song Wen's speech in public is reported back to Britain, it will undoubtedly pose a huge obstacle to his future path. Ling Feng felt that Song Wen was still a little young. In answering this question, Song Wen's answer made him admire him, but at the same time, it also made him, a veteran, feel that it was somewhat lacking in consideration. You know, after a game where the Chinese national team was defeated 7-0, it is not possible to win back the fans' feelings with just a few impassioned speeches. To put it bluntly, those indignant fans just wanted to use this as an excuse to attack him. Those who shouldn't believe it will still not believe it. Those who want to criticize you will continue to criticize you. Now that Song Wen has made such a statement, he will be caught in a dilemma. Not only will they be hated by their national football fans, they may also be unacceptable in the UK. But what Ling Feng didn't know was that this was exactly the result Song Wen wanted most. With the existence of the black fan system, Song Wen wishes that more people would hate him. This friendly match with the Chinese national football team can be said to have made Song Wen a fortune. But it was inevitable that he would soon have to return to play in England. In China, apart from the 5 major leagues, competitions of the level of the English Championship do not receive much attention except from veteran fans. In other words, it will be difficult for him to attract too many black fans from the country. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. It is pitiful enough that the fans of the Chinese national football team are abused by the national football team every day. And we can't always catch them and fleece them. Since I am playing football in the UK, my future nourishment will naturally come from foreigners. Therefore, he was not afraid at all that his speech would be spread out, and even hoped that it would spread to every corner of the small British island immediately. For Song Wen now, what he needs is not flowers and applause. In the live broadcast room, the comments were still mixed. Some are showing hypocrisy. Some are showing positive energy, but no matter what. Whether he is a fan or a hater, Song Wen's name has become famous overnight in the domestic football world. The next morning, the entire Ipswich team flew from Shenyang to the Magic City. They need to transfer from Shanghai. The championship schedule is very tight, which is why McCarthy brought almost an entire team of substitutes. The main players need to rest, so these players who have not played for years can only be trained. But McCarthy never expected that this trip to China would cause such a huge sensation. McCarthy was sleepy. The bus they took back to the hotel last night was almost overturned by angry fans. McCarthy was so scared that he didn't dare to sleep the whole night, for fear that these fans would rush into the hotel. Song Wen also did not sleep last night. He argued with Chinese fans on social media all night long, cursing these extreme fans for being shameful and losing the game, and calling them beasts as soon as he got off the plane. Song Wen took out his mobile phone and dialed the number given to him by Ling Feng, a senior football media person who has good connections in the circle. "Hello, coach fan, I'm Song Wen." Song Wen got on the plane, patted his butt, and flew away. What is left to the fans of the Chinese national football team is a trauma that is difficult to heal. Although Song Wenren is no longer in China, he still maintains high-intensity interaction with his fans on Weibo, since Song Wen often exchanges friendly greetings with his black fans. Those netizens who originally wanted to unfollow him after scolding finally decided not to unfollow him, always being on the alert. This caused Song Wen's number of fans to continue to surge, and in just a few days the number of fans reached 1 million. As the situation became more and more serious, Song Wen continued to draw nourishment from the national team players. The anti-fan value Zhang Yuning has reached 50,000. And the ability is obtained, Jade Foot Push Shot. Jade Foot Push Shot take care of your feet. The smoother and more delicate your feet are, the better your feel for the ball will be, and you will be able to kick a smoother arc ball. The black fan value Wu Lei has reached 50,000. And the ability is obtained, Wu Hua Beiman. 8 gates of Wu Hua. Each game randomly draws a skill from the 8 gates of Wu Hua, 6 colors of Wu Yan. Wu Ren Neng Dai Wu Yan Ye Du Wu Ki Bai Wu Lei Bombard. Wu Yan Liu Si improved positioning awareness, thus gaining a larger range of activities, and drawing Wu Yan Liu Si in the post-match heat map. Warrior is capable of fighting. Physical confrontation ability is greatly enhanced. Wu Yan Ye Dian language ability is greatly enhanced. The success rate when commanding teammates is improved, and the lethality when arguing with opponents is increased. Wu Kibai, your performance is hard for other players to compare with. You are the MVP of this game. Wu Lei's head-on strike, gathering energy in the palm, cultivating palm power, increasing hand strength, and not easily discovered by the referee. Wu Lei's ability once made Song Wen exclaim, "Fuck you." All we can say is that he is worthy of being the #1 football king in Asia. Yid's Song Wen made a lot of money by interacting with fans. However, this high-intensity landing situation made Song Wen's already overdrawn body unable to bear it. After returning to Ipswich, England, Song Wen, at McCarthy's urging, lay in bed for 2 days to recuperate. It's not that McCarthy gave Song Wen special treatment and told him not to train, but the team doctor's words that if he didn't rest his muscles would dissolve directly scared McCarthy. Ipswich is a town in Suffolk, Eastern England, located at the mouth of the River Orwell. Although it is a town, it is not far from London, and it is also a port town, so the population is very large. In addition, Song Wen was just a marginal figure in the team before, so the apartment rented by the team for him was not particularly good, and he had to share the apartment with another player. It was the first time McCarthy came to Song Wen's residence. He was so irritated by the various strange and foul smells in the apartment that he could not stand staying there. After repeatedly assuring Song Wen that he would definitely find him a better place to live immediately, he ran away like a flash. Song Wen is not worried that his head coach will deceive him, because the sincerity of a bootlicker cannot be deceived. Song Wen's roommate is also a substitute player for Ipswich. This time, he also came to China with Song Wen and participated in a friendly match with the Chinese national football team. It's just that the kid was too nervous and couldn't play the whole game. He was the midfielder Del Moss, who gave Wu Lei a flying tackle and was directly sent off with a red card. Song Wen, who had rested for 2 days, got up early today. He felt that his physical condition had almost recovered, and it was time to go to the training ground to train with his teammates. You know, there is a league match tomorrow. Walking out of his bedroom, Del Moss was untying his apron. Seeing Song Wen appear, the young player smiled and said, "Hey Song, you got up so early today. Then we can have the breakfast I made for you." During these few days of recuperation, Del Moss made breakfast every day. Song Wen was not polite and walked to the table and sat down. "Thank you, Delmos. I plan to go to the training ground for training today, so I will get up early." Delmos pointed at Song Wen and laughed. "Wow, Song. Look at you. You grew up in England, but your English is a little. I've told you many times that for convenience, the S in my name can be silent." Song Wen was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, Dale Moss spread his hands and said, "Why did you emphasize my last name? Okay, slutty." "Yeah, that's what a native Englishman sounds like." That's the Cockney accent after breakfast. The two began jogging towards Portman Road Stadium. That is their team's home ground. And the team's training was also conducted here in the past. "Hey Song, I've lived with you for almost a year. And I didn't realize you were so amazing." As Moss ran, he whispered in Song Wen's ear like a mosquito. "The way McCarthy looks at you is like he's looking at his lover. Song, I have a feeling you're going to be a superstar soon." After he finished speaking, his tone became a little lower. "Unlike me, I messed it up when I was sent off. McCarthy pointed at my nose and scolded me. He never spoke to me since that day. And it has been the same in training for the past few days. My career may be over here." Without mobilizing the ability of a sea cucumber player, Song Wen's physical fitness was visibly poor. He felt a little tired just jogging with Moss. Moss's situation is actually the opposite of Song Wen's. This foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes is 1.9 meters tall and has a strong physique. Although he is only 19 years old, he is not inferior to those starting players who are in their prime in terms of physical confrontation. And his shortcomings are also obvious. His technique is crude, his movements are not agile enough. And he plays football in a one-track manner. "Don't feel bad, idiots. Maybe you could try playing forward." Song Wen gave his own pertinent opinions. How? Moss turned back with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "No, I don't want to play as a striker like you said. A striker only needs to score goals, while a midfielder has a lot to consider." Song Wen didn't expect that the other party actually took his words to heart, and said helplessly, "First of all, considering things requires brains, talent." Hearing Song Wen's words, Moss sighed. "Maybe you're right, Song. Football may not be the sport for me. It would be great if I could be as good as you and win the favor of the coach." Seeing that this kid was sensitive again, Song Wen spoke to comfort him. "Don't be sad. You don't have to be like me. You have to know that everyone has their own abilities. And you are the only one in the world." After receiving Song Wen's praise, Moss's eyes regained a hint of spirit. Right, Song. I'll try my best." Seeing that he had saved another young boy who almost lost his football, Song Wen couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. But 5 minutes later, Song Wen would soon wish he could slap himself in the face. End of this chapter. Song Wen and Moss were the first players to arrive at the stadium. Diorama was like he was on hormones today. He kept chasing after him and asking questions, which made Song Wen very annoyed. He took the opportunity to go to the toilet and got rid of Diorama. He quietly warmed up in the corners, taking the opportunity to look at every player who came to the court. His predecessor had devoted almost all of his energy to training techniques. Even though Song Wen searched his memory, he could not remember the names of many players. However, he still knows several of the team's main players. Although everyone is a teammate, they are actually just colleagues in the company, and the entire team is divided into several small groups. As the players arrived one by one, players who were familiar with each other also gathered together. As Big Boss Rai Godric walked into the stadium, he greeted Song Wen loudly, "Hey Song, how's your recovery going?" This sound naturally attracted the attention of many people, and they all turned their eyes over. Then some people started to discuss in low voices. "Who is that boy Song? Hey Jonas, you don't even know your teammates' names. You said it as if you knew, haven't you heard?" This time they went to China for a friendly match. Song was in the spotlight. He scored 4 goals and also provided 2 assists. "I heard that the opponent was not a national team. Why did they get kicked like this? It seems that China's national team is not very strong. I remember that China is a country with a huge population. Can't we pick 11 people who can play football out of one? 3 billion people, putting aside other things. As a forward midfielder though, you feel any sense of urgency. Douglas, forget it, just this kid. A baby who has to stay in bed for 2 days after playing a friendly match." As they were discussing excitedly, they saw Chambers walking in from outside. The 31-year-old captain was deeply respected by the players because of his personality. When everyone saw Chambers, they were about to say hello when they saw Chambers waving at Song Wen. "Hey Song, I'm really happy to see you here." Everyone was confused as they watched Chambers quickly walk towards Song Wen. What is even more incomprehensible is the sight of McGoldrick and Song Wen arm in arm. You have to know that this big black man has been sitting on the bench this season. He has a bad temper and doesn't get along with anyone. And the substitute players who came to the court later immediately surrounded Song Wen, their eyes sparkling as if they had seen their idol. For a time, a new faction seemed to have formed within Ipswich with Song Wen as the core. Did this kid go to the east and use some evil magic to brainwash them? Haha Douglas, it seems like you really have a competitor. Hearing his teammates teasing, Douglas sneered at first until head coach McCarthy and assistant coach Connor walked in. What shocked everyone was that when these two people came in, the first person they looked for was Song Wen. Assistant coach Connor even took on the responsibilities of the team doctor, pinching Song Wen all over his body and constantly asking about his physical condition. How can this be the treatment that a marginal player who hasn't played a game in a year in the team can enjoy? Connor patted Song Wen on the back and said with a smile, "I'm relieved to see that you have no problems. You don't know that Coach McCarthy couldn't sleep these 2 days. He was always worried about your health." Hearing Connor's words, Song Wen shrugged his shoulders and said, "I only care about when I can move out of that slum that looks like a garbage dump." Seeing Song Wen complaining about him, McCarthy smiled. "Don't worry, it will be quick, and from what I know, the top management is already drafting a new contract for you. This is what you deserve for your outstanding performance." Well, if a normal 17-year-old boy heard that he could get a higher-paying contract just for a game, he would probably laugh out loud. But Song Wen knew that the water here was very deep. If you fail to sign a contract properly, you might end up becoming a slave of capital. However, Song Wen's current salary is indeed very low. Before joining Ipswich Town, he had good skills. His physical fitness was worse than it is now. McCarthy kept Song Wen because of his original body's almost single-minded persistence and hard work. Of course, under such conditions, Song Wen naturally had no way of getting a good contract. With an annual salary of only 80,000. This is probably only 1/5 of the average annual salary of championship players. Compared with those Premier League players, my annual salary may be only a fraction of their weekly salary. Of course, Song Wen is not worried about these things now. You must know that behind you are the 11 members of the national football team and hundreds of millions of national football fans. After a brief greetings, Connor assisted McCarthy in starting today's training task. Before carrying out outdoor training tasks, the players need to do some strength training indoors. McCarthy even came directly to Song Wen and said, From yesterday's game, my previous assessment of your physical condition was obviously inaccurate. Today we plan to retest your body in all aspects. Looking at the expectant look on McCarthy's face, Song Wen nodded, but he knew that this expectant old man would soon be disappointed. After all, although his current physical fitness was better than that of ordinary people, it was obviously poor compared to professional football players. But he will still try his best to train and test, because he also has the skill of a small belly. A belly fat can be trained to consume stored fat to gain skill upgrade points, which can improve itself more effectively. The way to completely burn fat is to achieve the maximum training volume for the entire team on that day. This may seem like hard work, but it is. However, for Song Wen, this is not a difficult task. After Allen daily training, players will not choose to exhaust their physical energy to the utmost. Let's first test the arm strength and endurance. After hearing McCarthy's words, Song Wen sat in front of the equipment and was eager to try. At the same time, the data of other players' arm strength and endurance training that day also appeared in my mind. Just as Song Wen was about to take action, he suddenly found that Moss had also sat down on the equipment next to him. Moss waved his strong and muscular shoulders towards Song Wen and said sincerely, "Song, I want to learn from you." Feeling the big guy's sincere eyes, Song Wen suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. End of this chapter. Outside the staff passage at Portman Road Stadium, the security guard looked at the Asian man in front of him with suspicion in his eyes. "Why have I never seen you before?" The man was wearing a cleaner's uniform, holding a trash can in one hand and a broom in the other. He looked at some players who had finished training and came out. Although he was extremely anxious, he had a flattering smile on his face and held up his work ID card. "My English is not good." The security guard frowned at the poor English. He looked at the cleaner's ID card on the man's chest and waved his hand impatiently. The man bowed and nodded, then walked into the employee passage. He didn't stand up straight until he turned the corner. Cursing, "Damn it, the foreign devils look down on people. Why install a broken security guard?" He parked the trash can against the wall. Half of his body got inside and quickly took out a camera. "When a Wang Yao, get first-hand information and become a famous sports reporter. Your little security guard will be nothing to me." Wang Yao just got off the plane at noon today and immediately rushed to Portman Road Stadium. The match coverage a few days ago made him a joke in the industry. This made Wang Yao jealous of Song Wen in his heart. Song Wen's reputation in China is now such that everyone is calling for his death. In fact, when the competition just ended, netizens' attitudes towards Song Wen were mixed. But as the Water Army began to leave the field, all the reasons for the Chinese national football team's failure were blamed on Song Wen. Soon the internet trend changed completely. Now the first hot topic about Song Wen on Weibo is Song Wen is banned from entering the country for life. Many netizens even expressed their desire to go to the UK to see Song Wen offline. Wang Yao also joined the offline penguin group of the real Song Wen. Originally everyone had agreed to come here today, but in the end only he came. His netizens either cannot leave the country or have no money to buy plane tickets. Wang Yao even gave a VTip of 1.0 to a netizen who was outraged but had no money to buy a plane ticket. In the end, the plane ticket was not purchased and Wang Yao's V was blocked. "I was defrauded of $1,000. It's all Song Zema's fault." Wang Yao was still mumbling to himself when he suddenly heard a hoarse roar coming from outside. "Damn it, I'm so lucky." The familiar accent startled Wang Yao for a moment. But then he was immediately overjoyed. Who else can curse out the essence of the country here except Song Wen? "I came to the UK this time just to dig up some dirt on this guy." Know from the tone of his voice, it's obvious that he had a conflict with his teammates. The Chinese player became arrogant after the 7-0 victory over the Chinese national team, and had a violent conflict with his teammates after returning to the team for training. Wang Yao had already come up with the title of the article in 0.1 seconds. He picked up the camera in his hand. took 2 steps at a time, rushed out of the passage, came to the audience seats, and secretly set up the camera under the cover of the seats. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still many players on the court, but they mostly stayed on the sidelines on the court. There were only 2 figures, concentrating on running back and forth. The 2 figures were running crookedly, and it was obvious that their physical strength had reached the limit, as if they would fall down in the next second. Wang Yao zoomed the camera to the maximum. One of the people was a blonde foreigner, tall and strong. He was breathing heavily and his face was getting paler. He had some impression of this person in the friendly match against the Chinese national football team that day. It was this player who shoveled Wu Lei, and a red card opened the game. The other person, with his eye-catching black hair, could be recognized as Song Wen at a glance. Song Wen's condition was obviously worse than that of the older brother next to him. His legs were trembling, his face was pale, and his body was covered in sweat, as if he would fall to the ground with a plop in the next second. The reporter's keen sense of smell prompted Wang Yao to press the shutter immediately. "Diama, are you sick? It's serious." On the court, Song Wen held on to his last breath, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Moss's clothes directly. The big guy's strength had been exhausted. He supported his knee with one hand and raised the other hand with difficulty to wipe the sweat off his face. "Song, I know I'm not as good as you. I've lost all the previous games, but I must win this last one. I must catch up with you." After hearing what Moss said, Song Wen almost went crazy. This idiot has been competing with him like this for a whole day. This resulted in his training volume increasing infinitely. From the hand strength and leg strength at the beginning, to the shooting training, passing training, flexibility training, and so on. "You're not sick, are you? Who's competing with you? If this isn't a competition, why would you come back and do another pull-up if I did one more? You're obviously not good at strength, but I can't beat you. I finally know what I lack, which is a strong will like yours. So today I must beat you in my weak area." Moss looked sincere. Song Wen grabbed Moss's clothes and gritted his teeth. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. His physical strength had reached its limit and he was completely drained. It was even difficult to open my mouth and curse at the other person. The players standing on the sidelines were also talking about it at this time. "What are these 2 doing? It's just training. Is this necessary, Douglas? This kid is trying so hard to perform in front of the coach. Be careful about your starting spot tomorrow, haha. Humph, just a clown if he practices like this. It's doubtful whether he can get up tomorrow. You are still young, you are too eager to stand out." McCarthy on the other side finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although he had stepped in to stop the 2 men several times, they still seemed to be at loggerheads. Daily training is just to keep the players' feet feeling and physical condition. Training like these 2 people's will only put too much strain on the body, and the results will not outweigh the results. In McCarthy's opinion, the behavior of the 2 was nothing more than a competition between young people. So his face turned very ugly. "You 2, that's enough. Come here." Seeing the head coach so angry, Moss shrank his head and walked towards the sidelines obediently. After hesitating for a moment, Song Wen slowly walked towards the sidelines. It is obviously not a smart move to disobey the head coach in front of so many people. Besides, he finally discovered that this idiot was just a stubborn person. "My physical fitness is not as good as the other parties. Now if I want to achieve my goal, I can only rely on wisdom. Song, your body has just recovered. Don't just show off your strength." McCarthy realized that his tone was a bit heavy-side, and continued, "You have to understand. This is not the purpose of training." Listening to McCarthy's earnest persuasion, Song Wen nodded with a smile. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a few flashes of light in the audience. 11 p.m. local time, Song Wen sneaked out of the room, dragged his tired body, and returned to the Portman Road Stadium under the surprised gaze of the security guards. The stadium was quiet and there was no one there. Even the lights were turned off and it was pitch black. But this did not have much impact on Song Wen. because he only needed to complete one more round-trip run to complete today's task. Song Wen could feel that all the muscles in his body were wailing, which might even affect tomorrow's game. But he had already been harmed to this point by Diao Mao, and he couldn't give up all his previous efforts. Moreover, compared to a championship game, quickly improving one's abilities is the top priority. Just as Song Wen was about to drag himself to finish the last leg of the run, a voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. "Hey Song, I knew you would work hard secretly and surprise everyone. No wonder you were able to shine in that friendly match. It turns out you were secretly training by yourself every night." Song Wen's body stiffened and he turned around silently. In the moonlight, the baton in his hand sparkled brightly. Moss, who was following subconsciously, took 2 steps back. There were only 2 of them on the court at the moment, and in Song Wen's brown pupils, he seemed to see endless murderous intent. He was a little panicked. "Hey Song, don't get excited, it's not someone else, it's me. Your good brother Dia Amo." Moss watched Song Wen approaching step by step and could only retreat step by step. After shouting several times without any response, Moss finally couldn't bear the pressure and ran away. After getting rid of the annoying nagging, Song Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for how to deal with the relationship with Dia Amo in the future, Song Wen believed that with Dia Amo's stubborn brain, as long as he told him the story of a certain ancient Chinese hero who loved to kill people in his dreams, Dia Amo would definitely understand. After completing the last round of shuttle run with a tired body, Song Wen was completely unable to stand and sat down directly on the lawn. At the same time, he also received prompts from the system. The fat in the belly has been completely digested, and the skill upgrade point obtained is 1 point. These few skill points obtained with great difficulty will allow him to upgrade his abilities. Among the abilities that Song Wen currently possesses, only the abilities of the Sea Cucumber player and Emperor Lei Yi can be upgraded. It only takes a few skill points to upgrade these 2 abilities from level 1 to level 2. But to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, 10 points are required. And so on. Song Wen hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to use this skill point to upgrade the Sea Cucumber player first. After all, this is the ability obtained from the Chinese national football team. The Chinese national football team has made an indispensable contribution to Song Wen's current status, so he always has a grateful heart towards the Chinese national football team. Consume upgrade points, 1 point. Sea Cucumber player level 1, promoted to Sea Cucumber player level 2. Sea Cucumber player level 1, sea cucumbers are warming and nourishing, and are as powerful as ginseng, hence the name. Your body's immunity is greatly improved, and your body's flexibility and coordination are greatly improved. You will store nutrients by walking during the game, and for every minute you walk, you gain 1 second of your maximum speed. Sea Cucumber player level 2, sea cucumbers are sweet and salty, can nourish the kidney meridian, benefit the essence, eliminate phlegm, control urination, strengthen yang and cure impotence, and kill sores and insects. The waist strength is greatly improved. Looking at the ability of the level 2 Sea Cucumber player, Song Wen was slightly stunned. Then I was greatly disappointed. He didn't expect that the skill points he had worked so hard to obtain would only result in a significant improvement in his waist strength. Although waist strength is also very important for football players, whether it is passing, shooting, or physical confrontation, waist strength is very necessary. But perhaps it was because his previous ability was too strong. And now this ability, which he had acquired through hard training, seemed not very cost-effective. But the feeling of loss only lasted for a while, because Song Wen found that his underwear had become much tighter. The moon had already risen overhead when Song Wen finally recovered and climbed up from the lawn. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. There was also a missed call from reporter Ling Feng on the phone. "It's only 8 o'clock in China at this time. Why are you looking for me so early in the morning?" Song Wen was a little confused, but he also owed Ling Feng a favor. It was through Ling Feng's introduction that he was able to contact Fan Ji and reach a cooperation with Coach Fan. So he called back immediately. The call was quickly connected, and Ling Feng's somewhat worried voice came through. Song Wen, did you see the report about you posted on WeChat? Ah, I just finished training, let me take a look. As Song Wen spoke, he opened WeChat. Ling Feng also said at the same time, take a look. This manuscript just happened to be submitted to me. And I blocked it as soon as I saw it. You are famous now. So in your daily life, you should pay attention to whether there are any strange people around you. Ling Feng is not just a journalist. He is also responsible for editing the sports section of a famous domestic newspaper. Song Wen has already opened the document and started reading it. The cancer of football returned to the UK and became arrogant. He bullied his teammates during training and was scolded by the coach. Just seeing the title made Song Wen's eyes light up, and he instantly became interested. Recently, Song Wen, the English championship football player who caused an uproar due to inappropriate remarks in the Chinese national football friendly match on the 27th, has returned to the UK and started his daily training at Portman Road Stadium on the morning of the 30th local time. Below the text, Song Wen looked exhausted after the shuttle run. Song Wen, who is known as the cancer of football, seems to have not been able to adapt well to the training rhythm of the English championship team. Just a simple shuttle run training made Song Wen almost fall down several times. On the other hand, the player next to him, who was also a substitute, was still able to maintain a good breathing rhythm and pace. Obviously, Song Wen's physical fitness is obviously not up to standard for a professional football player. Such a player scored 4 goals and made 2 assists in the friendly match. I believe that in addition to the Chinese national football team's lack of attention to friendly matches, there is also a large part of luck. What shocked the reporter even more was that Song Wen not only showed his lack of ability in training, but also his character after he was unable to run. He actually pulled his teammates next to him and cursed them in Chinese, hindering their trainings, just because he didn't want them to beat him. This bad behavior directly aroused the dissatisfaction of all the players present, and head coach McCarthy severely criticized Song Wen. The reporter originally did not have much like or dislike for Song Wen, although he thought that his character was somewhat flawed. His ability as a player was still recognized by the reporter. However, after experiencing this training incident, the reporter found that Song Wen was not only untalented but also immoral. He finally understood what netizens meant by cancer. For such a player, I think, he will not be able to go far in the future. Song Wen's phone was already on speakerphone, and in the empty stadium, Ling Feng's comforting voice was particularly clear. Song Wen, the coverage of you in China is not very good right now. Although I have blocked this article, the other party will definitely publish it on other platforms. Your focus is not in China now, so there is no need to care so much about this kind of thing. If it really doesn't work, I can also issue a clarification statement. There is naturally a reason why Ling Feng takes such good care of Song Wen. As a senior football media worker, Ling Feng also loves football very much. But the performance of the Chinese national football team has obviously rubbed salt into the fans' wounds time and time again. Unlike those fans who only pay attention to the game, the nature of Ling Feng's job naturally exposes him to more things outside the court. Why is the Chinese national football team failing? This has always been a question that bothers all fans. Is it really true that among 1.3 billion people, we can't find 11 people who can play football? Some fans even began to comfort themselves, thinking that it was entirely due to racial issues. But why has football in Japan and South Korea been developing rapidly in recent years, while the Chinese national team has been standing still or even regressing? Could it be that Japanese and Korean players have been taking hormones since childhood? In fact, Ling Feng has seen many young but talented stars over the years. But once these players get older, they always become mediocre. And Song Wen is the most outstanding young player he has seen in these years. And from his conversation with the other party, It seems that the other party has no intention of returning to China to make money. At least for the next few years. He wants to stay in Europe to develop. This makes Ling Feng full of expectations for Song Wen's future. Maybe one day we'll really be able to sit in front of the TV, listen to the European commentary, and shout out a Chinese name loudly. So Ling Feng paid special attention to Song Wen. Ling Feng wanted to say a few words of comfort, after all. In his eyes, the person in front of him was just a 17-year-old kid. The cyber violence that Song Wen has suffered these days is jaw-dropping and is totally beyond the endurance of ordinary people. Song Wen, you have to believe me, an old media person. This kind of thing goes long as you deal with it calmly. It won't take long, haha. The sudden laughter interrupted Ling Feng's words. Before he could react, he heard Song Wen's excited voice. I didn't expect there would be such a good thing in the world. Ling Feng suspected that Song Wen was driven crazy. Song Wen, calm down. Teacher Ling Feng, how can you ask me to calm down? You won't solve the problem this way, ha 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 ha. Listening to the unbridled laughter coming from the other side, Ling Feng fell into silence. What a great player, ruined like this. Teacher Ling Feng, I think you may have misunderstood. Song Wen noticed the other party's emotions and explained with a smile. I am really happy now, misters. Ling Feng, please don't block this manuscript. It's best to publish it on the largest page if possible. It would be best to add a few words at the end, welcome to reprint. After hearing Song Wen's words, Ling Feng felt a little confused. He had no idea what Song Wen was talking about, in fact. Song Wen was now laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He was worried that the fever would soon subside after he returned to England. After Aleph, a fish's memory only lasts 3 seconds. Then these netizens' memory may only last 3 days. He just didn't expect that he was still struggling with this problem in the last second. And in the next second, a master secretly helped him. If he was lucky enough to meet that master, Song Wen would definitely thank him in person. Song Wen, don't be angry. Seeing some worry in Ling Feng's tone, Song Wen decided to change his words, after all. It is not easy for Song Wen to explain to others that he makes a living by being a black fan. Without his black fans, he would starve to death. Teacher Ling Feng, you also said that even if you don't publish it, he will definitely find another platform to publish it. The result will still be the same. Seeing that the other party was still silent, Song Wen continued, you think, if you help him publish this report today, he may submit his manuscripts to you in the future. In this way, if there is any situation in the future, I can make plans in advance. After hearing Song Wen's explanation, Ling Feng thought about it, and it seemed that there was some truth in it. The two chatted for a while and finally finalized the matter. Song Wen was too lazy to go back to the apartment, so he took a shower in the stadium's locker room and fell asleep. Anyway, all the players have to gather at the stadium for tomorrow's game, and he really can't walk anymore. Lying casually on the sofa in the locker room, Song Wen took out his cell phone. Ling Feng's work efficiency is very high. Song Wen had only been interacting with netizens on Weibo for less than half an hour, and the report that smeared him had already become a hot topic. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Song Wen put down his phone and fell asleep. Let the bullet fly for a while, big year. Although the Spring Festival has passed, Chinese football fans only truly celebrated the new year today, as a report about Song Wen appeared on the internet in a vivid manner. Fans of the Chinese national football team shouted that Song Zema's reputation had collapsed. They were happy to hear it, very happy. And everyone was celebrating and telling others about it. It's even more lively than the Chinese New Year. They seem to have forgotten that Song Wen's character had no room to collapse. It was already an underground railway track. God knows how Chinese football fans spent this Spring Festival. The national football team said the national football team wishes you a happy new year and kowtowed to the fans 7 times, which touched the fans' hearts. The smell of shit in their mouths could not be dissipated even after the new year. Netizens also made jokes. The Chinese national football team's New Year's Eve dinner features 7 dishes. When I opened it, I saw my own mother kicking inside. The Chinese football fans were teased and blushed. But they were powerless to refute and could only vent all their anger on Song Wen's Weibo. Song Wen's outrageous move made the blood pressure of Chinese football fans soar. Not only did this guy not apologize to the national football team and the fans, he even had a high-intensity confrontation with the fans in the comment section. It's the other way around. There are tens of thousands of football fans in our country. Can't they be scolded by a 17-year-old kid like you? The fans rolled up their sleeves and prepared to have a great time. But they didn't expect that Song Wen's skills were more than that. Whenever there are too many comments and he is unable to respond in time, Song Wen will temporarily close the comments. After greeting each other, reopen the comments and welcome a new wave of baptism. This has led to Chinese football fans surfing the Weibo intensively over the past 2 days, holding their phones and refreshing Song Wen's Weibo every day. Once they see that comments are allowed, they will start at-ing him in various fan groups at everyone. The Song Z comment area is now open for comments. When the fans go to battle, no grass grows. Today we are going to praise Song Zema in 2 days. Song Wen's Weibo post soared in popularity and directly became the #1 on the entire internet. And Tadia's the negative news came out. Everyone was surprised to find that Song Wen actually stopped replying to netizens. For a moment, the fans saw the hope of victory. You've become so arrogant after playing a friendly match. Do you think you're spoiled abroad like you are at home? Ha a cancer, that's good. Let this kid go and challenge foreign teams. Not only is his sportsmanship bad, but his character is also bad, is just trash. You even bullied your teammates, what a pity. I have offended my teammates and coach. I guess this is how my life will be. Even the current assistant coach of the Chinese national football team, Li Tai, directly published a Weibo post, accusing Song Wen of his brutal behavior and bluntly saying that Song Wen's behavior was undoubtedly smearing the Chinese people. With Li Tai's help, excited netizens left their best wishes for the new year under Song Wen's Weibo. When Song Wen woke up at 9 in the morning, he was so happy when he saw the 99+ displayed in the upper right corner of his Weibo. In just the time it takes to sleep, his number of black fans increased a lot. It even gave him new abilities. The anti-fan value Li Tai has reached 5. And the ability is obtained, China's own De Bruyne level 1. When Song Wen saw the name of the ability, he was stunned. He really couldn't understand what the relationship between Li Tai and De Bruyne was. Chinese people's own De Bruyne, when the Chinese national football team was in dire straits again. Fans thought of the Iron Coach. But since the Iron Coach was in prison, they could no longer get him. In short, they could not get him. De Bruyne is a world-class midfielder with excellent game-reading ability and overall view. Now Chinese people will have their own De Bruyne, with improved game-reading ability and overall view. Looking at the abilities he had acquired, Song Wen couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed a close friend. The gifts he gave were really generous. He stood up and stretched his body, and found that perhaps because of the ability of the sea cucumber players, his body recovered very quickly in the past. If you had gone through such high-intensity training, you would probably have muscle weakness for a few days. But now he just felt a little sore. The only thing that was a little inconvenient was my feet. The high-intensity running put too much pressure on his feet, and the soreness and swelling were particularly obvious when he moved. Song Wen went to the bathroom to wipe his face, then took out his cell phone and turned on the navigation. In his impression, there is a foot massage shop opened by a Chinese in the town of Ipswich, and it is quite large and very popular among the locals. You have to know that your feet are now jade feet, so careful care and conditioning are obviously necessary. Walking out of the stadium, Song Wen wrapped his coat around himself and exhaled a breath of white air from his mouth. The winter in the UK is very cold. Today's temperature is estimated to have dropped below 0. And there are transparent ice chips on the road. Song Wen had only taken 2 steps when he realized that someone seemed to be following him stealthily. He walked into the coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, sat down in front of the window and began to daydream. The people outside probably thought that Song Wen would sit for a while and then leave. But half an hour passed and Song Wen did not move finally. He could not stand the snow and ice outside and walked into the coffee shop. It was also the first time that Song Wen saw clearly this short and fat middle-aged man, looking at the camera that the other party deliberately hid at his side. Song Wen didn't say much and just sat in the coffee shop for 3 hours. However, sitting in the warm coffee shop, Wang Yao was sweating profusely and felt very uncomfortable. He always felt that the boy opposite seemed to know something, and his eyes drifted over several times. Wang Yao even wanted to take the initiative several times and pretend to say hello, but was rejected by the other party's cold expression. Wang Yao, who already felt guilty, could only refill his coffee cup after cup under the clerk's contemptuous gaze. However, Song Wen actually had no interest in Wang Yao at all. He hoped that Wang Yao could take more photos of what he called his dirty laundry and send them back to China. The reason why I sat here for 3 hours. Anyone who has been to a foot massage shop knows that the earliest opening time is also 12 o'clock. And if you go there at 12 o'clock, you will have to wait at least an hour for the technician to come to work. In the past, when Song Wen went to have his feet washed, he preferred to go in the afternoon because accidents were more likely to happen in the morning and evening. Today's game time is at 5 p.m. McCarthy made a notice yesterday, requiring the players to gather at the stadium at 2 o'clock. So Song Wen only has half an hour to wash. Washing feet for only half an hour was an extravagant act that Song Wen would never have dared to think of in the past. But Song Wen knew that today's game would directly determine what kind of contract the club would give him. So he had to take care of his feet just like that. During Wang Yao's lightning 5-shot succession, Song Wen walked into the Chunyang Spa Club in a dignified manner. -8 p.m. capital time. Fan Ji suddenly posted something on Weibo. Tonight at 10:30, Fan Ji will start his first live broadcast on Weibo. Special guest Zhan Jun and a mysterious guest will also chat about the game. When the Weibo post was first released, it did not cause much stir after all. Fans across the country are still discussing the scandal that Song Wen indulged himself in a spa massage before the game. But soon some careful netizens noticed something was wrong. Fan Ji has been frequently questioned by fans in recent days because of his remarks about Song Wen during a previous match of the national football team. And when mentioning Zhan Jun, it is inevitable to link him with British football, Ipswich, the championship team where Song Zema, who is considered a cancer by fans, plays, has a game against Fulham at 11 o'clock tonight. Once several key pieces of information are connected together, it is inevitable that people will think about something else. And netizens soon started commenting below. Brother Fan broadcasts the English Championship live at night. Fan Ji also replied with 2 words concisely, yes. In an instant, fans all over the internet were excited. Championship matches are not like the 5 major leagues, which are broadcast domestically. Many fans who hated Song Wen had already planned to watch the blurry live broadcast of Arima on Diansu Sports. Of course, it is impossible for Fan Ji to broadcast real-time content directly on Weibo. But smart fans naturally know how to open Diansu Sports and watch it together with the commentary of Fan Ji and Zhan Jun. The time soon came to 10:30. Fan Ji also started the live broadcast on Weibo on time. Netizens who follow football, whether they are fans or spectators, have been surfing the web intensively during this period and soon flocked into the live broadcast room. The popularity of Fan Ji's live broadcast exceeded 100. 0 just after it started. Fan Ji was obviously a little shy during his first live broadcast, and he even stuttered during his opening remarks. Fortunately, Zhan Jun, who was sitting next to him, helped him. Under the constant questioning of the fans, Fan Ji simply said, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's just get it done quickly, I'll see if he's done it. Oh okay, I'll call him directly. In the live broadcast room with more than 100,000 people, A clear male voice rang out. Hello, dear fans and friends, I am Song Wen. When Song Wen's voice appeared in the live broadcast room, the entire room exploded instantly. How dare you? Although there were many speculations on the internet before about who the mysterious guest would be. Some people guessed that it might be Song Wen, but netizens are still unwilling to believe it. This guy is now a rat crossing the street, and everyone is shouting and beating him in China. How dare he appear in the live broadcast so openly? What's even more outrageous is that this boy's opening remarks were so natural and passionate. Fuck, who the hell is your fan friend? I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. Does Song Z not want a horse anymore? Go away, cancer. The game is only half an hour away. Why are you here to live stream and connect with the microphone? This professional attitude is unparalleled. Is it because you can't make it abroad anymore and want to return to China to develop? XXXXX. The comments in the live broadcast room were full of curses. But the popularity was rising higher and higher. Fan Ji glanced at the barrage of comments, and while he felt sorry for the 17-year-old boy, he couldn't help but admire him. Because this live broadcast event was proposed by Song Wen, it is hard to imagine that a 17-year-old boy can remain calm in the face of cyber violence on this scale. Fan Ji cleared his throat and said, "We also welcome our mysterious guest Song Wen. The game will start in half an hour. Netizens actually want to know whether you have confidence in today's game." The two had already reviewed the manuscript before, and Song Wen was familiar with his answers. "I still have confidence, but I can't say we will definitely win after all. Fulham is still much stronger than the Chinese national team. I saw that you were in Ipswich's starting lineup today, but you were not a starter. Yes, I couldn't start because I bullied my teammates." Song Wen's straightforward answer stunned all the fans in the live broadcast room. Can you say this directly? You admit it right now. You don't even bother to argue rubbish, to be honest. This person is obviously mocking you. The brainless netizens. The fact that he can still appear on the starting lineup proves that the news of bullying teammates is a rumor. Okay, that's right, he can't even play as a substitute. If this really happened, would the coach still let him play? Haha, I must have stuffed money in there. What can't Song Z do? Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room had been thoroughly heated up, Fan Ji also knew that Song Wen did not have much time to chat. So he said, "If you can play today, it should be your first appearance in an official championship match. Do you have any final words for the fans?" Song Wen was silent for a moment, his tone deep. "I want to thank the fans who have always supported me. And I want to thank the Chinese national football team even more. Without the national football team, I wouldn't be where I am today." Song Wen meant what he said. But to the Chinese national football fans, it sounded particularly sarcastic. After his anger reached its maximum, Song Wen decisively hung up the phone. Zhan Jun, who had been silent, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Song Wen is a player who is really fearless. Fan Ji chuckled. This person is indeed a bit green and green. Zhan Jun knew that Fan Ji and Song Wen had a personal relationship. Seeing the insults in the barrage, he said with some concern. However, today's game is indeed a tough battle for Ipswich. Although Fulham's performance in the championship this season is not very good, and its points are only in the middle, this team, known as the Farmers, has a lot of background like Ipswich from the data. Fulham's performance on both offense and defense is relatively balanced. And one thing we have to mention is that Fulham is a typical home Dragon team this season. Their current winning rate in away games is only 20%. But their winning rate at home is as high as 70%. Looking back at Ipswich's performance this season, it's actually a bit disastrous. After 17 rounds in the championship, they have 2 wins, draws and losses with points second from the bottom. They haven't found their form either in attack or defense. For Ipswich's schedule is already halfway through, and every point from now on must be fought for. So the pressure is still very high. After hearing Zhan Jun's analysis, Fan Ji nodded. The Fulham team has been jumping back and forth between the Premier League and the Championship for many years. And there are still many fans who know this team in contrast. Ipswich, although its ancestors were once wealthy, has now been forgotten by many fans. In the live broadcast room, many netizens have also started analyzing this game. Fulham has basically no draws this season. They have scored a lot but conceded a lot. Ipswich is not doing well right now. If they can win, I will just eat it. Song Wen won't even have a chance to play right. The script was written. In the first half, Ipswich led Fulham 1-0. In the second half, Ipswich sent the ball to the bench for a walk, and Fulham scored 2 goals in a row to reverse the situation. Song Wen must be on stage today. I came here specially to see him make a fool of himself. England's players are different from the Chinese national football team. With a tumor on their bodies, shouldn't they be kicked around like a ball? Amid the heated discussions among netizens, time unknowingly came to 11 o'clock. The players from Ipswich and Fulham were already standing on the field, just waiting for the referee's whistle to start this ordinary game that was watched extremely closely by fans of a certain big country in the East. Zhang Jun looked at the information and said, "In today's game, both coaches chose a 4-5-1 formation, which means 4 defenders, 5 midfielders and a single striker, obviously. Neither side has sufficient confidence in defeating the other. And in this formation, the ability of the midfielders becomes particularly important. Whoever's midfield can better control the ball, the greater the advantage." Listening to Zhang Jun's analysis, Fan Ji nodded and then said, "As far as I know, the most valuable player in Fulham's squad is probably their midfielder Thomas Kearney. As the core of Fulham's midfield and also the captain of the team, he is someone that we have to pay attention to in the game." Among Ipswich's midfielders, in addition to Skuse, who is the defensive midfielder, the attacking midfielder Douglas has also performed well in recent games. Fan Ji and Zhang Jun briefly introduced the lineups of both teams, and the game officially began with the referee's whistle. Dear audience friends, with the referee's whistle, the game between the two sides officially began. In the first half, Fulham Football Club attacked from the left side of the screen to the right side, while Ipswich attacked from the right to the left. The ball is currently in Fulham's hands. Kearney suddenly accelerated and then made a straight pass. There is a huge loophole in Ipswich's defense. Striker Martin has already dribbled the ball into Ipswich's penalty area. Oh my, this ball, it's in 1 minute into the game. Fulham suddenly launched a blitzkrieg. Striker Martin scored a goal directly and changed the score. A 1-0. No one expected that Fulham would break through Ipswich's goal in less than a minute after the start of the game. Judging from the formations of both sides, this game should not be a big one. When both teams choose the 451 formation, they should focus more on controlling the tempo of the game by fighting for the ball and then looking for opportunities to score. But Fulham's sudden attack at the beginning obviously caught Ipswich off guard. McCarthy silently looked at the Fulham coach on the other side. Obviously, he was tricked by the other party. And as Fulham scored a quick break goal, the whole stadium erupted in loud cheers. The Farmers themselves have a good fan base, and today's game is at Fulham's home ground. This kind of game that establishes an advantage within the first minute is enough to make the fans at the scene cheer. Fulham's goal not only made the fans at the scene excited, but also directly caused the netizens far away in the East to reach a collective climax. 66,666,666. Fuck awesome, Fulham is awesome. From today on, I declare that I am a Fulham fan. 10 Chinese letter, 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 20 Chinese letter, 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 30 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, 70 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Fulham 7-0 Ipswich, haha, Fulham beat Ipswich 7-0. Does that mean Fulham can beat the Chinese national team 14-0? What? Fan Ji frowned as he watched the Fulham players cheering and celebrating in the live broadcast. To be honest, Ipswich was a bit careless in losing this goal. With 5 players crowded together in the midfield, You couldn't let the ball pass to the opposing striker. For Fan Zhi, he naturally did not want Fulham to gain an advantage before Song Wen came on the court. Because in this way, if Song Wen fails to make any achievements after taking the court, he will become a point of criticism from netizens. But sometimes the more people hope for something, the more things will go in the opposite direction. There is a reason why Ipswich went from 7th in the championship last season to 2nd from last this season. Whether in terms of technical and tactical coordination or in fighting spirit, the players seem to be a little bit behind Fulham. After conceding the first goal, no matter how loudly McCarthy shouted for attack on the sidelines, Ipswich was still stuck in a vicious circle of passing the ball backwards. The same 4-5-1 formation was used but after minutes. Ipswich had only % possession of the ball. This means that Ipswich's midfield ability has been completely defeated by Fulham. 30 minutes later, Ipswich finally found an opportunity when Fulham made an offensive mistake and launched a counterattack. Defender Chambers made a wonderful through pass, and midfielder Douglas got the ball and started to rush towards Fulham's penalty area. At this time, Fulham had only 3 people on the back line, and in front of Douglas, there were also forward Pittman and winger Sears as support. At this time, Douglas only needs to make a diagonal pass to easily give Pittman or Sears a chance to score a goal. But Douglas just kept rushing forward until he was intercepted by a Fulham defender in front of the penalty area. Fulham then counterattacked again, and Fulham midfielder Kearney scored a world-class goal to make the score 2-0. Fanji almost swore after watching this goal. What the hell is going on here? Douglas, why don't you pass the ball? Is there some glue on your sneakers on the court? Starting forward Pittman was obviously a little confused about Douglas' behavior. In fact, then Douglas have a very good relationship. And it is precisely because of this that he was able to snatch the starting striker position from McGoldrick's feet. So he knew that normally Douglas would not kick the ball like this. Hey, what are you doing? Pittman pointed forward with his right hand. I could have shot it when it was passed to me just now. Faced with Pittman's accusations, Douglas seemed a little impatient and did not respond, but just waved his hand unhappily, seeing Douglas like this. Pittman couldn't help but chase after him and said, I know what you're thinking. You're upset that the coach pays extra attention to that kid, and you want to prove yourself more on the court. But that's not how you play football, don't you understand? Faced with Pittman's persuasion, Douglas shook his arm unhappily and shook off Pittman's hand. What are you talking about? I'm just playing football normally. I don't take that yellow-skinned kid seriously at all. Just play your own forward well. I have the final say in the midfield. Seeing Douglas walk away, Pittman sighed Fulham. With a 2-goal advantage began to control the tempo. For Fulham, a 2-goal advantage was actually enough. Although Ipswich is in poor form recently, the gap in strength between the two sides is actually not that big. In the previous record between the two teams, Fulham lost more than they won. Ipswich's biggest problem now is the weakness of its forward line, with an average of only 0.8 goals per game. In this situation, Fulham only needed to defend well. Although the game had only been going on for more than 30 minutes, it was almost over. Amid the thunderous cheers from the Farmers' Stadium, Ipswich Town failed to launch any threatening attack and ended the first half of the game with a score of 0-2 after 5 minutes of injury time. The game entered halftime at this moment. There is a group of fans in the world who are more excited than the Fulham team and their fans. In the distant eastern country, netizens have already opened the champagne. In Fan Ji's live broadcast room, the screen was filled with flower saplas and fireworks. Fan Ji frowned. Although it was expected before the game started that it would be difficult to play against home team Fulham, the 2-0 lead at halftime and the complete crushing of all statistics such as ball possession, shooting and passing success rate still exceeded Fan Ji's expectations. To be honest, there's no reason for this game to be played like this. Ipswich's midfielder definitely has a problem with his thinking. He wasted so many good opportunities. Oh, hurry up and make a substitution. In the second half, just make a substitution. Replace Douglas with Song Wen. Maybe we can still have a chance. Fan Ji was worried and spoke directly about his inner thoughts. This undoubtedly allowed the black fans, who were already confident of victory, to find a direction for their attack. Fan Ji is also a fool. He scolded the national football team before and now he is giving away tumors. He is a complete traitor. Song Wen is your father. You Fan Ji are Song Zia Ozi. If he really wants to save his tumor, he should ask the coach to not let him play. Otherwise, what if he shows up when he plays? And perhaps it was because he felt the expectations of domestic netizens. At the start of the second half, Song Wen was still sitting on the bench as steady as a rock. Normally, if a player needs to come on as a substitute, he will warm up in advance. But at this time, the second half of the game had already started. But Song Wen was still sitting on the bench with a calm look on his face. It was obvious that Ipswich had no intention of letting Song Wen play in the short term. This instantly made domestic netizens unhappy. I came here specially to see you make a fool of yourself. If you don't go on stage, what's the point? What the outside world didn't know was that during the 15-minute halftime break that no one could see, a violent conflict broke out in the Ipswich locker room. As soon as Coach McCarthy entered the locker room, he started scolding Douglas in the first half of the game. Douglas' performance was undoubtedly disastrous. As a midfielder, Douglas played like a lone tumor. He takes the ball but doesn't pass it, and just takes random shots outside the penalty area. Otherwise, the score wouldn't have fallen into a 0-2 situation at halftime. Douglas, who was criticized and educated by McCarthy, naturally blamed all his dissatisfaction on Song Wen. This is not just because Song Wen now poses a threat to his position. In fact, Douglas has been unhappy with Song Wen for a long time before this. He really couldn't understand what this kid was doing with an annual salary of less than 100,000 yuan. Douglas, who is nearly 30 years old this year, has been playing in the English League One and the English Championship throughout his career. He knows that with his current age and ability, there is no way he can make any more breakthroughs in his career. So for Douglas, playing football is just a job. And with the help of his agents, he is now negotiating a contract extension with Ipswich. Go to work on time, get off work on time, and get a fairly generous salary. It doesn't matter whether you are transferred or loaned out. You can retire when you can't play anymore. For Douglas, at the age of 30, he should be able to enjoy another 5 years or so of good times. But Song Wen's appearance obviously broke the tranquility. At the critical moment when the contract was about to be finalized, Song Wen's sudden appearance was like snatching the money that Douglas had already put in his pocket. The No. 22 player, who has long hair and looks particularly handsome but is actually not handsome, is upset as the second half of the game continued. McCarthy's criticism obviously did not have any effect. Instead, it had the opposite effect, arousing Douglas' rebellious psychology. As a front midfielder, Douglas should have been the organizing core of the team, connecting the dynamics between the players. But today he is obviously extremely unqualified. In this situation, Fulham quickly found the opportunity of Douglas's pass error in the second half and organized a counterattack. 3-0 as the score was rewritten again. Thunderous cheers broke out from the fans above Craven Cottage. 62 minutes into the second half, we were leading by 3 goals. This can be said to be an irreversible score in a football match. In Fan Ji's live broadcast room, netizens were not only opening bottles of champagne, but had even drunk half of it. I didn't expect Ipswich to lose another goal at such a critical moment. There are only 30 minutes left in the game, and Ipswich doesn't have much time left. There isn't much time left to send the tumor away. What are you doing? Why don't you come on stage? On the bench after seeing Fulham score another goal, Song Wen said to McCarthy beside him, "Coach, let me play." Hearing Song Wen's words, McCarthy shook his head in frustration. No, you don't have to play in today's game. Under the current circumstances, Letting Song Wen play is obviously very unfavorable for the start of his career. Song Wen has never appeared in the English Championship, and his first appearance in his career should not be in a game where defeat is already inevitable. But Song Wen obviously didn't think so. "Coach, let me go up and try," feeling the boy's sincere gaze. McCarthy's heart was shaken on one hand. He had to protect the young star he was very optimistic about. And on the other hand, he had to protect the team that was about to be relegated and his job that was in jeopardy. "Are you sure?" "I am sure." Song Wen nodded and answered decisively, "Okay, go warm up." McCarthy sighed, then turned to look at McGoldrick. "McGoldrick, you go too." After receiving the instructions to go on stage, Big Black stood up excitedly and patted his chest like a gorilla. Song Wen and McGoldrick began to jog on the sidelines to warm up. This scene was also broadcast live. Song Wen is warming up quickly became a hot search. In Fan Zhi's live broadcast roomed popularity, which had begun to decline, ushered in a second wave of explosive growth. The game reached the 70th minute. As the ball went out of bounds, the fourth referee on the sidelines raised the substitution card in his hand. Ipswich chose to make substitutions in the 10th minute. No 13 McGoldrick replaced no 11 Pittman no 22 player Song Wen replaced number player Douglas. As Jan Jun's commentary sounded, the barrage was filled with mocking sounds of ha-ha-ha-ha. On the British Sky Sports channel, as Song Wen came on the field, British fans also started discussing it, though. "Is this Japanese or Korean? Ha-ha-ha, why can't it be Chinese? Come on." Chinese people are as rare on England's football fields as pandas are in zoos. I've never seen this contestant before, but his name is very interesting. Win Song, haha. Win Song is about bringing victory to Craven Cottage. I have never seen this person in Ipswich's lineup. The team is already in the relegation zone. McCarthy should be fired as soon as possible. Song Wen has no fame in England. And obviously neither the fans of the Farmers nor the fans of the Tractor Boys have any expectations of him. On the court, Douglas walked off the court cursing after seeing Song Wen was going to replace him. Douglas came to the sidelines and ignored Song Wen's high five. He even spit shit at Song Wen, "Fuck you, yellow monkey." Douglas's hideous face was just broadcasted by the camera. This scene made domestic netizens laugh uncontrollably. "Ha-ha-ha, I got scolded for sending a tumor, well done. If it were me, I would curse too. Why didn't you say anything about the tumor? Wasn't he very arrogant in the country?" Song Wen, who was inexplicably scolded, was stunned for a moment. And then he saw Douglas walking towards the player tunnel with a menacing look. Obviously not wanting to stay on the court, hairy gorilla. Song Wen's shout made Douglas stop in his tracks, and he turned around and glared at him, facing Douglas, who was taller than himself. Song Wen's aura was even more terrifying. "You go sit there now. I'll teach you how to play football now. I will teach you a lesson after the game is over." "What are you talking about, urgent? Is there a master who knows lip reading?" Douglas's face turned pale with anger. Sending a tumor must be an insult. Aren't they white peoples? Dare to bully teammates at the game. Song Zi is really arrogant. It was a great shame for Douglas to be humiliated like this by a young substitute. But Song Wen had already run onto the court without looking back. In anger, Douglas sat down on the bench with a gloomy face. He didn't care how the opponent played football. He just wanted to know how this kid was going to teach him a lesson after the game. It is no secret in the team that Song Wen's physical fitness is poor. Douglas felt that he could knock out the skinny yellow monkey with just one punch. Song Wen has already put the clown behind him. There were only more than 20 minutes left in the game, and the score was currently 3 points behind. Such a huge score difference was indeed beyond Song Wen's expectations. In a football match, it is almost impossible to equalize or even surpass the score by 3 goals in 20 minutes. After all, not every team can lose 7 goals in a game like the Chinese national team. Even tying up 11 pigs is impossible. After Song Wen came on the court, he communicated with his teammates according to the coach's instructions. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter 4-5-1, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter 4-3-3, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. For Ipswich now, defense has no meaning anymore. After coming on stage, Song Wen quickly received a prompt from the system. First came the blessing from King Wu Qiu. Among the 8 abilities of Wu Hua, Song Wen's luck was not very good. He did not draw the Wuyan Lius that could improve positioning and awareness, but instead drew Wukabibai compared to Colorful, which can directly improve Abilitas and Wukeba, which can make you an MVP player. The abilities that can be improved are not intuitive enough. The second ability comes from the national football team's eye marking. Select an object that cannot be evaded by you through single-player abilities in this match. If it weren't for the prompt that popped up from the system, Song Wen almost forgot that he had such a strong ability on the defensive end. Although he had acquired this ability when he first played against the Chinese national team, he didn't use it at all at that time. Because the Chinese national football team doesn't know how to dribble past opponents at all. Song Wen glanced at Fulham's players and finally locked his target on the opponent's midfielder Kearney. As the core of Fulham's midfield, Kearney performed very well today. Among the 3 goals scored by Fulham, Kearney contributed 1 goal and 1 assist. The game continues. Ipswich threw the ball out of bounds in the backcourt. Chambers took the ball with his back and passed it directly to Song Wen. Song Wen, who got the ball, did not face Fulham's pressure. For Fulham with a 3-goal lead, they naturally chose to shrink their formation. This is a very uncomfortable thing for midfielders, because it means a reduction in passing opportunities, and midfielders are more likely to carry the ball to disrupt the opponent's formation. At this time, the person defending in front of Song Wen was Fulham's No. 10 Kearney. Kearney didn't know Song Wen, and had never even heard of Song Wen's name in the championship before. So in Kearney's eyes, Ipswich seemed to be planning to give up this game and choose to let a new player come up for training. Seeing that the other person still had some childishness on his face, Kearney showed a confident smile on his face and said generously, "Hey kid. Don't be nervous." However, Kearney's words seemed to have the opposite effect. There was visible nervousness on the young player's face. He pursed his lips tightly and his steps with the ball seemed a little flustered. Song Wen's expression was so obvious that even through the blurry live broadcast of Arima, it could be heard in the Far East Hahasa. The expression of sending a tumor made me laugh to death. Not my friend, that's it my friend. Isn't he very crazy in the country? Now he doesn't even dare to carry the ball. It's so funny, this kind of dog is the most disgusting. You are Song Wen, right? Song Wen's expression was so vivid that it actually touched Kearney's soft heart. He couldn't help but recall the first time he stepped onto the court. He was also so nervous and helpless, because he had been caught in the rain. Kearney wanted to hold an umbrella for those who came later. "Hey, relax boy, just play normally." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the young man who was very nervous just now suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth. Then he stepped hard with his left foot to the front left and lowered his left shoulder. Before Kearney's brain could react, his body had already subconsciously shifted its center of gravity. I was played. The smile on Song Wen's lips was still hanging on Kearney's eyelashes, making Kearney's heart skip a beat. It was at this moment that the center of gravity shifted, and Song Wen had already passed through the other side of Kearney. Song Wen, he easily dribbled past Kearney. But Fulham's defense was very tight, and midfielder Johnson came up to make up for the deficit immediately. Faced with Johnson's pressing, Song Wen did not choose to break through with the ball again. He came on the field in the 70th minute and had no time to take a walk to build up his strength. This resulted in his speed being not very fast, and the possibility of him being able to fight his way through the opponent's dense defense simply by relying on speed was basically zero. And he doesn't need to. Johnson's move forward to fill the position will inevitably lead to changes in Fulham's defense. As China's own De Bruyne, Song Wen is fully capable of seizing the momentary loopholes when the defense changes. Song Wen didn't dribble the ball too deep. He directly chose to pass the ball to the fullback who came in from the side. The advance time of this pass was just right. And he didn't even look back, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The fullback's forward movement will inevitably lead to another change in Fulham's defense. And Song Wen has already arrived at Fulham's front line. Hearing Song Wen's call, the fullback made a diagonal pass at this time. Johnson was holding the position behind Song Wen. Song Wen's body was still weak, and he knew that he did not have the ability to resist Johnson behind him and take the ball. At the moment when the ball was about to reach his feet, Song Wen slightly turned his right foot and did not choose to stop the ball. Instead, he slightly changed the course of the ball, and it just came to the feet of McGoldrick, who was rushing forward. After passing the ball, Song Wen chose to quickly move to the side, and McGoldrick did not shoot carelessly in the face of two defenders in the penalty area. The tall and strong man showed an unexpected flexibility in the penalty area. He found a gap between several hairy thighs and passed the ball to Song Wen again. After getting the balls, Song Wen went straight to the bottom quickly at this time. The attention of all Fulham players, including the goalkeeper, was attracted by McGoldrick. By the time the goalkeeper reacted, the side of the goal was already wide open. Song Wen. This is an open goal opportunity. In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun shouted excitedly, and even the words "the ball went in" were about to come out of his mouth. However, Song Wen inexplicably adjusted his steps, facing the empty goal, looking at the Fulham defender running from behind to block the goal. Song Wen suddenly had a bold idea after seeing the overall situation from De Bruyne. The team was trailing 0-3 after more than minutes, and they did not have much time to store sea cucumber energy. It seemed difficult to change the outcome with just this one goal. It's time to use your brain as a striker. All you have to think about is how to score a goal. But as a midfielder, there are a lot of things to consider. The goal was wide open, and Song Wen only needed to kick the ball into Fulham's goal with a light kick. But when he saw the Fulham defender rushing towards him like bolt, a new idea came to his mind. One goal was not enough to change the outcome. After Fulham adapted to their own playing time, they found it difficult to find such a good scoring opportunity even with their iron defense. The Fulham defender behind him had already galloped over, and when he saw Song Wen raising his foot, he rushed out like a rock spreading its wings. Song Wen stared at the opponent's white and tender little hand with his left eye, glanced at the referee's position with his right eye, and then he split his eyes, raised his jade feet and shot. If you want to win, you need to be careful, brave, have a clear eye, and kick the ball hard. Zhan Jun looked at the defender who had already pounced on him and couldn't help but shout out anxiously, "Hey Song Wen!" He was too hesitant in this shot. Ouch. This ball was directly blocked by the Fulham defender with his body. Oh, the Farmers Stadium erupted in excited cheers. After enduring for 70 minutes, the comments in the live broadcast room can finally start to flow freely. Ha ha ha, the empty goal can't be scored. If you let my great-grandmother stand there, she can still score the goal. Doesn't this ball need to be adjusted, as we all know? Ipswich is the tractor boy and Fulham is the farmer. How can a tractor driver beat a farmer? I am dying of laughter. Sure enough, he showed up as soon as he returned to the UK. It was the Chinese national football team that gave Song Zi the confidence. "McCarthy, the Chinese national football team plays me." The fans were still mocking, but at this time the Ipswich players had already raised their hands to protest. Handballs, handballs. The referee's whistle sounded almost at the same time. The referee's position was not far behind Song Wen. The referee saw the ball clearly. He walked forward without hesitation and directly took out a red card towards the Fulham defender. Looking at the bright red card, the defenders were stunned. I swear to God, he really had no intention of committing handball, even when he was flying towards the goal. He deliberately wanted to retract his hand, but because he was flying too low and landing too fast, the landing gear was not able to be fully retracted in time. Obviously, it did not block the goal completely, and obviously his hands were only as big as a palm. But the ball seemed to have eyes and it kicked straight up. I've stopped, it was totally unintentional. The defender wanted to step forward and argue with the referee, but the referee simply blew the whistle and took 2 steps back, signaling the other party to leave the field immediately. At this time, Fulham's players had already gathered around. When Kearney passed by Song Wen, he only heard Song Wen muttering to himself, "Ah, did the ball hit your hand? It seemed to be your arm." Kearney was stunned for a moment, then strode towards the referee. "This is a misjudgment. The ball didn't even touch the hand." The kid said it was the arm that touched it. After he said that, he turned around and glanced at Song Wen. Song Wen had a guilty look on his face and said nothing. "Look at him, he knows everything. There was no foul on this ball." Kearney questioned the referee's authority in front of him, which soon aroused the referee's dissatisfaction. "Go back to your position, my eyes are the ruler." Hearing the referee's words, Kearney laughed out of anger. In excitement, he turned around and pulled Song Wen over. "Hey, tell the referee what you just said again. You also saw that the ball only hit his arm, didn't you?" Song Wen's face changed and he said seriously, "When did I say that? That ball was clearly a handball. I saw it very clearly and the referee saw it very clearly too. Why did you question the referee?" As soon as Song Wen finished speaking, Kearney was stunned where he was. After a short downtime, he finally realized that this seemingly innocent young man was actually very dark inside. He had been fooled by this kid again. Kearney was so angry that he couldn't help but swear at Song Wen and even made some hand gestures. "Fuck you, you despicable guy. You shouldn't be on the football field. You should go to the theater, you lowly bastard." After Kearney vented his uncontrollable anger, he noticed that the despicable man had a curled-up corner of his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. He turned around and the referee had already put a red card on his forehead. 2 red cards were shown in succession, causing the fans at Fulham Stadium to riot instantly. The Fulham coach was so anxious when he saw the good situation suddenly turn into this that he jumped back and forth and cursed on the sidelines. The boos from the home fans had already annoyed the referee, and when he saw the foul-mouthed coach on the sidelines, he walked up without hesitation and gave the referee another red card. Boom! Craven Cottage Stadium was in complete turmoil. 1 minute, 3 red cards, a defender, a core midfielder, and even the coach of Fulham Club were sent off one after another. Such an exciting plot naturally aroused the anger of Fulham fans. The central figure of the fans' anger, in addition to the referee who treated the red card as a playing card, Song Wen was also implicated after all. This outrageous shot came from Song Wen, and everyone also saw clearly the conflict between Kearney and Song Wen later. The black fan value Fulham has reached 100,000, and the ability is obtained Farmer. Farmer, you will exude the unique charm of a farmer, and the black players will admire you. Song Wen was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at McGoldrick. Their eyes collided in the air. Big Black had an ostentatious smile on his face and gave himself a thumbs up. On the other hand, domestic netizens are in trouble. In the last second, netizens were still celebrating Song Wen's disgraceful performance. And in the next second, 3 red cards left the home team Fulham, which they supported with 3 players missing. No. 3 red cards, fuck, what kind of plot is this? The referee bought it. 3 red cards and a penalty for 1 ball, damn. Ipswich won't really be able to turn the tables right. It's not that this kid can't even hold back his smile. Why do I suspect that the tumor was sent intentionally? Good, a good plan to harm 3 sages. At this time, Jan Jun was frowning as he watched the playback footage and said, "This ball was indeed a handball, and there is no problem with the referee's decision." But Fan Ji fell silent. He knew that Song Wen's strongest point was his delicate footwork, and McGoldrick's pass was not bad either. With Song Wen's ability, It didn't make sense for him to take so long to adjust in front of the goal before shooting. A bold idea suddenly came to his mind. But because it was so bold, he didn't dare to think about it. What can I say is the overall situation? This is called looking at the overall situation. With Song Wen coming on the court for just less than a few minutes, the game which should have been decided suddenly became full of uncertainty. Although the time on the field is less than 20 minutes even including injury time, there is really a limit to what can be done in 20 minutes in a football match. But regardless, Ipswich finally seems to have seen a glimmer of hope. No matter how the fans protested and cursed, Song Wen and McGoldrick were already standing in front of the penalty spot. In fact, neither Song Wen nor McGoldrick is the team's top penalty taker, but Ipswich's first penalty taker. Starting centre forward Pitmani is now on the bench. Logically speaking, this penalty kick opportunity should have fallen to McGoldrick, who is also a forward. But McGoldrick wanted to give the penalty to Song Wen. Song, this is a chance you created. You got 3 red cards with 1 kick. This ball should have been scored by you. Big Black stood beside Song Wen, his eyes full of admiration. He felt that this person standing on the court seemed to be glowing. Even McGoldrick felt like his bloodline was about to awaken. He knew that if Song Wen had not played, he might not have had the chance to play. He had been kept on the bench by McCarthy for a long time. The reason why he was able to play this time was probably because McCarthy saw that he and Song Wen had cooperated before. Although Big Black is not very smart, he knows that he was able to play this time because of Song Wen. If I don't take this opportunity to lick Song Wen well, it will become unknown whether I can play in the future. However, in the face of McGoldrick's humility, Song Wen had no intention of taking the penalty kick. From running all over the national team's field to yesterday's training, Song Wen's already poor physical fitness has made him a little overwhelmed. And he has no special abilities related to shooting. Seeing McGoldrick staring at him with burning eyes, as if to say, "Big brother, let me watch your show," Song Wen silently took a step back. "You take the punishment." McGoldrick pointed at his nose in confusion. "Me? No, Song, this penalty should be taken by you. This is your first appearance in the championship. And scoring this goal means a lot to you, no." Song Wen shook his head. "You should score this goal. You are a striker. You haven't scored a goal this season, right?" McGoldrick's body trembled. "There is a bright holy light before my eyes. It turns out that God is Chinese," he wanted to refuse. But Song Wen had already turned and walked out of the restricted area. As a striker except for the previous friendly match, McGoldrick has not scored a goal for too long and really needs a goal. But the significance of Song Wen scoring his first goal in his championship debut is much greater than his own. Looking at the goalkeeper in front of the goals, McGoldrick took a deep breath and slowly stepped back. Song Wen and McGoldrick seemed to have discussed it and finally gave the penalty to McGoldrick. It can be seen that when the team was behind, McGoldrick's eyes were solemn, which showed that he was under great pressure. Looking at McGoldrick preparing for the free throw, Zhan Jun and Fan Ji held their breath at the same time. They knew that if they failed to score, it would be a fatal blow to Ipswich. "McGoldrick, you must withstand the pressure, shoot wow." Fulham's goalkeeper guessed the direction right. He saved the ball. Zhan Jun's heart skipped a beat. But before it sank to the bottom, it immediately jumped up again. Song Wen. He's as fast as the wind. He got the first ball shoot. The ball goes in, 1-3 in the 73rd minute of the second half. A follow-up shot from Ipswich's no. 11-player Song Wen finally helped Ipswich break the deadlock. This was Song Wen's first appearance in the English Championship leg, and he scored a goal after just 3 minutes on the pitch. He broke the previous record for the fastest goal scored by a newcomer in the championship. Of course, this record also requires 3 red cards. On the court, McGoldrick stared at the ball in the goals, then quickly rushed to Song Wen on the side. God is a Chinese. Song Wen, who scored the goal, was supporting himself on his knee, spinting, his face a little pale. The sea cucumber energy that he had stored with great difficulty was used up in an instant just now. bringing a huge burden to his body. Song's thank you. If I had lost this ball, I wouldn't know how to forgive myself. After their excitement, McGoldrick stood in front of Song Wen, like a wronged child about to cry. Song Wen raised his hand and patted the other person's shoulder, comforting him. It's not your fault. Some food can only be fed to the protagonist. If others eat it, they will cause them to cough. As Song Wen changed the score, there was a long-lasting booing and various insults at Craven Cottage. The moon is not rounder abroad. The British, who are always known for their gentleman culture, are no less ambiguous than domestic fans when it comes to swearing on the court. After all, this is not just a goal. There are also 3 red cards. Song Wen slowly straightened his back, raised his head and opened his armsand amidst the boos. He proudly enjoyed his first goal in the championship. Wang Yeben, who was in the audience, was still inciting the emotions of the fans, trying to capture the embarrassing look of Song Wen when he was being scolded. But when he looked through the camera at Song Wenru, who was like an eagle holding his head high and welcoming all the boos, an inexplicable emotion suddenly welled up in his heart. No one blessed his debut and no one cheered for his goal. Wang Yao slowly pressed the shutter button to record this scene, and remained silent for a long time. One goal cannot change the outcome. The game between both sides must continue. But at this moment, the mentality of the players of both teams has undergone earth-shaking changes. After Fulham restarted the game, they started passing the ball back and forth in the backcourt. Their coach was kicked out of the field by Song Wen and was no longer able to provide guidance on the sidelines. 9 people versus 11 people. What awaits Fulham is the full force of Ipswich Town. Even though they compressed their formation and passed the ball back and forth, Ipswich soon seized the ball. Fulham players no longer dared to press forward and could only crowd into the penalty area. But for Song Wen, this gave him ample opportunities to observe and kick. In the 79th minute, Song Wen passed the ball into the penalty area from the bottom corner. The ball drew a graceful arc and found McGoldrick's big bald head like a cruise missile. McGoldrick turned his head. McGoldrick. The ball goes in. 80 minutes. A very threatening pass from Song Wen helped McGoldrick score with a header. The Song Wen, he contributed a goal and an assist in just 10 minutes. 2-3 Ipswich changed the score again. There are still more than 10 minutes left before the end of the game. There is still a lot of time left for Song Wen. Fan Ji grinned and laughed, glancing at the comments in the live broadcast room. So, what's going on? Did I turn off the barrage? Why is no one talking? When McGoldrick scored the ball into Ipswich's goal again, the outcome of the game actually didn't mean much to Song Wen personally. He scored a goal and provided an assist in his debut, and also broke the record for the fastest goal scored by a new player in the championship. Even though he lost the games, Song Wen's performance was enough to attract the attention of countless people. But Song Wen knew that this was far from enough. There was little time left in the game. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, Song Wen ran directly into the goal and hugged the ball out. He quickly ran towards the midfield, while shouting loudly for his teammates to return to their positions. 80 minutes to 3. There is indeed a lot of time left for Song Wen. But there is not much time left for Ipswich. For the current Tractor Boys, it can be said that every point is very important and every game is a life-and-death battle. For Song Wen, what he wants to do is not just to get Ipswich out of the relegation zone, but to try to lead Ipswich into the top 6. The winter transfer window will end in a few days. For Song Wen, he will definitely need to spend the rest of the season at Ipswich. And if he can lead Ipswich into the top 6, or even secure a Premier League spot, then in the next summer transfer window, he will surely become the most eye-catching star in the entire European football. Of course, even if this goal is not achieved, with Song Wen's current ability, he will still have a certain degree of selection rights among the teams in the top 5 leagues next season. But the space will be much smaller. In the live broadcast room, watching Song Wen carrying the ball back to the midfield, The barrage of comments started attacking again after a brief vacuum period. What a pretentious guy. He even fished the ball out of the goal. He's only been on the court for a few minutes. But he looks like he's dying of tuberculosis. He'll only be a substitute for the rest of his life. I can only say that Song Zi was really lucky, as he kicked the ball right into the defender's hand. Fulham was also stupid, as they sent 2 players off the field. Otherwise, Song Zi would still be walking now. As a pure passerby and a 30-year-old football fan, I have seen many technical players like Song Wen, but none of them can grow up with such poor physical fitness, and can only play as substitutes in low-level leagues. Fulham is currently in the middle of the standings, with no desire or ambition and no fighting spirit. God damn, I have no desire and no expectations when I am only halfway through the race. Chinese football fans are best at 2 things, fantasizing and talking tough. If Chinese football fans could speak English, the World Cup would have crossed the Eurasian plate and been blown into the Chinese football locker room by the voices of Chinese football fans. In addition to Fanji's live broadcast room, domestic football media have also been paying attention to Song Wen's movements. Song Wen scored in 3 minutes on his debut. Song Wen breaks the record for fastest goal scored by a new player in the championship. Song Wen assists McGoldrick to score. Song Wen scored a goal and an assist in his first match in 10 minutes. Song Wen is so lucky. Song Wen was exhausted after only 10 minutes on the field. Chunyang Spa Club is suspected of providing special services. Pieces of information, true or false, flooded the major football forums, causing Song Wen's popularity in China, which was about to drop to be raised again in foreign media. The news of Song Wen breaking the record was quickly reported through various channels. Although it was just a championship game and did not cause much sensation, this young player with black hair and yellow skin finally entered the vision of European fans at this moment. The words are divided into 2 parts. Fulham is in a terrible situation now, with fewer players on the field and fewer coaches off the field. Fulham was playing completely out of control. Fulham wanted to delay the game by kicking the ball back, but Ipswich was in high spirits and used their numerical advantage to double-team the defense. Fulham, who couldn't hold the ball at all, simply didn't want to hold the ball. As soon as they got the ball, they kicked it back to the field. However, this ironclad defense still seemed difficult to contend with when facing Song Wen's precise passes. In just 5 minutes, Song Wen made 2 high-quality passes outside the penalty area and almost broke through Fulham's goal again. There is not much time left in the game. It feels like Ipswich is just a little bit of luck away from equalizing the score. The header just now hit the crossbar, which is a pity. While Zhan Jun was still worried about the score, smart people like Fan Ji had already secretly opened the champagne. It would be best if Ipswich wins, but even if they lose, Song Wen's performance today has proved that Fan Ji's vision was correct. Those trolls who curse me every day on the internet can finally shut up this time. In fact, did you notice that Song Wen's playing style today is completely different from the last game? Fan Ji looked at Song Wen walking in the field and praised him repeatedly. In the last game, I thought this kid was fast and steady with the ball. Although he is a midfielder, he actually played more like a winger in that game. But in this game, Song Wen returned to his position. Look at the arc of this pass. Wow, it's incredible. Oh, his face is also handsome. If this kid was born a few years earlier, I tell you, no one in China knows Beckham now. Zhan Jun couldn't help laughing when listening to Fan Ji's flattery. Why do I feel like you are choosing a son-in-law? Zhan Jun's words made Fan Ji's eyes light up. Hey, don't say that, it's okay, we can really do this. He paused and really frowned in thought. But the young man needs to nourish his body. He is a little weak and can't endure it. Song Wen, who was about to pass the ball on the court, suddenly felt a chill. He quickly scanned the crowd, and the ability given to him by Taizi allowed him to quickly find loopholes in the crowd. There was no need for Song Wen to make any signal. McGoldrick, who was in close contact with the farmer, suddenly had an idea and understood Song Wen's idea. He suddenly retreated and shook off the players who were defending him. After Song Wen passed the ball horizontally, he quickly moved forward. McGoldrick received the ball, and while attracting the attention of the defenders, he knocked the ball down again without stopping. Feeling the pull from behind, Song Wen's body shook slightly, but his center of gravity was not affected at all. He opened his arms and raised his foot to shoot. The two players' cooperation instantly broke up Fulham's defensive formation. The two defenders in front of the goal were even ready to jump up to block the shot. Song Wen suddenly retracted his feet and made a fake move to get past the defender in front of him. But Fulham players from both sides surrounded him. From this angle, Song Wen didn't choose to shoot himself, but passed the ball with a fancy foot. McGoldrick has already made a forward run. Just a light knock, the ball goes in. The game time is 3 minutes. Ipswich scores another goal, 3. They have successfully equalized the score. Oh, this is such a dream game. From 0-3 to 3-3, it took less than minutes. Who could have thought that this game would have such an ending? This kick is almost equivalent to a buzzer beater. Fulham was unable to maintain their advantage in the absence of two players, and had no choice but to give up the fruits of victory. While Jan Jun was still sighing, Song Wen on the other side had no time to celebrate the goal. He ran directly into Fulham's goal and took the ball out of the goal again. Hey, Song Wen's move. It seems that just a draw is not enough for him. He still wants to score a goal. Fan Ji made the finishing move at the right time. It's like a friendly match with the Chinese national football team. Jan Jun coughed awkwardly and continued. Injury time has been given. Song Wen scored 1 goal and got 3 red cards in the second half, which delayed the game a bit. So there are 6 minutes of injury time. But 6 minutes is a long time, but not a short time either. If you want to score a goal, Fan Ji nodded, indeed. Fulham shouldn't kick the ball into their own goal like the Chinese national team did. After seeing that the injury time lasted for 6 minutes, the haters in the live broadcast room suddenly became anxious. What 6 minutes? Do we have to play until Ipswich scores again, Grass? The dog referee definitely bought it, 3 red cards. 6 minutes of extra time. Who would believe this without a shady plot? Secretary, go check. I need all the information about this referee within 3 minutes. Fulham controlled the team at this moment. It was not only the fans far away who were anxious. Fulham's players were also anxious after seeing the 6 minutes of extra time. If we continue to play like this, we might really end up with a shocking reversal. Losing is not scary. What is scary is a textbook loss. It is conceivable that if Fulham loses today's game, every one of these players will probably be included in the highlights. And after the game, they had no way to explain to the fans. Fulham's fullback Hudson Ode was squatting on the sidelines, panting when suddenly a note was handed to him. When I looked up, it was my own teaching assistant. What the coach meant was to show it to everyone. Ode nodded. It was not uncommon to pass notes on the field. Sometimes the coach would arrange some tactics on the spot and did not want to reveal them to the opposing players. So he would pass notes around at the end of the game. It's just that this time, no matter how loudly the Fulham coach shouted, the players couldn't hear him. Ode opened the folded note, which only contained 2 tasks: foul against Song Wen. Forward Martin doesn't return to defense. So when he finds an opportunity, he passes the ball directly to Martin. Although the Fulham manager was sent off because of red warmth, he has probably taken a bath and calmed down, and his smart IQ has regained the upper hand. These 2 tactical arrangements are undoubtedly very cunning. He obviously saw that all of Ipswich's current threatening attacks came from Song Wen. Ipswich's desire to continue scoring goals was so strong that all players would launch a massive attack in the next few minutes. If Fulham can find the opportunity, maybe they can really find it. Ode understood what he meant and subconsciously looked up at the Asian player in the distance. As a result, he found that the other party was also looking at him with a smile. Ode shifted his gaze with a guilty conscience and gave the note to other teammates. Fulham players passed the note around, and it eventually found its way back into Hudson Odoi's hands. Perhaps it was because playing the whole game caused Odoi's brain to be deprived of oxygen, and he threw the note out of the field without thinking. At the urging of the referees, Fulham players stood on the midfield line. Song Wen was walking slowly, moving towards Odoi's direction. Odoi's nerves were instantly tense. As long as this kid gets the ball, he will go straight to it. No matter what, he cannot be given space to pass the ball at will. Under Odoi's nervous gaze, Song Wen had already jogged to the wing, but he ran further and further off the track and was about to run out of bounds. Song Wen is really pulling the strings. He's about to run away. What's going on? Song Wen, who was about to run out of the borders, showed his white teeth to the confused Ode, which made the old man's skin shiny. But it also illuminated Lao Hai's thinking. Seeing Song Wen suddenly rushing out of bounds, Ode finally reacted and chased after him. However, Song Wen had stored some sea cucumber energy during this period. Although it was not much at this point in 90 minutes, the extreme speed made it impossible for Ode to catch up. Seeing that Song Wenfei was so low, Ode didn't think twice and reached out to pull him. The outrageous behavior of the two shocked the audience both inside and outside the venue. Because at this moment, the football is still on the other side, a million miles away from the two of them. No one could understand why these two guys were suddenly rushing forward when the ball wasn't there. Ode grabbed Song Wen's clothes, but Song Wen was still rushing forward, and his uniform was pulled askew, since the football was not on the side of the two people at that time. The referee did not look over here at all. Only the linesman on the side saw this scene. He was a little confused for a moment, not knowing what these two people were doing. Even Fan Ji was stunned. Hey, what is this guard doing? He's defending without the ball like this. He won't even let the player run. Is there any justice in this world? After the sudden rush, Ode could hardly run anymore, but he held Song Wen's hand and refused to let go. Song Wen's sea cucumber energy had been completely exhausted, so he dragged Ode behind him and moved forward like an old ox plowing the field. The ball flew over from the other side at this moment, but Ode had no intention of catching the ball at all. Along with the ball came the referee's sight, looking at the two people struggling outside the boundary. The referee was stunned for a moment before he blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The referee ran over while blowing the whistle. As a professional player, Ode subconsciously let go of his hand. Song Wen instantly broke free from Odoi's entanglement, dived down and picked up the note on the ground. He just glanced at it and in Odoi's resentful eyes. He shouted at Chambers, who wanted to come up to help. Hey, Captain Martin wants to be a thief, so don't get involved in the attack. Just keep an eye on him the rest of the time. At that moment, 9 murderous gazes fell on Song Wen. Fan Ji's eyes widened as he looked at the note held in Song Wen's hand on the live broadcast screen. I've been playing football for so many years, and I've seen people steal the ball. But I've never seen people steal tactics, as we all know. There are many factors that can determine the outcome of a football game. Otherwise, there would not be the famous truth in the football world, a football is round. Because in football, anything can happen. Apart from external factors such as turf weather and fans. From a subjective point of view, the factors that most influence the outcome of a game are the players' abilities and the coach's tactical arrangements. When the abilities of the players on both sides are almost the same, the coach's tactical arrangements will play a decisive role in the final outcome. From the initial pre-match preparations and formation determination to on-the-spot changes and tactical adjustments, every coach running and cheering on the sidelines is a key factor in the team's victory. Before, Song Wen always wondered why Li Tai was always blowing his bangs on the sidelines. Later, he finally understood that what Li Tai was blowing was not bangs at all. He must have practiced a very powerful technique to transmit sound into the ears, and was just using the blowing of his bangs as a cover. Every time Li Tai blows his bangs, the Chinese national football team loses the ball, and it is obvious that he is giving orders. This shows how important the coach's on-the-spot tactical arrangements are to the team. And now, Song Wen blatantly snatched Fulham's tactical note in front of everyone and read it out loud in front of everyone's. Fan Ji smacked his lips, and his determination to be a son-in-law began to waver. This kid is really a bit cheap. Ode was extremely ashamed and angry at this moment. The red light shone through his dark skin, like a ripe black plums. He was about to rush up to argue with Song Wen, cursing. Fortunately, the referee next to him caught him in time and calmed him down with a yellow card. Song Wen stood up and, with a smile, stuffed the tactical note back into Odoi's hand. How can I just throw away something so important? I usually tear it into pieces and swallow it. Ode was stunned looking at the note in his hand, not knowing whether to throw it away or not. He saw it this time. I will definitely eat it next time. After a brief interlude, the game continued. Due to Odoi's brutal foul, Song Wen stood in front of the football again at this moment. He has become the focus of everyone in this game now. It's not just the fans in the stands who want to eat Song Wen alive. The Fulham players are also looking at Song Wen with murderous eyes. Song Wen kicked the ball out and began to walk slowly towards the front court. Fulham midfielder Aluk followed Song Wen for a walk, his eyes fixed on Song Wen, this African player, who may be related to Odoi's ancestors, has the closest relationship with Odoi in the team. Seeing his good brother being humiliated by Song Wen at this moment, even if the coach did not arrange any tactics, he wanted to let this kid have a taste of power. As the current organizational core of Ipswich, the ball quickly rolled towards Song Wen after several passes from the players. However, before Song Wen even had time to stop the ball, Aluk behind him directly bumped into him, accompanied by the cheers of the fans. Song Wen was knocked to the ground hard. Fuck you. Despicable monkey. Not only did he break the rules, but Aluk also directly cursed Song Wen. This scene caused Fan Ji's blood pressure to soar in the live broadcast room. What's this, a foul without even getting the ball? This is obviously a malicious foul. The collision is so obvious. Hey, look at this guy. His mouth is still dirty. There's no problem giving him a red card, however. Perhaps because Fulham was shown too many red cards in this game. The referee was also worried about whether he would be able to walk out of Craven Cottage on his feet later. So he only gave a yellow card. Song Wen, who was knocked down, was not angry. He smiled, patted the grass debris on his hand, stood up, and stuttered at a look that. A second black blind soon appeared on the court. Song Wen sent the ball again and continued to walk around the court, looking at Aluk, who was following him closely. Song Wen never stopped talking. Sunshine rainbow little white horse. Aluk clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing. After the game, I will definitely report your racist remarks to the media and officials. Oh really? Song Wen glanced at the other part. They will just think that you are just throwing mud after losing the game. Hearing Song Wen's words, Aluk sneered. Lose the game? There are only 2 minutes left. As long as I don't let you get the balls, I don't mind if I get a red card. With your small stature, you better be careful. Seeing that Aluk threatened him directly like this, Song Wen simply decided not to take a walk. He saw that the nigger was ready to die. With little time left in the games, Fulham fans felt a little relieved when they saw Song Wen doing nothing after being closely marked. In the domestic live broadcast room, netizens also began to comment. Wouldn't it be better if you started playing like this earlier? I've said before that Song Z is not good at physical confrontation. If you confront him directly, he will be useless. Song Zineng scored 1 goal and had 2 assists. He was a rookie who caught the opponent off guard. There are countless monster stars every year, but how many of them can really make it to the top of the football pyramid? Which of those players is not without shortcomings? Physical fitness is destined to give tumors and not go far. Just a little research, just targeting randomly. That's right. I don't know what the domestic media is talking about. Which player is out of breath after playing for 10 minutes? There are less than 2 minutes left. With Fulham's current anger, A few more red cards won't be a problem. Aluk thought the same thing at this time. Ipswich couldn't find a direction to cut into the left side of the penalty area. After several attempts, Chambers made a long pass and found Song Wen on the right. Aluka immediately got in front of Song Wen. He thought that the opponent would retreat softly like before after being pushed by him. But at this moment felt like he had hit a hard stone. The power of the little belly exploded at this moment, instantly enhancing Song Wen's physical fitness in a short period of time. At the same time, Song Wen jumped high and used the ability of the Great Peng at the same time, allowing Song Wen to take off directly on the spot. Aluka's back was originally pressed against Song Wen, but at this moment he felt as if a stick was scratching his back. He turned around subconsciously and was stunned by the height of the man behind him. Aluka was 1.85 meters tall, but he could only reach the opponent's crotch. He suspected that Song Wen would hurtle over his head in the next second. What shocked Aluk even more was the swaying dragon that he could vaguely see through Song Wen's pants. His eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Facing the flying Song Wen, Aluka subconsciously said, "Why are you so big instead of why can you jump so high?"